Good morning. Good time zone and warm greetings to wherever you are in the world. This is Amelia, aka Spaced Out Puffin, and what a week, you guys. What a week. Not only did we finish the Blackwater arc, and I am sure glad that we finally uncovered why Ning Yi has been really sus ever since we first laid eyes on him/her. I'm almost a bit nostalgic about this. Things really were simpler back when you were a hot lesbian, Ming. Like Luan said the other day in chat, Beef Leaf should have just stayed hot lesbians because they did terrible as a gay couple. They just took an exit and went straight down the doomed yaoi route. So yes, Blackwater arc is over, ? And it almost distracted me from all of the HuaLian making out. Almost. But then the third short film dropped. And I got to watch it. And my reaction for that has been going up and down a little bit, but it should be up now, it should be fine now. I had to spend a little bit more time working on the opacity and the filtering, but it's out there now, hopefully. Yes, so overall I've just had a super exciting week, and just all the content that's been unlocked for me. The art, the discourse, everything has just been so busy and so amazing. I've had such a good time, despite also having such a time with the Blackwater arc, but it's been great. And perhaps even more exciting, I have spoilers to unlock. So if you don't know what this is, I've been sent things from multiple people that have been sealed in packages and envelopes, and they all say things like, read after volume 4, read after volume 5, read after the end of chapter 137, I don't know. Because there are apparently a lot of spoilery things out there for me to unlock still, with 4 volumes to go after I finish this one. And this was sent to me by the wonderful, lovely Aria, and she told me that despite this saying, save after volume 4, I should be able to open it now, because what she really meant was save after Blackwater arc. So yeah, this is like my TGCF advent calendar, except I don't get to open things before I've actually read things. It's really motivating, actually. I recently also unlocked a new puffin in my server that we use as a sticker. It's a Blackwater one, it's beautiful, I love it so much. I hope you get to see it in this video as well. Okay, so let's have a look at what Aria sent me ages and ages ago. It's like a card, it's a card, and it's... Oh, it's one of those tentacular cards, and it is... This is Watermaster, isn't it? That is Shi Wudu if I ever saw him. Yeah, he's striking. Like, the only way I can see this being like a real spoiler for anything in this arc is that he's underwater. Which he might have been while he was fighting his tribulation. He was mostly above water though, but there we go. Watermaster. And he is the first piece of merch that I've unlocked from my backlog now, so I'm super excited about that, actually. Too bad about the... Yeah, this is just memento now. Let's put him over here somewhere visible for at least the rest of the shoot. Because technically Shi Wudu has been unlocked for us since Volume 3, right? The lantern scene, the banquet. So thank you so much for sending me my very own Shi Wudu aria. He will be missed, but not solely so. And don't worry, I am very well prepared to let you guys know all my thoughts about Shi Wudu. But first up, we have a board that needs some work. So let's do this. Let's just start by bulldozing all of this off, because there's like 5 notes here that all mean the same person, so gosh, it's such a mess. Okay, construction, let's go. What do I even do with him? Do I just like cut his head off? Is that too morbid? Like because technically the head is somewhere else than with the body. Fuck it, I'm doing it. Oops. The rest of this is just a tiny body and the Watermaster fan that he doesn't even have anymore. I guess the head is now representative of whatever is left of the Watermaster. So let's do a little skull. And that's for the 3 tumors. Then there were 2. I suppose I could like just put Shi Wudu down in the corner again, like he says back in the banishment corner. If he had survived all of this, he would have been in the banishment corner. I'm still keeping him up here as a bit of a reminder, because what we know now about the three tumors is that they knew a little bit of something going on, so I'm kind of keeping that up as a reminder, right? They've been sharing things with each other, and I think that's kind of important to remember. Okay, as for the rest of this mess. Okay, so I've cleared up a little bit of board here because we don't know what we're gonna get into next. We don't know which characters are going to take the spotlight next, but I'm still keeping, despite putting away so much of this, it feels like the end of an era. I am still keeping some of these characters up here in case we need to be reminded of them later on. And there are some loose threads that we still haven't really solved. So here down over in this corner, I now have Shi Qingxuan and He Xuan. And the whole thing with Shi Qingxuan is that they're gone, missing in action actually, and we do not know if they're going to show back up ever again. But I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out hope that I'll still get to see Shi Qingxuan one more time. In the canon story, not in a fanfiction on AO3, but if that is what I get, then that is what I'll take, I suppose. I also gave He Xuan a proper name tag now. It says Blackwater Sinking Ships He Xuan. I think we should call him by his name. It's such a bad joke. It's such a bad joke. If you know, you know. And while his secret beef with Hua Cheng is sort of kind of revealed to us, it's been searing in the pan for a while now, I think their connection is still important to take note of, and I think that whatever information they've exchanged and whatever, you know, their relationship was like, I think that might still give us some information in the future, considering how they were to Ghost Kings. So I'm keeping that line for now. Oh, and furthermore, I took the Earthmaster tag and gave it to the real Earthmaster. So it now has a little skull in it as well. Just put that up here with the Thundermaster and the Shi Wudu, little collection of elemental masters up here. Just to remember that they existed. I wonder if we're going to get new Earth Masters and Water Masters now, if there are going to be ascensions that will fill these spots. Oh, Windmaster as well, right? Oof, I keep forgetting that. Maybe I'm in denial, actually. Oh, and the head. Where's the head? Xuan said. And the head is with Blackwater or wherever he put it. So he'll know. He Xuan knows where the head is. Oh god. It could be with him, it could be at the bottom of the ocean. We do not know. And I wonder if we'll ever know. But overall, I am pretty satisfied with the board update. I now have a lot of new space, depending on where we're moving next, to explore whatever arc we're going into next. And I'll move stuff around once we see which characters are going to be relevant. Because there is a lot of ground to cover, and I'll get back to that at the end of this pre-discussion, which is going to be a lot because, oh my lord. You guys are crazy, you guys love Blackwater arc. And I just want to say thank you guys so much for discussing this arc and sharing your thoughts with me, both in the book club and in the comment section here on YouTube. It has been a blast to read all your opinions, your thoughts, your ideas, and the details that I might not have even thought about. And as always, they are a part of shaping my own interpretation as I sit and think through my reads after posting the videos. And that said, this is one of the videos that has generated the largest amount of comments and also more discourse than even mooching in the arc managed to create. And that is saying something. So of course I will spend some time sharing my thoughts, my interpretations and my opinions on this whole thing, but I recommend that everyone just check out the comment section in the previous video in this series, because it has just been such an amazing read and it is so fascinating to see everyone contribute with their experiences and their interpretations of different characters, of different scenes, and of course expanding on canon, which is, you know, it's why fandom exists. We have so much fun thinking of the what could have been and also what is in the subtext. I love my comment section. Thank you guys so much for all your contributions. And now, my take on things. And again, because this video has had so many differing point of views, I don't expect you at all to agree with my interpretation of things. And of course, I always try to see things from the different perspectives, and my opinion may very well change when presented with adequate evidence or even a good opinion that changes the way I look at things. But this is a peek into my head right now at this moment, at time of recording. And after we're done discussing, you know, the Blackwater arc, I do have some other small things that I want to bring up, as well as some discussions of what might be waiting for us on the next pages and in the next volume. So thank you for your patience, and now let's dive into it. Dive into the Blackwater. It's so dumb, it's so dumb. Now, I want to invite you to examine this arc with me through a quote from Mei Niancheng in Arc 2, which it's really stuck with me, and I think that this quote not only was a thesis of, you know, Arc 2, but also perhaps of the entirety of TGCF. And the quote is as follows: "To ascend is human, to fall is also human." I think this is really important because it speaks to the humanity of the characters and the situation. I actually argue on the basis of this thesis that the only inhuman parts of this story, of this arc even, are the characters' abilities and the circumstances around them thereby. In fact, this whole story has shown us that ghosts and gods are both human, just in a fallen or ascended form, and are therefore capable of most of the things a human is capable of, you know, except for being alive in the case of a ghost, I suppose. And like with the ghosts in the story so far, we see them have very amplified feelings, yes, but they are still reflections of themselves as people, and are very capable of both positive and negative feelings. Like we see this with like Xuanji, who as a ghost, you know, seems very crazed with her delusions of being in love with Pei Ming and what they had. But she was disillusioned as a human as well. She was the one who mutilated herself and also took her own life in the end. And then when she became a ghost, these feelings are amplified. Turning into a ghost is not what made her crazy, is my point with the Xuanji thing. Lan Chang is a ghost that we don't really know that much about, but we do know that she is very devoted to her child, to the fetus spirit that she was not able to give birth to. Like, yes, you can say that her feelings are about a regret of what she lost, but I think that what we're seeing here, her wanting to protect this creature that her child has become, it's a reflection of motherly love, something that she feels both in life and death. And you know, supposedly she's a very, very old ghost, so these are very, very powerful feelings in that case, if that is what keeps her going. She's probably one of the oldest characters on this entire board, actually. And you can make similar arguments for all the ghosts that we have met, including Banyu, including, I don't know, maybe Lang Ying. We don't really know what is going on here yet. And then, first and foremost, Hua Cheng, who is presented as a kind of foil to Blackwater, to He Xuan, regarding what creates them, what makes them them. At the end of the chapter, HuaLian does spend some time thinking about the hatred that created He Xuan, and then wondering about what created Hua Cheng, who must have gone through similar things. And while there's a case to be made for Hua Cheng existing because of his love and affection, that what is powering him is his love, I don't think he is actually that different from He Xuan's case. His biggest regret is not being able to protect the person he loved, right? He tells us this in the Truth or Dare game they play back in Hugu a few chapters back. That's ages ago. And so I argue that Hua Cheng becoming a ghost still has to do with these regrets, but you would not say that Hua Cheng is incapable of feeling either happiness or love or affection. And just keep this thing about ghosts in mind, because I'm coming back to this. But also, let's just mention how gods in this universe are the most human-like of the inhuman creatures that we've met. From the very start, heaven itself is presented as full of gossip and scheming. And overall, although all these people are ascended, they still act very much as humans in a society. So to ascend is human, to fall is also human. This is the lens through which we will be examining this whole thing. Though I do have my shipping goggles nearby in case they will be necessary. Just in case. And now, with all that established, let's talk Shi Wudu. Because MXTX knew what she was doing with this one. Arguably, from the very start, from the very second she gave him his name. In fact, I have something for you guys to look at. I've been super fortunate with this channel in that I have so many people with so many different areas of expertise, and one of them is Livian, who wrote a whole essay about the Blackwater Arc. And Livian has extensive knowledge of both the Chinese language, Chinese culture, and Chinese literature. And the whole document is absolutely fantastic. But the first thing that really struck me was actually this part. The origin of Shi Wudu's name. Livian suggests that it probably comes from a literary work, a poem from the Han Dynasty, and I cannot do the tones for the life of me, but it translates to "man should not cross the river," which is a story about an old man who goes to cross the river despite being told that he should not cross the river. Livian points out that this poem is usually used as satire when someone is trapped in danger but obstinately persists in his own path and doesn't listen to any persuasion. And it's Shi Wudu. It's Shi Wudu's entire life. He risked absolutely everything in order to get what he wanted, do things the way he wanted. Get the fate for Shi Qingxuan, get the status and the position that he has in the heavens, together with his brother, and ultimately, arguably, gave his own life in order to not have to make a decision he did not wish to make. And while that is not all there is to Shi Wudu, that is still the thesis of his character, and I think it really was intended to be that way. So I argue that when you see his pride, his arrogance, this level of entitlement, when you see all this love and affection that is love, but ultimately expressed through very self-serving means, yeah, you're supposed to see all these things. That is very much the intent. And I've got to say, I fucking love Shi Wudu, man. Because it's so easy to sympathize with, but it makes me so angry. Because he has this cause, right? Wanting to protect one's dear, beloved younger sibling. The last of his family. Who also happens to be a character that most readers at this point are inclined to like. And it's just as easy to see that he acts with no regards for others to achieve the fate that he wants. Literally, in Shi Qingxuan's case. So as far as, kind of villainous, I say, characters in this book goes, he's so well written, he's so fun, in a very excruciating way. And where to begin? I just know that I will not forget this story anytime soon, because it's so good, and he is part of what makes it so good. Yeah, where do I begin? Let's backtrack a little bit. What exactly did Shi Wudu do? Because the first thing he does is ascend on his own merits. He is the Watermaster. He did that for himself, and he had that in his fate. As far as we know, that was Shi Wudu's fate. To become the Watermaster. To become a powerful god. And once he has that power of a god, he uses the power to earn the knowledge of how to change someone's fate. Which is by switching it with someone else's fate. And he does it. And with no regard for He Xuan or the people in his life. He does it. He switches the fates of He Xuan and Shi Qingxuan. And you know, as a bonus, this guy doesn't just have the same birth details and the same name as his little sibling, he's also about to ascend. What an amazing deal for Shi Wudu. And so, Shi Wudu, a god, with his vastly greater amount of resources, does it. He takes what is He Xuan's for his own and for Shi Qingxuan. And this setting by itself has so many real-life counterparts of, you know, rich and powerful people taking what they want because they can, because they have far greater resources, which by itself is kind of infuriating. But adding to this, was it necessary? Because here's the thing, Shi Wudu was ascended. He had taken Shi Qingxuan with him as a deputy. And like, correct me if I'm wrong here, but could the Reverend of Empty Words go up to the heavens? I don't think so. In other words, this was not a life or death sort of situation, and Shi Qingxuan was not in immediate danger. Taking He Xuan's fate was not the only solution here. And that is this entitlement I've been talking about. That is this selfishness in which Shi Qingxuan did not know this. And if he did know what his ascension cost, he would not have accepted it. Shi Qingxuan remains ignorant because of Shi Wudu's selfishness. This selfish act of love. And you know, when confronted with everything, he does bow down and beg for Shi Qingxuan. Because how could he not? He loves Shi Qingxuan, but selfishly so. And it shows in the actions that he's taken and the ones that he takes next. Because he would not take that second option, the one where they both live, even though Shi Qingxuan wanted to. Don't you know me, he says to his brother. He could never endure that. Living such a lonely life and seeing his sibling go mad, live such a wretched life. Whereas Shi Qingxuan wanted them both to live. Truly, Shi Wudu would rather have Shi Qingxuan kill him. And then, you know, asks him to find Pei Ming and make him take care of him. Giving up his own life so that his brother's fate might remain untouched and that he might seek refuge with some of his friends. A noble sacrifice. Or the easy way out. Which honestly, it doesn't even matter in the end because he ended up creating a third path. But let's not lose our heads here, we will be coming back to that. But before that, let's talk He Xuan. He Xuan, you guys. You guys. He Xuan! What an experience. What an experience this character has been. Because as I uncovered him, like he's been there from the very start, but as we slowly start to uncover him, like he became the antagonist that I wanted to root for. And as you know, I'm incredibly sympathetic to his plight and to the fate of him and his family. His loved ones. Just watch the past 3 videos and you'll know what my emotional state is like when we're talking about He Xuan. But then we get to his manor, the heart of his lair, and turns out He Xuan applied Shi Wudu's methods to get his revenge. And first and foremost, I am talking about Earthmaster Yi, the real Earthmaster. He was captured and kept hostage so that He Xuan could impersonate him up in the heavens. In order to, you know, first and foremost apparently investigate why the Watermaster would show up at his deathbed at the moment of his death. And while it is very uncertain actually if He Xuan intentionally killed the Earthmaster, like Hua Cheng and Xuaolin kind of imply that maybe he died accidentally or, you know, after trying to escape. He ended up killing himself maybe, for all we know. But he still had his freedom taken away from him, and then also his ascension, his godhood. So first and foremost, the innocent Earthmaster Yi, but also all of these madmen that he's kept in his prison. We still don't have an explanation for those. We know why he gathered them, in order to make Shi Wudu pick one to exchange fates or whatever. But still, it feels like why gather so many of them, and why keep them in these inhumane conditions like that? Like, that whole thing is absolutely gruesome, and I still have no explanation for this at all. But perhaps hardest of all to kind of digest and swallow is that he has been posing as Shi Qingxuan's best friend for an unknown number of years. Or, well, posing? Okay, we do need to think a little bit about the timeline here. So, He Xuan dies, with Shi Wudu coming to see him die, and he remembers that. He Xuan goes to Mount Tonglu, because ghosts sometimes do that, fights in the death tournament in the city of Gu, and becomes a ghost king, a supreme ghost. At some point after that, he takes Earthmaster's place in heaven, and then learns the truth about why he died as gruesomely as he did. And I theorize that that's when he becomes a water ghost. That's when he starts eating and devouring water ghosts in order to become the adversary of Shi Wudu. And so he starts plotting his little revenge plot up until the point where Earthmaster escapes, which apparently we might have seen, and then everything that happens in our current timeline. Along this journey, we have some events that we don't actually know when they happened, such as meeting Hua Cheng and creating this arrangement or agreement that they've had. I'll be coming back to that one. And becoming friends with Shi Qingxuan. Because we don't know much about their friendship, despite having witnessed a lot of it. Like, for one, how long was the Earthmaster ascended for? Like, we do know that no one really knew the Earthmaster's face, because he was described as very reclusive. The only thing we know for sure is that he has been working for 10 years undercover for Zhenwu, which means that that's our minimum timeline for Earthmaster's ascension, 10 years. 10 years, minimum. But that time could very well be stretched to centuries, because we don't actually know Shi Wudu or Shi Qingxuan's age. We don't know when all these things happened. Nor do I know how long it takes for a ghost to cultivate into a supreme, or how any of the Tonglu mechanics work. All that we do know is that they are all likely younger than Hua Cheng and GASLIGHT. So anywhere between 10 years and almost 800 years, that's not saying much, huh? So his friendship with Shi Qingxuan could have lasted 10 years or even centuries. But we don't know the start of their friendship, nor the nature of it in the beginning. From He Xuan's perspective, I mean, like, we don't know if he approached Shi Qingxuan because Shi Qingxuan is the brother of the Watermaster, or if Shi Qingxuan approached him. We don't know what kind of emotions were between them, what kind of friendship they had. Like, if the nature of it was genuine until the truth was realized by He Xuan, or if the complications of this friendship became more apparent as time went on, even after he discovered the truth about Shi Wudu and what he did. But we do have He Xuan's indecision. And in order to talk about that, Shi Qingxuan. Shi Qingxuan. Wretched beginning, wretched end? Question mark? Yeah, we actually do not know, so I'm not gonna get ahead of myself, but Shi Qingxuan, no doubt, was the heaven official. They were having a lot of fun, but they were extremely serious about their job. That is how they are introduced to us. A heaven official with morals who will keep other heavenly officials accountable and in check if needed, such as the whole case with Pei Shaw. Justice matters to the Windmaster. Fairness matters. And as a reader being introduced to them, you will likely like them and even adore them because of these qualities. Like the first heavenly official, aside from like Ling Wen, who's actually doing what they're supposed to do. And of course, for being a friend to GASLIGHT, who at that point really needed one. Like, yes, he had already connected with San Lang at that point. But up in heaven, he was really ostracized. And the people who should have been his friends, like there's so much history there, in addition to the whole thing about the Shanli trio, whereas he was the crown prince and they were his servants. So it was so fun and refreshing to see him get along with a heaven official who, you know, is his equal and has been from the first moment of their friendship. Shi Qingxuan is not flawless, but he's a good one. Like in season 2, episode 11, in volume 2, even Hua Cheng likes her intuitive thinking and the way she plays the heavenly official court games, using the communication array to cover for Hua Cheng and Shi Lian. And I really do trust Sun Long's judgments. So with this being the character presented to us, I was not surprised at all, actually, that the thematic journey that was waiting for us was this. AKA Shi Qingxuan meeting their own justice in the door when confronted with something their brother has been up to. I didn't expect that this thing their brother had been up to was so closely related to Shi Qingxuan themselves. And it just makes the whole situation even worse. And again, amazing. Amazing. So let's see where this all went down. Shi Qingxuan, you know, realizes that the problem of the past is haunting them. He goes to Shi Lian, gets his help because they trust Shi Lian. He's been a good friend and very capable as well. Second best friend, remember? And now that I think about it, also like a person who doesn't care about Shi Qingxuan's older brother being the infamous watermaster, you know? So I think that Shi Lian as well is someone Shi Qingxuan might have felt very comfortable with, because he's so earnest, you know? But anyway, so they go to Fugu, shit starts happening, and then Shi Qingxuan learns the truth. We don't know how many details Shi Qingxuan learned when they became immortal. Like, we can only guess from the conversations that they have with Shi Lian and everyone after. But either way, he learns the truth somewhat, and at the terrors of cascading wine, he rejects his brother. That's important. The distress of the truth and the weight of it made him want to reject going with his brother, staying with Shi Lian, with his best friend. He was reaching out to them, but ultimately they hesitate to confront him with the truth. Even in heaven afterwards, because, you know, Shi Wudu keeps him captive in their palace afterwards. And it doesn't seem that in that whole time he brings this up to his brother. He just wants to get away from him. And again, I think this has a lot to do with the fact that, yeah, their relationship, the Shi brothers, their relationship is one of love, but also of trauma and these mutual experiences. Shi Wudu has had a parenting role for Shi Qingxuan for a very long time, and in this role he has expressed a huge need for control and also disapproval of some of Shi Qingxuan's interests and hobbies, even the very way they behave around others. And I'm not just talking about their female form, I'm talking about just the way they behave around others, the way they speak to others. So in this sense, we can interpret that Shi Qingxuan has been stuck in their role as a child for all the centuries of their tenure as a heavenly official. And it didn't seem like they were getting out of it anytime soon. But with this reveal, that slowly started changing. Like in chapter 64, before they go into the teleportation arrays, it's remarked that Shi Qingxuan was being less obedient to Shi Wudu. In other words, I think they've been slowly breaking out of that role, you know? But it's too late and it's too little. Or rather, in the end, Shi Qingxuan loves his brother, who is, after all, their only family. And also, they really haven't had a lot of time to think this through at all. Like, what to do, I mean. When we are in Yushi country, that is literally what they say. They're just... everything is so messy and they don't know how to feel about things or what to do next. And I do wonder if things might have turned out a little differently if there had been more room to breathe. But then, you know, Shi Qingxuan learns that their most trusted, beloved friend is behind everything that has happened lately, and is also the man his brother has wronged so very deeply. But to He Xuan, well, I gave you so many chances, is what he says to Shi Qingxuan. In fact, had Shi Qingxuan not gone to the East Sea, what we witnessed might not have occurred at all. It even seems that He Xuan was ready to leave Shi Qingxuan out of that part. Well, at least for now. But then, all of this does happen. And yet, even then, in none of He Xuan's plan is he directly going to take Shi Qingxuan's life. In fact, when Shi Wudu tries to do just that, he stops it. Violently. As a little side note here, yes, there has been discussions about whether Shi Wudu did this on purpose or not. And personally, I think that there's a mix here of this desperation and the intuitive thinking of Shi Wudu, because we know that Shi Wudu is super observant and also comes to conclusions very quickly. My take on this is that it was definitely preferable for Shi Wudu to assure that their fate was not going to be them being tortured or you know, ending up living as low lives like that. So yeah, I think that he actually did go for the kill with Shi Qingxuan, because to him, them dying as was a better outcome than becoming, you know, low lives, living like wretches. But then when He Xuan stops him, I think he very quickly realized that there is a huge chance that He Xuan won't kill Shi Qingxuan after he's gone. And he takes that gamble, and I wonder if he might have won it as well. And while he says all the things that he does in order to goad He Xuan into killing him, I do also not think that he had any remorse. I think that his words were pretty genuine, again, corresponding to his character name. This was the intended end for him, this was his intended fate. Going straight into danger, even being told desperately by Shi Qingxuan not to. And that was the end of Shi Wudu. Arrogant and remorseless and on his own terms, as far as he could manage. Yet He Xuan, on the other hand, claimed to only want vengeance. And yet, with Shi Qingxuan, he gave chances and he hesitated. He very likely cared for Shi Qingxuan. Like, there's so much evidence that I don't think that's a particularly bold statement, actually. In fact, He Xuan is very indecisive throughout this whole journey, surprisingly for someone who's been planning this for a good while, like at least a decade, right? And I'm thinking, like, maybe he started this quite suddenly, like maybe Shi Wudu's oncoming ascension was too good of a chance to pass up, or would make him, you know, even more powerful and then even worse to deal with. But even then, he could have easily lured or kidnapped Shi Qingxuan with all the trust that they built up, and then lure Shi Wudu out somehow. Because, you know, that again was one of the things Shi Wudu did not leave heaven a lot. So now that he's left heaven, that would be a good time to strike. But still, throughout this whole journey, it seems to me that He Xuan wants Shi Qingxuan to pick him. To pick justice over his brother. Like, not as his friend even, he wants him to pick Scholar He. And then when everything is actually revealed, I think he's extremely fucking confusing about all this. This is not a very straightforward, 100% ruthless vengeance kind of revenge. And yet it can be that way. It can be this way because all of the parties involved are human. It is so very human to want all of these things, to feel all of these things. I do not adore Blackwater for being a really cool main character in a very satisfying revenge story, because he's not. Things did not follow his plan, and I wonder how much satisfaction he actually got out of all of this. But I do love this story and ache for this story because it all feels so distinctly human. Again, referring to the thesis statement that we're using here, to ascend is human, to fall is also human. As for who's right, who's wrong, who won and who lost, someone in the comments said that our answers to that question really might tell us more about our own values and experiences in life than who was actually in the right or wrong. Like, my own feelings on the matter fall somewhere along the lines of Shi Wudu unnecessarily instigated this. He Xuan definitely deserved justice, but ironically he ended up doing many of the things Shi Wudu also did to other people in order to achieve his goals. And then the very human experience of relations with others, making all his plans that much more complicated, and ultimately not go the way he had wanted. As for the beef leaf ship, Dee made the joke to me that not even black water could sink this ship, and I'm more and more inclined to agree. But you must surely have some sort of masochistic tendencies if you are boarding the cruise liner of angst and hurt and no comfort. Look, I've been in fandom for so long. I've had my fair share of ships, and I see the merits in most ships, even if they aren't the main ingredient in the fanfiction I usually order up. But I will not mind seeing beef leaf shenanigans of any kind in the future. The art that has been shared with me has had so much variety, there's so much tragedy, and there's so much fun going on. So yeah, I'm definitely not anti-beef leaf. But I also am more of a HuaLian kind of gal, so we'll see. As for the future of these two, I will be very sad if we don't get to see Shi Qingxuan again. But I'm also prepared for that being the, how things are going to turn out. Everyone keeps talking about this arc as if it's done. So I am prepared for this to have been it. And like I said last time, there is some sort of tragic poetry in him just disappearing after all of this. That still makes me a little emotional, but I'll accept it. I'll be sad about it, but I will accept it, as it is thematically very fitting. So, HuaLian was making out for a good amount of time there. It's okay. Xuelian didn't realize what he was doing either. And hey, Xuelian's soul did return to his lifeless body eventually, so first successful CPR performed by HuaLian. Congratulations, you two! Yeah, aside from the fact that we do not go to either one of them for health advice, HuaLian. The tension between them has mostly been about how Hua Cheng knew all along, and I thought Gogo would blame me, as he said. But Xuelian does not mind. He does not mind having not been told, and what he says is basically that Hua Cheng's integrity is more important to him than him having told Xuelian what was going on. Because I think that a lot of people got a bit too invested in the Xuelian Shi Qingxuan dynamic here. Because they are very good friends. They have been for quite a bit now. But I think we need to remember that Xuelian did try to step away from this before he was pulled back in by things that didn't have to do directly with Shi Qingxuan, really. In other words, Xuelian did actually agree with some of Hua Cheng's sentiment here that he shouldn't really have gotten involved. The reason he kept getting involved was because of the fisherman and the Earthmaster, remember? Of course, I don't doubt that he cared for Shi Qingxuan. Anyway, so Hua Cheng was involved in all of this, and we don't know to what extent. We do know that he remarks on He Xuan doing his undercover thing and going up into heaven as being a brave thing to do. And I can only imagine that Hua Cheng would want that access, keeping track of what the heavens are up to, and of course, what information they might have on the elusive crown prince who's been missing for hundreds of years. Which, you know, according to John Woo, is not a lot. But still, and thinking back on it, I'm not surprised that Hua Cheng appeared on Mount Yujun so quickly after Xuelian departed. But what was their agreement? What was the agreement between Hua Cheng and He Xuan? I suppose that Hua Cheng, being very noisy with all the heavenly officials and doing a lot of things in the mortal and ghost realms, would have helped keeping the spotlight off of Blackwater. Blackwater's, like the rumors about Blackwater amounts to him being very elusive and not showing up a lot. They don't go to his territory and he usually doesn't bother heavenly officials. And getting to lay low like that must have helped his cause. Then additionally, there's the thing of He Xuan apparently needing Hua Cheng to keep the Earthmaster. Again, the Earthmaster, if that was an escape attempt, the ascending dragon spell and everything, was in the area of Ghost City. Why was he there? Why was he in that area? Why couldn't He Xuan keep him in the Nether Water Manor? Like using a clone to keep track of him or whatever. And what else do we know? We know that the Waning Moon officer helped lure Shi Wudu into finding the Ming Yi, the Earthmaster Yi, by flaunting his cursed shackles so that Shi Wudu would be intrigued enough to follow. There's in the different chats and in the comments and in some art I've seen as well, there's this debt that keeps getting mentioned that I can't remember where it's been mentioned in the books. And they all make it seem like He Xuan is the one who's in debt to Hua Cheng. And I can kind of see that if Hua Cheng needed to keep the Earthmaster for him. But Hua Cheng also would want that access to heaven and information there. And I feel like that should be worth a lot more than that, right? So it's a bit... Like, shouldn't Hua Cheng be the one in debt? I don't understand how this happened. So I feel like I'm missing some details about Hua Cheng and He Xuan's relationship, but it's very clear to me where fandom stands on it. Like the modern art I've seen of them just messing around and being like in gangs and stuff. It's so beautiful and so funny. I like the idea of their friendship, but I can't really see how big of a deal it is in the universe. Though they have definitely had dealings that Hua Cheng has been reluctant to share. And I guess I already talked a little bit about this. But Hua Cheng and He Xuan are the two ghost kings we know the most about at this point. We know that they both originated in Mount Tonglu, and we know that they suffered alone for a long time. That is apparently a prerequisite for being a ghost king. And then Shi Wudu makes us wonder about, Hua Cheng's origin. And I already kind of talked a little bit about that. So I guess my point in this is that I like that we have another ghost king to compare Hua Cheng to see what similarities they have and also what differences they might have. But I think their similarities are more striking to me than anything else. They both apparently dress well for one. They have a certain flair to them. It's apparently very important to have robes that reflect you and your domain and personality when you are a ghost king. But I do have some other mentionables, some things that have just kind of been there that I'd like you guys to know that I have noticed and noted down. The first thing being Shi Wudu's reaction to the madman. Like when he is in Shi Qingxuan's body and he's like they're all around him and touching them and stuff. Again, it's such a weird sort of thing. But his reaction to them is that, oh, they're not dangerous, they're only a bit dirty. And later on it is explained to us that yes, Shi Wudu has lived with the homeless before, he's been homeless before, I am sure. And I think that to someone who's experienced this sort of way of living, he doesn't have a very strong reaction to this. To him, they are still human. And again, I think that's really important. And I think it's very interesting that his reaction is so different from Shi Qingxuan's, but then towards the end of this whole thing, Shi Qingxuan also stops minding them as much. Maybe because he feels himself lowered the more he learns about this whole, about the depths of He Xuan's suffering at the cost of what, his brother has done. Just a fun little detail. The whole thing about the Earthmaster's remains and why it moved and everything got explained to me as well. I think I have a pretty okay hold on that. But then there's like the need to worship the remains unless they will never rest in peace. Got me thinking about Shi Wudu's ghost. No, not that one. The ghost Shi Wudu had to fight as well was a really strong and restless ghost on that on Yinan Bridge. I don't remember the name of the bridge, but on the bridge, the ghost on the bridge. Which makes me wonder, maybe that ghost was one of those cases of a heavenly official that was not resting in peace, because it seems very peculiar, that ghost. And we still don't have any details about it, so I'm just noting that down as well. Pei Ming was there. He's just lost a friend. And Xuelian knows that he knows something. He and Ling Wen knows more, or knew more about this than we have been led to know. No. And I think that's important to remember. Xuan Yiden actually spoke and is actually pretty funny. I don't know where to place this character. He seems like he doesn't understand all sort of social conventions. And he's been very mute for like a lot of the time. So I wonder if he's definitely a little bit neurodivergent coded. And I wonder if that is intentional. And that was the Blackwater arc. And with that out of the way, where are we headed next? Well, yeah, well, but on a more serious note, we have a lot of things that we still have no answers to, and there are a lot of threads that we could be following next. The first thing being Ling Wen and Pei Ming, the two tumors left out of the three, and again, we know that they know something, have known things that we do not know. I know already that Ling Wen will have a backstory that will be revealed to us eventually, and that could be coming up. As for Pei Ming, he's been a great supporting cast, but I wonder if he's also going to take the main stage soon, because there are things around his whole thing that I've been thinking about for a long time. Just the fact that he is the second most popular god. Was he the second most? I mean, now it's John Woo, because Xuelian fucking owned him, thanks to Hua Cheng. Anyway, forget the lanterns. Pei Ming is supposed to be, the strongest martial god after John Woo. But there's been continuous strikes on his reputation and on everything. And I've mentioned this before, but that's a little bit of a conspiracy that we should keep in the back of our minds. Why would the second strongest god be facing obstacles in growing even stronger, while the strongest martial god, John Woo, just keeps seeing increases in his followers? I think that Mount Tonglu is still on the menu eventually. I thought that maybe that was where this plot was gonna go with Scholar He. I don't think that's gonna happen anymore. But it's been mentioned so much, and I think we're gonna go there eventually, but I'm wondering if it's gonna be later on in the series now, that if anything, Mount Tonglu might be the endgame. We still have the case of the fetus spirit and the unknown father. We do not know the origins. They're still up in heaven, and Function and Mooching thought about it, because Mooching knows something that we don't know, and I think he should start speaking soon, please. And we have other characters that are kind of like in a limbo right now. We don't know what's happening with them and what kind of important things they're going to be doing. Like we have Lang Ying, who is at Puchi Shrine with Guju and Qi Rong most of the time. There's Ban Yue, who is over with the Rainmaster. We don't know when she's going to be active again, what is going to happen over there. And, of course, the Puppet Master. The Puppet Master who made sure that Xuelian went to Ban Yue and got involved in all of that, and who might also be the one who is behind the fisherman who got involved so that Xuelian would get involved. And I can't help but wonder if, like my number one suspect for all of this is actually Ling Wen, because she is the one who first mentioned the fisherman to begin with, and also is the person who warns Xuelian about not going to Ban Yue Pass, but that was some reverse psychology shit. So yeah, I wonder if Ling Wen is the puppet master who keeps sending Xuelian places to get him involved, because after the whole thing with Xuanji, I think she thinks Xuelian can help out with things. I think she wants him to uncover things, and I think she might be kind of like a vigilante trying to uncover the big bad shit that is happening up in heaven, right? And who is trying to make things come out into light by using Xuelian for it. I'm not quite sure what her goal is, but we have a hint. That hint being, if Shi Wudu managed to change someone's fate so that someone who wasn't supposed to ascend ascended, are there other gods in heaven who shouldn't have ascended? So that is a plot point that has been buried somewhere deep in us. But I also wonder if anyone else know how to do this, because He Xuan as well, like he's gonna make Shi Wudu change his brother's fate for one of the madmens. He didn't say that he would do it himself, and I wonder if he doesn't know how to. I wonder if Shi Wudu is the only person who knew how to do it. But how did he figure that out? Where is that information now? So that is also something to keep in the back of our heads. And last on my list, a loose thread from this plot, from the Blackwater arc. The Reverend of Empty Words. What? What do you mean? Which is like, yeah, they were devoured by He Xuan. Yes, I know that, guys. But HuaLian had a theory about the Reverend of Empty Words. And the theory was that He Xuan was the origin. He Xuan's misery, the life that he lived, created the Reverend of Empty Words. Turns out it didn't. And maybe we're just not ever going to follow up on this, but that could mean a Jinx monster is created out of someone who has lived a very unfortunate sort of life. What life is that? A fate more unfortunate? Which greater regret would create the Reverend of Empty Words? Like, I wonder if this is still going to be a plot point, which is why I'm not going to throw this away. And I mean, like look at this board. Like, could it have Hua Cheng? Like, I feel like we would have known if Hua Cheng was the reason this thing existed, and I don't think he would have let it run amok the way it has been. Bai Wuxiang? Bai Wuxiang, maybe? Like, we don't know who Bai Wuxiang is or how Bai Wuxiang was created, why they became a Ghost King. Maybe whatever they suffered in order to become a Ghost King is what created the Reverend of Empty Words. Because it wasn't the third Ghost King, and it might still be Hua Cheng, but I doubt it, so I'm guessing Bai Wuxiang. Unless we are going to meet someone who had an even more unfortunate fate that created the Reverend of Empty Words. But then again, this could just be something that we're not gonna mention again. Still, it's been in my notes, so I wanted to let you guys know that I've been thinking about it. I'm gonna put that next to the Puppet Master up here with the things that are not resolved yet. Things that we don't know about yet. The Puppet Master and the case about the Reverend of Empty Words. We're gonna move these around eventually. Maybe I should put them here, over here on the edge, so that they're not confusing me, and so that I don't lose track of them. Puppet Master, Reverend of Empty Words. And that was an incredibly lengthy discussion. Let me know what you think in the comments, or indeed meet me over at book club so that we can discuss it. My Discord link will be in the description below. If you just want to lurk in the book club, that is completely fine as well. You will find the thread under the TGCF channel, or if you need help to find anything, don't be afraid to tag the junior official role, so that my mods can help you out. And everyone else are really helpful as well. So if you would like to discuss TGCF, or indeed any other Danmei, because we have channels for that too, both with me in my book club, or in the spoilery book club that I do not venture into, where you guys can discuss things that happen later in the book. Point is, you're very welcome to join. The link is down in the description for you. And book club are usually also the first people who get to know when I've finished reading a new chapter. So a big shout out to book club for keeping me sane, or as sane as I can be, deep diving into TGCF. And here comes some more shout outs. To my coffee supporters. I have a bunch of flowers and a bunch of hearts to hand out today. And some people have even gathered so many cherry blossoms that I need more cherry blossoms. So I got a new pin to help help out with that. For instance, Dee has so many hearts, and she is supposed to get one more, but I wanted to replace her hearts with a cherry blossom. But she already had a bunch of cherry blossoms, and other people also deserve cherry blossoms. So for having achieved 3 cherry blossoms, I am going to give Dee a whole new pin. This is a cat paw, or a dog paw, depending, I suppose. It's a paw. As a token of appreciation for consistently coming back to support me for so long. Right there. So thank you so much, Dee. It's so wonderful to see you back this month as well. And for those of you who do not know, The Misfortunes is one of my moderators here on YouTube and also in my server, who's also been hosting things like watch parties and GATEKEEP phone, and just making the server such a bright and lovely place. Make sure to say hi to her if you see her around. I appreciate you so much, Dee. Now, the same is the case for Ouija, who was also due to get another cherry blossom, but who has so many cherry blossoms that I am replacing them with the paw pin, which now is a pin that symbolizes people who have been coming back multiple times to give donations, and I'm so incredibly grateful for your continued support. I'm so happy that you're still watching and still enjoying these videos, Ouija. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a spectacular day. So the last cherry blossom to go out is for Kea, who is actually receiving the cherry blossom. Thank you so much for your support, Kea, and I hope you're having a splendid day. Now for the hearts. First shout out is for Willow, over here. Another one for Emma Slavine, who also has been super busy this week. I know she translated the third short film, and who has been, like, I'm not joining them, but who has been hosting watch parties in the server for the audio drama, and I've seen a lot of people in them, so I'm super excited about that. Thank you so much for making use of the space, Emma, and making these events so that people who maybe haven't even had the chance to listen to the audio drama can do that together with other fans. So thank you so much for all that you do to keep my server active, and also for all your support. I appreciate it so much. Another heart and a shout out for Muley, who's another very consistent supporter, as is the wonderful Zan Lenai. Is it Zan or is it Shan? Shan Lenai? I have no idea. Another heart goes out for the wonderful Mia Rose. This one here is for Misty. This red one is for Wygra, up over here. Another red heart for DK Williams down here. And lastly, I have this cute little cat guardian who is going out for the wonderful Gabby. So moving the name tag a little further up, and there we go. Thank you so much, Gabby, for coming back to support me. And this is the coffee board for this week. And again, it gives me so much joy whenever I look at this. This is in my living room and I see it every day and I think about you guys a lot. Thank you so much. And I hope that these little shout outs can convey how exceedingly grateful I am for your support, which has basically funded my entire setup here and has made running this channel a dream. So thank you so much for all your help and support. And that was the end of the pre-discussion this time around. I hope I remembered everything that I wanted to say, because it's been such an eventful week. But if you're curious or you want to hear more about what I think about a certain subject, you can leave a comment or you can come join me in the Discord server and have a chat. I really can't wait to hear from you. Okay, a full snack break later, I am back and I am ready to just jump into it and start reading. And hopefully soon figure out where exactly we will be moving on this board. And like, again, I do not actually know how long Arc 3 is going to last for, because I think Arc 1 and 2 must have been the shorter ones compared to, you know, 3, 4, 5. We have 3 more arcs to get through and we're about to move into volume 5, which means each of those arcs could very well be a whole book by itself, like a whole volume, and then some. So I am super curious about where exactly we're heading with the plot. Not that plot, I think I've got that one down pretty well. But everything that happens after this, I have absolutely no idea. And as far as HuaLian is concerned, I can only pray that MXDX has continued developing this relationship the way it's been going so far, because so far, it is one of the nicest relationships that I've encountered in fiction in a very long time. I've been absolutely gagging for just this slow build-up of actual genuine affection for one another that happened outside of their shared past, that is still something one party is not even aware of. And I hope that we get to continue watching this relationship grow into something sturdier, into something that will last for more than the next 800 years, surely. Even if there will be obstacles on the way. And so, we are ready to read chapter 66. ache of separation, the agitated heart sends the path of ink astray. HuaLian was taken aback. Then who could it be? Generally speaking, storms like that shouldn't involve more than 50 people. I suspect it may be the same person who sent that empty-shelled cultivator during the Banyu Park past incident. Hua Cheng and I are on the same page about this one. We both think that the puppet master is the person behind both the fisherman and the Banyu arc. Oh my lord. That was very validating to me already. I'm loving this read so far. Now that he mentioned it, it did seem like there was a hand pushing him to the heart of every case every time. Yeah, it is not coincidence that HuaLian is involved in all of these cases. Something is going on behind the scene here. Feeling a little baffled, HuaLian wondered, what could that person possibly be after? Hua Cheng shook his head, but he also seemed pensive. Suddenly, the sounds of children laughing and playing were heard from outside, and his eyes shot to the window. Following his cutting gaze, HuaLian saw only 2 small children. Guji was riding atop of Lang Ying's shoulders, looking completely untroubled and carefree. The Watermaster audaciously deceived the heavens and committed a criminal substitution. The Windmaster was a fake, and the Earthmaster was an imposter. On top of all of that, the Watermaster's severed head was nowhere to be found. 4 cases, each a bolt from the blue, and each a burst of explosive thunder that rocked the heavens. Each one was more deafening than the last. This naturally raised a tidal wave that flooded the upper and middle courts. Everyone was so shaken that they had no idea what to say about the matter, and only crickets could be heard in the Palace of Divine Might. Yeah, even Junwoo's hand didn't seem able to prop up his head anymore. What is all this chaos to Junwoo? Because again, we are pretty suspicious that Junwoo also does not have entirely clean hands. But would this be helpful to his cause, or would this be messy for him? Losing so many officials in one go like that. Though I suppose his spying problem is over with. Mingyi had never really gone out of his way to befriend anyone, and barely anyone was close to him aside from Shi Qingxuan, and he enjoyed pestering others and assumed everyone was his friend from the moment they met. However, the shock was truly too great when they realized that one of their own colleagues was a legendary Supreme Ghost King. Yeah, oh my god. The echoes of this whole revelation is so insane, actually. Over the past centuries, that Ghost King had worked with dedication. Okay, we're finally getting a little bit of a timeline here. Had worked with dedication and diligence to properly play the role of the Earthmaster. So we've kind of... So already with that mentioned, now I kind of know that the timeline is centuries. Oh my god. Like, I think I comforted myself with knowing that it might have been more like decades, but we're talking centuries. We are talking literal centuries here. That is absolutely insane. Though it's good to get that confirmation. He had amassed a large number of worshippers in the mortal realm, and he even managed to make it into the top 10 during the Battle of Lanterns at the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. It was honestly frightening, just as expected from a Supreme Ghost King. Yeah, so I can only imagine that the heavens are feeling very paranoid after all of this. And might not be as easy to sway regarding Hua Cheng's presence. Like, his presence anywhere is going to be more questioned after this, I think. Now, even if someone announced that Hua Cheng was among them or had planted a spy in the upper court, no further news could surprise them. There was no question that the one who murdered real Earthmaster Yi was Blackwater Demon Xuan, even without mentioning the grudge he held against Watermaster Wudu. Okay. There was no question amongst the heavenly officials, I suppose, because I think it's very questionable. Again, no proof of the murder directly, but the death was absolutely following everything that happened to him at the hands of Blackwater. The upper court thus released an official warrant for his arrest, but everyone knew that a Supreme Ghost King who wanted to stay hidden wouldn't be so easily found. As the saying goes, all will tread on a man when he falls. The Wind and Water Masters once stood in greatness and glory with hundreds who would answer their call. Shi Wudu was extolled and celebrated every time he appeared, yet after his violent death, his supporters cowered, not daring to breathe a single breath too loud. Shi Qingxuan loved making friends and was generous to all, but now those good friends were nowhere to be found. Pei Ming collected Shi Wudu's headless corpse from the Nether Water Manor, and the ceremony he hosted was quiet and sparsely attended on the day of his burial. There were barely any heavenly officials in attendance, besides HuaLian and Ling Wen. Yeah. HuaLian thought of how in recent days bands of people had already started to burn down and desecrate temples of winds and water. He couldn't bear the sight of it and tried on several occasions to stop them, but he knew the acts of aggression would only grow worse as time passed and people discovered their prayers were no longer being answered. He could stop them once, but he couldn't stop them forever. In 10 years, or perhaps in only 3 or 4, people would completely forget the heavenly officials of wind and water who used to rule at the summit of heaven. HuaLian couldn't help but feel melancholy. Once the funeral was over, HuaLian turned to Ling Wen. The whereabouts of Lord Windmaster of Qingxuan is now in your hands. We're counting on you. Ling Wen looked solemn. She hadn't smiled in days. Even without your highness's appeal, I would still do my utmost in this duty. Your highness, I have to, it looks like Pei Ming. Your highness, why not talk to that crimson rainsword flower of yours? Oh my god, of yours. Instead of waiting around while the palace of Ling Wen drags their feet like an old ox pulling a broken cart, Pei Ming asked. Can't you have him ask that mad ghost Blackwater where he's taken Qingxuan? He already took Watermaster Shong's head. What more does he want? HuaLian shook his head. General Pei, please don't assume such things are doable, he replied helplessly. Does one Supreme Ghost King need to keep the other informed of whatever he wants to do? With that, Pei Ming didn't say anything more. I'm sure Hua Cheng could contact him, but if He Xuan didn't want to be contacted anymore, we wouldn't. And also, it's a bit like Hua Cheng didn't want to involve himself in this to begin with, and I think HuaLian is also trying to respect that. I mean, even HuaLian is a bit like, was hesitant at the end here to be as involved as he ended up being, but I understand also wanting to look for Qingxuan. He just wants to exclude Hua Cheng from this thing going forward, understandably so. When HuaLian returned to Puchi Shrine, many of the villagers were milling around the shrine, whispering amongst themselves. HuaLian didn't need to ask to know what was happening thanks to the clearly audible yowling coming from within the shrine. The village chief was visibly scared and nervously tugged at him. Dao Cheng, your mad little cousin, he's... The excuse HuaLian had given the world was that Qirong was his insane younger cousin, which is true to be fair. Family had taken in out of obligation after he'd been rejected and left without anyone willing to care for him. On some level, this was not entirely a lie. Is he throwing a fit again? Don't worry, he's probably locked up. He won't escape, everyone can go home, HuaLian said. Oh, the villagers murmured amongst themselves and dispersed. Before the group fully broke up, the village chief gave HuaLian a basket of eggs. Dao Cheng, your Xiaohua... Xiaohua... That's cute. That's cute. Your little flower. Oh my god. Oh my god. HuaLian was confused at first. Xiaohua. Then it dawned on him. Oh, Sanlang. To the outside world, Hua Cheng was currently posing as HuaLian's younger blood brother who had run away from home and come to visit for fun. HuaLian couldn't help but feel a little flustered. That your crush is posing as your brother? Yeah, that's something to be a little flustered about, I think. Yeah, let me tell you, your Xiaohua helped us repair some stuff again today, so you'll have to reward him well tonight, the village head said. Yeah, add some supplements to his meal, make him big and strong. He'll do an even better job. Xuelian couldn't help but chuckle. I will, for sure. When he opened the door, Lang Ying was already curled up in a corner and fast asleep. Qi-Rong, meanwhile, was lying on the ground like a corpse and wailing as though his innards were on fire. Guzhi was massaging his shoulders and back. Dad, do you feel any better? Oh my god. This is tragic. The tragedy of Guzhi caring so much for this ghost. This poor kid. Xuelian removed the bamboo hat from his head and put the eggs down. What's with you? Hate something bad? As long as you don't fucking cook me anything, I won't suffer stomach aches even if I lick shit and grime off the ground, Qi-Rong spat. Listening to him exaggerate, Xuelian crossed his hands in his sleeves. Then why don't you try licking those things to test your theory? Gross, Qi-Rong spat again. What the fuck did I say? You're exposing your dark side again. Trying to torture me in all sorts of ways? Yes, my good son, that's good. Yeah, he was getting a massage, I just remembered. Now chop this side. Fuck, what the fuck is going on? I've been so agitated lately, yowling like a fucking tomcat in rut. Am I sick? Cousin Crown Prince, I'm sick. I must be sick, because you've been torturing me. You goddamn snow lotus, you're out for blood. Xuelian crouched and felt his forehead. Are you running a fever? After a pause, he dropped his hand and frowned. You aren't. You're not faking this, are you? Qi-Rong was going to start cussing again. Guzhi explained pitifully. Dao Chang, my dad didn't lie to you. He hasn't been feeling well. He's been crying in misery for a long time now. Watching Qi-Rong squirm around on the floor, Xuelian shook his head and rose to his feet. He was about to look for the medicine box when he noticed that the donation box was heavy. Hua Cheng had only recently built it, so it shouldn't have anything inside. Puzzled, Xuelian took the key out to open it, and his jaw dropped when he was greeted by the blinding sight of densely packed, glimmering gold bars. Didn't he just return those to the heavens to Ling Wen? Did she put them back for him? What is going on? Wham! Xuelian quickly shut the donation box again. He had already returned the gold bars that the Watermaster had given him. Did someone else send them back? It couldn't be Hua Cheng. He wouldn't do something as simple and crass as stuffing him full of gold bars. Yeah, but he'd very much like to stuff you with... Xuelian turned his head. Qi-Rong, did someone come by? He asked. Qi-Rong jabbed his finger at him and cussed. Hey, what's wrong with you? Do you take me for your guard dog? Do you think you're a supreme? Even a supreme isn't this shameless. Not even that stinging Blackwater or that goddamn Hua Cheng would dare take me for a guard dog. Bang. Someone kicked open the door of Puchi Shrine, and that someone was Hua Cheng. Qi-Rong went mute the moment he saw him and silently wriggled to a corner of the shrine, not daring to say anything more about what he saw that night. Yeah, I think, Hua Cheng has probably had a word or two with him, as far as words go. Sunlang, you're back, Xuelian said. Hua Cheng smiled cheerfully. Yeah. Thank you for your hard work, Xuelian said. The village chief wanted me to give you these gifts as a reward. We'll have something nice to eat tonight. Sounds good, Hua Cheng said. But, Gaga, do you want to come to my place tonight? Inviting him over to your place? Ghost City, Xuelian asked. And take that thing along too, Hua Cheng said, pointing at Qi-Rong. We'll see if there's any way to pull his soul out. Yeah, because that's kind of what we're trying to do with Qi-Rong as well, so that sounds great. Sounds like a plan. Xuelian hummed for a moment. That's probably a good idea, he acquiesced. They shouldn't keep dragging their feet about this. Of course, the most important reason was that Qi-Rong ate too much. And Puchi Shrine could no longer provide. When Qi-Rong heard they were going to send him to Ghost City, his face drained of color, and he objected as hard as he could, but his objections all fell on deaf ears. With a puff of smoke, Hua Cheng turned him into a green putawang. And Guzhi carried him in his arms as they left for Ghost City. As he strolled down the main street, Xuelian saw that Ghost City was bustling as always. The ghosts remembered Xuelian, and they all shouted greetings when they saw that he had come to visit. Grand Uncle! Oh no! Chengdu's Lord Friend, you've come back! You've come again. Quack! Is it because you miss our specialty street food, Quack? Xuelian had brought the basket of eggs along, and he gave them away as souvenirs from the mortal realm. Those he bestowed an egg upon danced with joy. Some declared that they would eat it stewed in their own blood, and some could proclaim that they would hatch a 25-meter-tall Yao beast from it. I love the Ghost Realm. Ghost City is so chaotic. Hua Cheng released the spell on Qirong. With another blast of green smoke, the man possessed by Qirong appeared on the street. He was crouched low, clutching his head defensively and not saying a word. However, some of the ghosts caught his scent. Ain't that a green ghost we smell? They exclaimed. The crowd of ghosts approached and surrounded him. After taking a good whiff, they cackled at terrifying things. I can't believe they can smell him. They can smell him. Is that how ghosts recognize each other, by smell? What in the Omegaverse is this? It really is the green ghost! The dumbass is here again! Didn't you catch enough of a beating last time? You seriously came back? Watch over the little one, Hua Cheng said. As for the big one, think of a way to drag him out of the body without hurting the flesh. Yes, sir, my lord! Several lovely female ghosts picked up Guju and hummed a little lullaby to put him to sleep. The rest of the nefarious creatures started playing tag with Qirong, or rather, it was some game where the latter fled screaming from the former group's relentless pursuit. Hua Cheng and Xuelian watched the show for a while before heading inside the Thousand Lights Temple. This is, well, I guess all the ghosts in Ghost City are loyal to Hua Cheng, so they will do as asked by him. But this is kind of cute, like the ghost taking care of Guju, the ghost taking care of Qirong. This is very cute. I like this. The two leisurely stepped into the hall and approached the altar, which was still stocked with brushes, ink, and paper. Ink, oh my god. The ink is gonna be flowing. Xuelian's heart had been heavy lately, and at the sight of that stationery, he decided to relax the mood. He smiled softly. Back when I taught you, I said you'd need to practice when you had the time, but I suppose you haven't lately. Hua Cheng cleared his throat. Goga, you gave my reward away to other people. What will I eat tonight? You're gonna... Xuelian arched his brows in an imitation of Hua Cheng. Don't change the subject. I can practice a sword, but not calligraphy, Hua Cheng said. If Goga isn't at my side to tutor me, I'll go astray while I practice all alone and get worse the more I ride. Xuelian's brows arched higher. Sandong is so smart. How can there be anything he's no good at? Looking very humble, Hua Cheng picked up a brush and dipped it in a bit of ink. It's true. Pray Goga teach me, Xuelian sighed. Why don't you write something first? Thus, Hua Cheng very seriously wrote 2 verses. Xuelian watched for a bit, then couldn't bear to anymore. Oh, stop, you'd better stop after all. Don't waste good paper and ink. This really is so silly, I can't. Oh, Hua Cheng said, obediently, and he really did stop, putting the brush away. Xuelian shook his head. Sandong, don't tell anyone that I taught you how to write, okay? Goga, I really tried my best, Hua Cheng pouted. This is so dumb. The way he spoke sounded almost aggrieved. He was a perfectly splendid Supreme Ghost King whose name made all the 3 realms shiver in fright, and he was standing there at that moment like a young student obediently attentive to Xuelian's critique. After lecturing him on a few crucial points, Xuelian held his hand just as he had last time. Hand-holding for the plot, eh? Let's try again. Be serious this time. Okay, Hua Cheng said. They immersed themselves in composition. After they had practiced for a while, Xuelian asked casually, why is it still Ache of Separation? Which is the title of that poem, and also in this chapter now I understand what Ache of Separation was about. Hua Cheng answered casually. I liked this poem. I like it too, Xuelian said. But does Sandong have any other poems he likes? Once you're familiar with transcribing this one, you can try copying others. The poem only had so many words. The two of them had written it over a dozen times, so it should be time to change it up. However, Hua Cheng was adamant. This one is fine. Setting the brush down, he blew gently at the ink and smiled. If I like something, then my heart has no room for anything else. I'll always treasure it. 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, my feelings won't change, no matter how many years pass. And I won't tire of this poem. Lips a reply from HuaLian, who gave a small smile. Is that right? HuaLian, please. Please. Is he thinking about the noble, gracious, special someone? Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt to hear. And maybe that is why we're slowly making our way towards... Because that's... Hua Cheng replied. Another fucking ellipsis reply from HuaLian. He released his hand and quietly cleared his throat. Oh my god. Like, I'm only imagining what's happening inside HuaLian's head right now because he's not saying it yet, but oh my god. That's a good thing. It's nice that Sun Lung is such a sentimental man. Oh, why don't you practice some more by yourself? That's right. Qirong said he was feeling unwell lately. Hua Cheng settled the paper on the Alta and picked up the brush again. Unwell how? I'm just saying that HuaLian is definitely pulling away from this. He's like, oh no. That hurts. That hurt a little bit. HuaLian turned around, his back now facing Hua Cheng. He said that he felt agitated all over, but I looked him over and it didn't seem to be a problem with his host's body. It can't be because of the bad weather. Behind him, Hua Cheng asked. When did this start? Within the past few days, I think, HuaLian replied. Today was especially bad. Before he could finish this sentence, a sense of foreboding suddenly sprouted in his mind. Just then, he heard a soft noise behind him like an object had fallen to the ground. HuaLian whirled around. Sun Lung! The brush in Hua Cheng's hand had dropped onto the snow-white paper and slashed a long, erratic trail of ink. That's the ink in the chapter title. Hua Cheng's expression was vaguely grim, and he was swaying slightly on his feet. He clutched the edge of the altar with one hand to hold himself upright, while the other one covered his right eye. And that was the end of chapter 66, but... Oh, so, okay, so Qirong feeling sick was foreshadowing for something that is going on here. Because now Hua Cheng seems to be feeling unwell as well, and he's clutching his right eye. AKA, you know, the eye that is supposedly not there anymore because he's carved it out to create Erming, supposedly. But so why? What is going on here? That was also such a short chapter. I feel like nothing really happened. We're getting a little bit of the aftermath of this whole, the Blackwater arc on the heavens, how everyone's reacting, and I think that was important to kind of get in there. And you've got Ling Wen now, of course, looking for Qingxuan. That is kind of her thing, and I think she'd want to find him. I don't think she has anything against Qingxuan and was, after all, friends with his older brother. So that is on the list. But no, this is now like just in my head. Oh, Xiaohua. That's adorable. I love that. I love that little nickname. But my head is so full of this what is happening right now. I had completely forgotten that the chapter title, Ache of Separation, was that poem. And now, the agitated heart sends the path of ink astray. I suppose HuaLian's heart was agitated a little bit, but the ink was sent astray by Hua Cheng just now, who is apparently experiencing something that is not great. What else do you want me to say? There was nothing else to talk about, really. I feel like I've already talked about everything as it came up. We need to read another chapter. That was way too short. How long is this next one? Okay, slightly longer. 12 pages is like nothing. Why are we back to these tiny chapters? No more talking. Open your books. We are reading chapter 67. Mount Tonglu! Okay. Mount Tonglu reopens. The agitation of ghosts. I didn't think we were getting it so soon. We're going to Mount Tonglu, guys. Or Mount Tonglu reopens. It's happening. Oh my god, it's happening. New Ghost King. We're creating a new Ghost King. And now we're getting to learn a little bit more of the mechanics, but is that what is happening to the ghosts then? Because Mount Tonglu opens, like, they're not going there, you know? Because they have to, like, ghosts go there. They slaughter each other by the millions, apparently. And then a Ghost King emerges. But why would millions of ghosts go there? Are they, like, forced to? Do they have, like, this feeling that they have to go there? And even a Ghost King is affected, right? That's what this means, which means that when He Xuan became the next Ghost King, Hua Cheng would have felt the same agitation that is being described here, right? And he would have gone, maybe he even went, actually, to Mount Tonglu to check shit out, right? But apparently, he didn't have to participate in the Battle Royale because he's already a Supreme. Can a Supreme be Supremed twice? Like, ascend twice? Be Ghost King twice? Would he even want to? Oh my gosh, I have so many questions about the mechanics of this, but just from these few facts that we're getting, Mount Tonglu opens up, and then the ghosts are starting to feel this agitation. Is that why we're going? Because all the ghosts are gonna go there, and we have to follow along for some reason? Does that mean ghosts like Banyu is also gonna want to go there? Xuanji is stuck in another mountain, but is this gonna be enough for her to, like, break out and try to go there as well? I don't even know where the other ghosts we have met are at this moment. If Bai Wuxiang is still alive or somewhere, is he gonna show up? I am so excited, you have no idea. Just from the chapter title and from the hints we're getting, oh my lord. Oh my lord. Breathe. We're going in. Let's go to Mount Tonglu. Or we might go somewhere else first. Still don't know where. Wait. The writing and the ink and everything, like, isn't... I've kind of been stuck on the idea that this must be up in heaven in, like, Ling Wen's library or something because they're looking for information, but I just realized we've been doing a lot of writing right here in the Thousand Light Temple. Could this cover actually be here in the temple? Maybe this whole, like, before this all ends, before we leave, we're gonna have, like, this confession, because we're being quite tense in, like, this, the relationship right now, like, with, Hua Cheng confessing to loving so wholly and truly just one thing, He'll love it for thousands of years, And the HuaLian being a bit about it all because he feels like that would make him feel like he has no chance, right? Against this noble, special, gracious, special someone. I got so excited. I haven't even started reading yet, and just this chapter title sent me on a whole rant all of a sudden. I am so excited. Let's fucking do this. Mount Tonglu reopens, the agitation of ghosts. Judging from Hua Cheng's expression, it seemed his right eye was throbbing with unbearable pain. HuaLian rushed forward. Are you all right? The corner of Hua Cheng's mouth twitched, but he forced back any words he wished to say. The silver eye engraved on Erming's hilt snapped open, and the eyeball started to spin wildly. Veins bulged under the skin of the hand that Hua Cheng had planted atop the altar. That hand seemed ready to flip the table at any second. HuaLian reached out, wanting to touch him, but Hua Cheng only growled. Stay back! Seeing HuaLian freeze, Hua Cheng gritted a plea through his teeth. Your Highness, please, get away from me! Hurry, I might... HuaLian cut him off. How can you tell me to leave you when you're like this? Hua Cheng sounded harried. If you stay here any longer, Just then, waves of hellish howls and cries sounded from outside Thousand Lights Temple. Ghosts were doubling over on the street, bawling their eyes out as they clutched their heads and wailed. They sounded like their skulls were splitting open, like they were on the verge of death. Qirong, however, was still dashing ahead at incredible speed, although the flesh vessel had stifled his powers. His possession of a human body also acted as a protective barrier. Okay, so, oh no, is Qirong gonna run away? So any attacks aimed specifically at ghosts were weakened. This was the only reason Qirong was still able to be up and about, and he seized his chance to flee. The female ghosts who had been cradling Guju had fallen to the ground, mewling in pain from their headaches, and were unable to continue singing their hypnotic melody. Guju groggily woke up to see Qirong bolting away like a madman, and he stumbled upright to chase after him. Okay, so the ghosts were actually hypnotizing Guju, like little jigglypuffs. But yeah, it looks like we're losing Qirong, because Xuelian is not going to run after him if Hua Cheng is in trouble like this. Dad, wait for me, he yelled. As he ran, Qirong turned his head, stuck out his tongue, and rolled his eyes. Good boy, Dad is off! Guju chased after him relentlessly on his short little legs, but when he saw that the distance between them was only growing bigger, he burst into tears. Oh, Dad! Please don't throw me away! Dad, take me with you! Get lost! Don't follow me, you nuisance! Qirong began spitting at the boy. His spit flew so far that it hit Guju on the forehead and knocked him onto his butt. Oh my god. He cried even harder, as if his heart were going to break and his lungs were going to burst. Xuelian couldn't bear it any longer, and he furiously stormed out of the Thousand Lights temple. Okay, maybe I misunderstood. We're leaving Hua Cheng in though. Qirong! The moment Qirong saw Xuelian blocking the path in front of him, he spun around in fear and ran back the way he came. Along the way, he scooped Guju off the ground and yelled threats behind him. Don't come after me! Do it and I'll bite off this little deadweight's head to show you! My good son, you're gonna become your old dad's meal. How filial! Dad'll cook you tomorrow! Brace your steam, take your pick! Xuelian wasn't fazed by the threat in the slightest. But just as he was about to give chase, a loud crash sounded behind him. As if struck by a sudden fury, Hua Cheng had swept all the stationery off the table and flung it to the ground. Oops. Okay. So are the ghosts just losing their reasoning and their will? That is kind of frightening, actually, considering how... what can happen? Like Hua Cheng ruining the calligraphy that he just made with Gaga? Never happening. And when he's of sane mind, of course. Left with absolutely no choice and no time to deal with Qirong, Xuelian rushed back inside. Samlang! And then Hua Cheng caught him in a tight embrace. His voice trembled. I lied. Don't leave me. Oh my god. Oh, my heart. I lied, don't leave me. That is so honest. Oh, that is so honest. Just 2 pages ago, he was begging him to run away, and now I lied, don't leave me. Xuelian stood as still as an iron board, locked within those arms. Samlang, do you recognize me? Oh no. Is Xuelian going to think that he's like thinking about someone else? Is that what he's thinking? Oh no. I mean, I have only read like the dialogue and I'm already like, I don't trust these idiots not to make things more complicated than things really are. It seemed like he had lost his senses and couldn't recognize the one in front of him. He clutched Xuelian even tighter in his arms and muttered over and over, I lied, don't leave me. Xuelian's eyes widened. Outside the temple, Qirong broke out in smug laughter while Guju wailed uncontrollably. Hua Cheng, you fucker! That'll teach you to look down on me all the time, he cackled. Look at you, so cocky all day! Down for the count, aren't you? That's karma! The ghosts howling on the streets were exhausted by their misery, but upon hearing this, they cursed back with vigor. Green ghost, you useless piece of crap! You dare mouth off to our Chengju? The annoying ruckus going on around them seemed to further provoke Hua Cheng's fury. Driven to the edge of his tolerance, he raised his hand to blast him to pieces. Xuelian hastily returned the hug to hold his arm down. Okay, he suited. I won't leave you. With a flick of Xuelian's hand, Thousand Light Temple's grand doors shut by themselves. To prevent Qirong from bursting into the temple under these circumstances, Xuelian hurled threats to shoo him away. If you're gonna go, then go! I don't have time for you! Careful, if you don't get lost, I just might... To his surprise, Hua Cheng was unsatisfied with a shallow embrace. He roughly pinned HuaLian on top of the jade table. On top of the jade table, what? He roughly pinned HuaLian on top of the jade table, scattering ink, paper, and brushes across the floor. Caught up in the struggle, HuaLian's hand accidentally skimmed past the cinnabar dish, stationed on the table, smearing crimson marks across the paper beneath him. On ache of separation's line, scattered from the peak of Mount Wu, there are no other clouds. The two characters of the peak were now stained with alluring streaks of vivid red. It was an endlessly bewitching sight. Son! HuaLian started. Before he could utter another word, Hua Cheng grabbed him by the shoulders and leaned down into a kiss. Excuse you? What? We're here. But I don't know how to feel about the introduction to this. Let's... Qirong had undoubtedly heard something that didn't sound right. He laughed uproariously. Cousin Crown Prince, you'd better be careful. That damn Hua Cheng is probably rabid right now. He'll bite whoever he sees. I'll help you spread the news personally. There are plenty of monks and cultivators out there who are enemies with that damn Hua Cheng, so they should take this chance to hurry here and get even with him. HuaLian tensed as Qirong's laughter faded into the distance. If Qirong really did call forth a large band of cultivators who Hua Cheng had wronged, and they came to shoot a ghost while he was down, how could the ghosts of Ghost City escape harm in their current condition? But Hua Cheng wasn't allowing him even a moment to think. He was clearly not a living person and should have no warmth in his body, yet at this moment he was searing hot, as if he had been stricken by a burning fever. With her lips pressed so tightly together, HuaLian was forced to take in the waves of heat flowing into him. The hands that had intended to push Hua Cheng away instead dug into the folds of red fabric at his shoulders. Maybe it was because Hua Cheng's spiritual power was too potent, but HuaLian felt filled to bursting by the warmth flowing down his throat, through his chest, and all the way to his stomach, so much that it was unbearable. If he was forced to keep enduring this, he was going to burst from the sheer amount of power that Hua Cheng was pouring into him, because it's like he's pouring the spiritual energy into HuaLian, but is it... why? Why? Because it's out of control? Because he's trying to get rid of it? Why? His jaw tightened and he struck heavily with his palm. Although the blow did land, he couldn't bring himself to hit Hua Cheng in earnest, so all he'd done was tap his shoulder with inconsequential strength. Unfazed, Hua Cheng seized his wrist, held it down, and continued to press his heat directly into HuaLian's mouth. If this continued, he really would be crushed. This time, HuaLian used both hands to push Hua Cheng away, then fled in panic to the other side of the altar, panting for breath. With his eye bloodshot, Hua Cheng hounded him, followed him, and pinned him down against the altar. What? I made this joke earlier, but seriously... what in the Omegaverse is this? What is going on? He's not lucid. He can't be lucid. Samnang! HuaLian cried. An ellipsis reply from Hua Cheng? Perhaps his voice reached him, for Hua Cheng stared at his face for a long time before abruptly wrapping him in a crushing hug. Seeing that Hua Cheng listened and stopped forcefully pumping spiritual power into him, HuaLian sighed a breath of relief. However, as he stood in Hua Cheng's embrace, he could sense the energy inside Hua Cheng going berserk. No wonder Hua Cheng had kissed him the moment he caught him. With such wretched turbulence within him, he had to find an outlet to expel it. Huh. So what we're saying is, this ghost agitation that is happening is making Hua Cheng's, he has a lot of spiritual power. He is immensely powerful, and it's getting out of control inside of him. And he was calling for HuaLian not to go, to stay, and I think that was pretty earnest. That was a good line. But then all of this is happening. I am so confused. Let me give my thoughts on this when I finish this whole thing, because right now I'm a bit So he had to find an outlet to expel it. Bloodletting would be necessary for him to fully regain his senses, but Hua Cheng wasn't alive. How could he have any blood to let? After much consideration, HuaLian made a decision. "Forgive me." He cupped Hua Cheng's cheeks and captured his lips with his own. HuaLian then began to gently guide the turbulent flow of heat into his own body, helping ease Hua Cheng's pain and agitation. Hua Cheng looped his arm around HuaLian's waist, eliciting a small shiver from him. In the next moment, the two tumbled down and sprawled atop the altar. Okay, well, we better talk about this afterwards, boys. It really wasn't fair. HuaLian didn't dare touch anywhere on Hua Cheng that was even slightly dangerous, but in his confused state of mind, Hua Cheng's hands roamed over every inch of his body without restraint, causing HuaLian unspeakable torment. This altar was originally a place to worship the divine, but presented there this evening, instead was a ghost and a god entangled in a fervent, inseparable embrace, their tongues entwined. It was absurd and strange, and yet a sight of breathtaking loveliness. The first few times they had committed this sort of act, they had been more or less clear-headed. There was a proper justification every time, and some measure of control, nothing beyond lips covering lips. But this time, one was confused and the other caught off guard, and these fervid kisses had crossed the line. Through the fog that clouded his mind, HuaLian finally accepted something. Although every time this happened was out of his control and he never had a choice, the truth was he couldn't resist this feeling every time. He was tormented thus for half the night before the agitation within Hua Cheng finally began to calm. The arms that embraced HuaLian gradually slackened, and HuaLian flipped over and sat up. He gazed at Hua Cheng's slumbering face and breathed a sigh. Oh my fucking god, no. Why are you sleeping? Why are you sleeping, Hua Cheng? This is not... Okay, we still have a chance. Ming had been thrown to the side, and its eyeball was still frantically spinning. HuaLian picked up the scimitar, and it was only after an extended petting session that Ming's eye finally relaxed into a smiling crescent, as if it was finally satisfied. Not long after, Hua Cheng shot upright from where he had been sleeping. "Your Highness!" HuaLian quickly adjusted his expression into a beaming smile, then turned to Hua Cheng. "You're awake? Everything's fine now." Oh my fucking god, HuaLian. Hua Cheng scanned the room. Thousand Lights Temple was an enormous mess. His face was uncharacteristically distraught, as if he couldn't remember what had happened the night before. HuaLian jumped at the chance to speak, sounding calm and easy. "What happened last night? All your subordinates were suddenly struck with fevers and terrible headaches. Everyone was restless. You were too. You had quite a temper. Besides that," Hua Cheng demanded. HuaLian blinked. "Besides what? Nothing else happened." Hua Cheng stared at him hard. "There really was nothing? Then how did I calm down?" HuaLian cleared his throat softly, as if he was slightly embarrassed. Come on. Sandong, please don't be mad at me. To tell you the truth, other than this..." He briefly raised the hand that was currently petting Ming. "I also fought with you." "No!" Hua Cheng eyed him doubtfully. "We had a fight?" HuaLian met his gaze earnestly, face carefully neutral. "We did. Look, our fight made quite a mess of the hall." There was a pause, then Hua Cheng puffed a sigh of relief and rested his head on his hand. Now that Hua Cheng was no longer hounding him for answers, Xuelian finally released the breath he'd been holding and let himself relax. It opened, Hua Cheng muttered. What did? Xuelian asked. Hua Cheng lifted his head and clarified with a somber voice. Mount Tonglu reopened. Both were entirely aware of what that meant. Xuelian's eyes widened. A new Ghost King is about to be born. And an interlude there, but is that it? Is that seriously it? Is that seriously it? Oh my. What the fuck do you want me to say? My entire, like, the timeline I had in my mind just entirely collapsed. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean this is just... It's not real. I mean, it's real, but it's not... It's just... I'm not even done with this chapter. There's only like a couple of there's only a page left. Let me come back to this after I've finished off this chapter because I have thoughts. I have so many thoughts. I am so mad. Oh my god. No, I'm not. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to finish off this chapter. We need to talk. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Why? I was promised. I was promised. I was promised a kiss, a real kiss, one full of passion and confessions and shit. Oh my lord. And what I got was... Hua Cheng going into a fucking rut, apparently. And not remembering any of this. Oh my lord. And Xuelian is not telling him. Xuelian is not telling him. Xuelian is not telling him because several things. First off, Xuelian just immediately asks if, like, you don't recognize me or something like that. He says, like, yeah, do you recognize me? And then he doesn't really get a response to that. And he has Hua Cheng clinging to him and saying, don't leave me, don't leave me. And I am guessing, without having as much confirmation from Xuelian at this point, that he thinks Hua Cheng is misunderstanding. He's mistaken him for someone else, because why else would he hold him and ask him not to leave? And then it goes downhill from there, because the fucking kissing is starting, and it's described as, you know, oh, naturally he's gonna go for that because he needs to get rid of all that energy, that heat within him. And Xuelian decides to, fuck it, I'm gonna go along with it. And then we do, something good happens. Something actually useful comes out of this, fucking idiots. And that is this part right here. Where Xuelian admits to that the few times this has happened, it's been out of his control. But also... there's a feeling here that he can't deny anymore. This is the undeniable realization by Xuelian that, yeah, I actually enjoyed physical intimacy with Hua Cheng, with Sanlang. Like, every other time it's been like, oh, This is kind of, we're not going to talk about this. Now he's like, this is him admitting to himself that, yeah, every time this feeling. And then he's fucking gaslighting Hua Cheng. He's fucking gaslighting Hua Cheng into thinking nothing else happened. Nothing else happened. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna be honest. I think I can reason myself into being like, this is a very Shulian thing to do. I understand his train of thoughts. But this is another case of that forced proximity. And as of right now, as of this moment, I have to say I did not like it. I like Shulian's realizations. I like the way it was written. The prose is really nice. And you know, as someone who's been starving for them to have some actual intimacy, this is it's a little treat, this part. But I am sat here with the feeling of, oh god, no, this is not going to end well. And then it doesn't. We're not telling anyone. We're not being open about this, and we're ending up in this other like whole. Shulian is going to be walking around with this little secret of his now. And that's going to contribute to a lot of tension. I can appreciate that. But I hate this. I hate the cop-out. He was too gone. He was too far gone. He can't remember what happened. And Hua Cheng is kind of insisting that, tell me what happened, nothing else. Are you fucking sure? Like, he might have an inkling of a feeling that yeah, he might even think that he dreamed it or something like that. That could be a thing, but it's like, still, oh my lord. So let me try to phrase this with what I'm actually feeling. That was so annoying. This is so annoying. And I don't know if I like that we're thrown into yet another round of forced proximity. And this time, Hua Cheng doesn't even know. Hua Cheng doesn't even know. And yes, I am probably also very annoyed that I can't even look at this cover anymore with anticipation or satisfaction, because I am just so fucking annoyed. Oh my gosh, how many pages are left in this book? I need to get rid of it. I don't want to hold it in my hands anymore. We have another like 90 pages to go, guys, before we're done with volume 4. I don't want this anymore. I don't want this anymore. This can drag on for so long. This can drag on. This could be resolved soon enough. We could resolve this very soon, or this can drag on for ages. I can't. I am so... Maybe I've also bamboozled myself here. I have made myself anticipate the HuaLian relationship, and now I'm just realizing very, very quickly that that's... This is what AO3 is for. This is what AO3 is for. Oh, fuck it. I'm gonna grip my teeth and finish this chapter. See what we end up with. New Ghost King about to be born. Holy shit. When Shulian returned to the heavenly capital to report in, thunder was rumbling loud enough to match the news of Mount Tonglu. As he stepped into the palace of divine might, Shulian subconsciously looked to a particular spot to inquire about this. What's the matter with Lord Thundermaster? He only realized after he voiced his question that the spot where the Windmaster once stood was now empty. Well, Thundermaster mention. But yes, that is the Watermaster in the frontmost row and the Earthmaster in the farthest corner. They too were gone. He blinked before sighing softly to himself. When he cocked his head to the side, he saw Lang Ten Tor enter the hall. Lang Ten Tor? He's behind my mic even. Look! Lang Ten Tor! I mean, I know he's an emo kid now, but I've missed my teenage son. Well, rather, Shulian's son. Exciting news. But you know, also kind of awkward. We've been keeping Qi Rong in Puji Shrine for forever, and now Qi Rong has run away. HuaLian had not seen him for some time, and his entire person was one size thinner and much, much gloomier. His eyes met HuaLian's and he turned away without a word. As he scanned the room, HuaLian realized he couldn't find anyone he could casually converse with. Yeah. We literally lost all our friends in heaven all of a sudden. Well, not all of them, but still, you know what I mean. It's, oh, it's a bad feeling. It's nothing. A ghost king is about to be born. Ghosts cry and gods sound, and the thunder won't stop. A voice answered his question. Surprisingly, the one who responded was Bongshin! Okay. For some reason, HuaLian found the sight of him instantly comforting. Same actually. However, one of Fengshin's eyes were blackened. HuaLian couldn't help but turn to glance at Mu Qing, who was standing on the far side of the hall. One side of Mu Qing's face was swollen. After years of nursing their grudge, the recent brawl must have been quite brutal. Jianwu called everyone to attention. Skylight is here. It's been a while. I am certain you are all aware of the reason I summoned you here. The heavenly officials all responded in the affirmative. Jianwu continued his speech unhurried. The universe is a crucible, and living creatures are the copper. Infinite adversities abide within the abyss of suffering. Mount Tonglu is a naturally ominous realm, with a landscape most perilous. It is a live volcano that can erupt at any time. Every few centuries, the city of Gu within the mountain opens its gates, and its call shakes the ghost realm. Its tremors especially affect its previous champions, the Ghost Kings. Every nefarious creature that desires to reach the level of a supreme will make their way to Mount Tonglu. Once they have assembled, Mount Tonglu will seal itself once more, and the slaughter will officially begin. Okay, so Ghost Kings especially are affected by this, then. Okay. When only one remains, a new Ghost King is born. Crimson Rain Salt Flower and Ship-Sinking Black Water are both supreme Ghost Kings born by this method. The two became supremes when they emerged from the mountain. It took Blackwater 12 years. It took Hua Cheng 10. Oh my fucking god. Lore. I love this lore. Hua Cheng spent 10 years in Mount Tonglu before emerging. This is exciting news. It's already difficult to deal with one Blackwater and one Hua Cheng. Just look what they've done, Mu Qing commented coldly. If another comes along, we won't sleep a wink. General Xuanzhen, I won't comment on Blackwater, but I don't think Hua Cheng has done anything truly out of line, HuaLian responded temperately. Mu Qing, his cheek puffy and swollen, shot him a look. They are quite difficult to deal with, Pei Ming noted. So we must stop the millions of ghosts from gathering, am I right? Correct, Jianwu said. The process will take a few months. We need to put a stop to it while we are still able. What if we don't stop them in time? HuaLian asked. Is there any way to rally after that? There is, Jianwu assured, but hopefully we will not reach that point. The primary focus at this juncture is that the agitation of the ghosts has created a wave of chaos. Many nefarious creatures that were once sealed away have escaped, and among them are some that are extremely dangerous, such as the female ghost Huanji. Oh my fucking god. The fetus spirit too? Are we for real? Are we for real? Oh my god. Xuanji escaped, the fetus spirit escaped, and the brocade immortal escaped. Whatever that is, that's the new one. They are likely hurrying to Mount Tonglu as we speak. They must be immediately apprehended once more. They've all escaped? HuaLian remarked. This is quite a disturbance indeed. Which is why I'm afraid every martial god must expend some effort and thoroughly investigate the domains over which they preside, Jianwu stated. Then what about me? HuaLian asked. Well, HuaLian was a scrap god at the moment. He had ascended as a martial god the first 2 times. He was basically being used as a martial god right now, too. The only difference was that he didn't have a domain. After deliberating for a moment, Jianwu said, Shanle, why don't you go with Qi Ying? Xuan Yizhen collab? Okay, I'm excited about this. That was the end of the chapter, by the way. And I'm glad that the Tonglu plot is happening, because it's taking my mind off things. What are you two doing back there? What are you two doing back there? Get off him. No. He's seriously not dealing with this shit right now. Can you face them and tell them what you've done? You silly goose. You dum-dum. I can't believe you've done this, Linian. I can't believe you've done this. Yeah, you guys are both staying where I can see you. Supervision. This is absolutely insane. I can't believe we've done this. So, Mount Tonglu plot is happening, and we are sending all the martial guards out to do some investigating. Muqing and Fengshen are out of confinement. They're back with us. Even Long Chen Chuo showed up and is now put on assignment to have a look into his area, I suppose, his neck of the woods. And we are several people short up in the heavens, and no new ascensions to speak of as of right now. So, HuaLian teams up with Xuan Yizhen? How fucking exciting is this? Yeah, so far every meeting we've had with Qi Ying has just been fun. He's an incredible little person, and I'm excited to see if the thing about the shackled waning moon officer, that he, might be maybe the previous god of the West, if that comes to fruition. I wonder if we're gonna learn a little bit more about him as well in the upcoming arc then. Because I am ready for Qi Ying backstory. I'm so ready to learn more. And well, Qi Rong ran away. Yeah, we're just gonna put him a bit away. Qi Rong took Guju, ran away, no longer at Puchi Temple, and the only person who's left there is Long Ying, I guess, because they didn't bring him to Ghost City for some reason. Which I realize now I should have done the other way around. I'm doing it the other way around. Qi Rong ran away, Chess in the Temple, Long Ying only, Guju is with Qi Rong. Okay, so what I'm wondering is if we're gearing up towards like a big battle at Mount Tonglu where all the martial gods are going to show up to, help try to stop the creation of a new Ghost King. That seems to be their goal at the moment. But that means that there's a new thing going on, and that is who will be the next Ghost King? Or, maybe Ghost King to be? Because we have a lot of candidates actually. Like we have Xuanji, we have Ban Yue, we have the Fetus Spirit. we have a lot of candidates, and this Brocade Immortal, that's a new one. I'm gonna have to make a note for this ghost person eventually. But also what I wonder if is going to end up happening is that it's not going to be a new Ghost King, it's going to be the rebirth by Wuxiang through maybe Long Ying or something like that. Because I think he is connected to all that still, and we're just going to have to wait and see, don't we? But fucking HuaLian, man. I have no idea what is going to happen next. I was so sure, and now I'm so agitated. I can't even. This plot is literally in all the Megaverse fics where like, if you don't know what I'm on about, it's very much one of those, we got so into it that we slept together. Now, the one person who knows we slept together, because the other person doesn't know because of hormones and chemistry, I guess, and lack of lucidity of mind. That person has forgotten, but the person who remembers ends up pregnant or something. Is this how we get I'm pregnant to GCF? Trying to cope with this, I need a head massage. Lian, can't you use your chubby little hands to give me a head massage? Maybe Qi Rong was right to kidnap Guju to use as his little muscle. Because HuaLian is giving me a headache as well. Fudge, I wonder if Hua Cheng is suspicious that something else has happened. But he can't tell, because it'd be funny if he can't tell because he's had dreams like this. Fudge, I am so annoyed with them. And all I can do is just, grit my teeth and keep reading, I suppose. No, but seriously, like the 2 last times, I feel like everything has been going on so neatly, and maybe I'll be able to feel okay-ish about this scene later on as well. But I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed. I did not like that. And again, to reiterate, I do like the little pieces of development. I hate that it was done this way again. Fucking MXDX, please. There are too many forced proximity tropes in your book. You had better. The payoff had better be amazing. And you guys have. I'm sure you guys also have thoughts about this scene. Let me know what you thought while reading this for the first time. Because my experience was definitely a mixture of elation and despair. Because I love that confirmation. I loved the confirmation of that HuaLian kind of has for himself there. But I hate the circumstances of it. This is so annoying. This is reminding myself that they will get married before another 800 years have passed. The next chapter is also pretty short. I'm gonna get a cup of tea and then we're gonna go for it. Holy shit. HuaLian, what do you think Hua Cheng's reaction to this is gonna be? I keep, like, I was making my tea and I can't help but just think about, the revelations. Now we have more secrets to be revealed. And I suppose that in one sense, we are evening the scales in that Hua Cheng is the one who's been keeping secrets so far, and now we have HuaLian keeping another secret. So, but still, this should not have happened that way. I'm not happy about this. Okay. Chapter 68. The Besotted Boy, Brocade Immortal, Forged of Blood. So I'm guessing we're going to learn about this ghost and the Brocade Immortal, who might be, the center of what we're going to be exploring, along with Qiying, maybe. Let's have a listen. Let's figure this out. After a brief pause, Junwu asked, "Where is Qiying?" HuaLian looked around, and indeed, there wasn't a shadow of that young martial god to be seen. The heavens had been plagued with non-stop incidents recently, and perhaps that was why the palace of Lingwen was so busy, its wheels spinning so furiously that it was about to take flight. Lingwen had a few more dark circles under her eyes, as she explained Xuan Yijin's absence. It's been a long time since Qiying has been to one of these meetings. We've never been able to connect with him. Some heavenly officials clicked their tongues. Where did that brat run off to? Not here again? I'm rather envious that he's managed to avoid all these meetings. Since we do not know Qiying's whereabouts, we will inform you once he is located and allow the two of you to coordinate, Junwu said. HuaLian inclined his head in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. Yeah, so HuaLian is probably one of the few people who would actually be okay with working with this kid. I'm saying kid. He's, older than I am probably. But it seems like he doesn't have a good reputation among the others, which, is probably a good sign, honestly. If they don't have a good reputation or don't get along with the heavenly officials that way, then yeah, that's probably a good sign. You know what? Another thing I just forgot? HuaLian's box back in Puchi village was like full of gold. I forgot that. I need to make a note of that. Where did the gold come from? I was too busy making HuaLian jokes to note that down. It was now autumn in the mortal realm, and the weather was chilly, as it was inside Puchi Shrine. Although HuaLian wore just one layer of clothing, he didn't feel the cold. However, on the way home, he used the money he made from collecting scraps to buy 2 new sets of robes for Lang Ying. Yeah, who's still there. Hua Cheng had returned to Ghost City and Qi Rong had run off with Guzhi in Tao, so only Lang Ying was left in Puchi Shrine at present. It had felt so cramped for a while, but now it was suddenly deserted. As they approached the shrine, HuaLian could see Lang Ying silently sweeping the fallen golden leaves away from the entrance and raking them into a pile. Yeah, so I wonder if this is going to give us the exposition we need to bring Lang Ying back into the story properly, because he might have a role in this whole Mount Tonglu arc. Lang Ying used to slouch perpetually coiled in on himself in fear and anxiety. Maybe it was all in Shi Wudu's mind, but he seemed to stand taller and straighter now. And he finally looked the part of a cheerful boy. Shi Wudu couldn't help but feel heartened. He went over and took the broom from him, and he was just about to bring him inside when the villagers, who had been hiding in wait for some time, ambushed him. Aunties and uncles and sisters, both young and old, all clamored around him. "Daojang, you're back! Did you collect scraps in town again? Working hard. So, how come we haven't seen Xiaohua lately?" Of course, it's about sunlight. Yeah, we haven't seen him for days. We rather miss the lad. Lips a reply from Shi Wudu. I don't think he wants to think about Hua Cheng right now. Shi Wudu smiled awkwardly. Xiaohua went back home. Uh-huh, the village chief was puzzled. Which home? I thought this was Xiaohua's home. Hasn't he settled in with you? No, Shi Wudu replied. He only came here to play. Now that we're both busy, we parted ways. Hua Cheng had hounded him for answers that night, but Shi Wudu was stubbornly adamant that they'd only had a fight, and now that Mount Tonglu had reopened, Hua Cheng had more on his plate. If a new Supreme Ghost King really emerged, it would mean an assault on all three realms. Hua Cheng and Blackwater, though one was flashy and the other low profile, they both had considerable moral character. They more or less knew their place and had a sense of propriety, but there was no telling what kind of creature would emerge this time. It would be troublesome if Mount Tonglu birthed a madman like Qirong who would fight them for portions of their domains. Thus, Shi Wudu used troubled times as his excuse and said that they had better not see each other for the time being to focus on their respective duties, and with that, they very amiably bid each other farewell. Are you fucking... Hua Cheng is not here because Shi Wudu has made up an excuse for not having him around because of what happened. I mean, I guess we need a little bit of breathing space. We do need a little bit of that breathing space, and we're marching in a whole new plot now. But Shi Wudu, avoiding this is not going to... Gosh, so annoyed. It seemed sudden and cold, like he'd turn his back on a friend, but Shi Wudu really didn't know what else to do. He had no confidence that he could hide his feelings right now. Yes, that is exactly what he's doing. He's avoiding Hua Cheng because he feels like his heart is on his sleeves. He feels like it is very obvious now that he's in love. And Hua Cheng has, just before that happened, made it clear to him that he will only love this one person. The person is you, Shi Wudu, and the person is you. But we have no hints of that, I guess. Oh my lord. He did it. Behind him, Long Ying suddenly said, "Fire." Only then did Shi Wudu realize that the pot and spatula had somehow found their way into his hands while he was lost in thoughts, and he'd ruined all the meat and vegetables he'd just brought back to Pucci's shrine. The fire under the pot was almost 2 meters high, nearly scorching the ceiling, and Shi Wudu hastily put out the flames with a slap of his palm. However, he slapped too hard and the entire stove collapsed. I just realized that Sanlang is no longer here, which means that I guess Shi Wudu's little bad luck thing is re-happening. It's happening again. Things are just falling apart without him. Bring him back, Shi Wudu, bring him back. This whole place is gonna go down. After the rumbling ceased, Shi Wudu stood there dumbfounded, with the pot in hand, at loss of what to do. It was just about mealtime, and the villagers were outside their homes, happily eating from massive bowls. Surprised by the ruckus, they all came around again. What happened? Daojang, did your shrine blow up again? Shi Wudu quickly opened the window, coughing as he did. It's nothing. The village chief came over to take a look. For heaven's sake, this is an absolute tragedy. Daojang, I think you'd better call Xiaohua back. I agree. The village chief is onto something. Wordless for a moment, Shi Wudu said, It's all right. After all, he's not from my household. By the time he snapped out of it, Lang Ying had already cleaned up the mess on the ground. A plate of something vibrantly red and purple had also made it to the table. It was a dish HuaLian had randomly prepared as he was zoning out. If his last creation was called Love of All Seasons Stew, then this one should be called Riot of Colors Stir Fry. But other than Hua Cheng, there was probably no one on earth who would swallow the stuff. Not even HuaLian could bear the sight of it, and he turned around to wash the pot, rubbing his forehead. Forget it, don't need it, throw it away. Yet after he finished washing the pot and turned around, he saw that Lang Ying had taken the plate and silently eaten the food. Stunned, HuaLian hurried over to stop him. Heavens, are you alright? He asked, holding him by the shoulders. Do you feel bad anywhere? Lang Ying shook his head. Since his face was thoroughly covered in bandages, his expression was hidden. Even Shi Rong and Blackwater had lost their minds when they ate his cooking, but Lang Ying could actually handle it. Had he really been starving? Or had he received an unexpected increase in strength and power? HuaLian managed to chuckle at his own joke. After cleaning up, he went to bed. That is intriguing. That is super intriguing, actually. Even Blackwater couldn't eat HuaLian's cooking. So what happened here? Or maybe he could eat HuaLian's cooking and he was just pretending. Another hint to Lang Ying and Bai Wuxiang being connected, perhaps? There were 2 mats in Puchi Shrine, one for each person. When HuaLian remembered that he and Hua Cheng had lain together upon the mat beneath him, he couldn't sleep a wink. Yeah, because everything reminds you of him. Oh my god. His eyes were wide open, but he didn't dare toss and turn lest he roused Lang Ying. After much internal struggle, just as he thought he might as well get up and go outside for some air, he heard the window creak. Someone softly pushed open the window frame and hopped inside. HuaLian had his back to the window. He lay there on his side, shocked. Who was senseless enough to try to steal from Puchi Shrine? It was pointless work with no payoff. The intruder was very light on his feet and extremely skilled. No one would have noticed him unless they had HuaLian's extraordinarily sharp senses. After he had hopped in, he ran straight for the donation box. HuaLian immediately remembered that the donation box had been full of gold bars earlier. Was this person here for the gold? But HuaLian had long since brought those gold bars to the upper court and given them to Ling Wen, who he asked to find the real owner. So he took them back to heavens. That's hilarious. Listening attentively, HuaLian realized the person wasn't trying to break the lock. He was stuffing things into the donation box, one after the other. The person who's been giving HuaLian the gold. What is going on? Oh my gosh, is it like a... It'd be really funny if it's one of the junior officials. You know which ones. After that individual finished his work, he headed over to the window to leave. HuaLian mentally plotted his next course of action. He had in mind to follow after this person once he left to see who he was and where he was going, but in an unexpected turn of events, the person spotted the plates of food on the altar table when he passed by. Apparently he was hungry, so he didn't think twice before stuffing several bites of rice of colors stir-fry into his mouth. Thud. A moment later, he was passed out on the ground. HuaLian immediately turned over and sat up. That saved me some trouble. That is obviously not one of the junior officials. They would have run away the moment they saw that stew. He lit a lamp to inspect his catch. A purple-faced figure lay flat on the ground. HuaLian rushed to the rescue and poured a copious amount of water down the person's throat, and soon he began to slowly come around. The first thing he uttered when he woke was, "What the hell was that? Who the hell are you?" HuaLian pretended not to hear that comment. "Your Highness, Qiying. It's Qiying. Why is he paying HuaLian? Why is he putting gold in HuaLian's donation box? I mean, we know he likes HuaLian well enough to help him out, but why? Why the gold?" HuaLian pretended not to hear that comment. "Your Highness Qiying, you are far too reckless," he chided earnestly. "Stuffing whatever you find in your mouth without knowing what it is." The young man had a straight nose, a defined brow, and a head full of curly black hair. Who would it be besides the martial god of the West, Xuan Yizhen? He glared at HuaLian. How could I expect someone to poison their own food offered in their own shrine? It's not done on purpose, Qing. HuaLian rubbed his forehead. He opened the donation box and discovered that it was filled to the brim with gold bars once more. Was it you who filled the box last time too? Xuan Yizhen nodded. Why are you giving me this? HuaLian asked. Because I have a lot of it, Xuan Yizhen replied. Truth to be told, even if Xuan Yizhen wouldn't admit it, HuaLian could guess that this generosity had most likely been prompted by the incident at the mid-autumn banquet, when he flung a chopstick to cut down the stage curtains. Take these back with you. I won't accept a reward for not doing anything, HuaLian said. Xuan Yizhen didn't reply and was very obviously not listening. HuaLian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Another laugh or cry, finally. We're now surpassing Volume 3, with 4 laugh or cries in Volume 4. He's telling you to take those away, Lang Ying coldly interjected. Surprising. When had he gotten up? HuaLian gazed back at him, feeling strange. Lang Ying usually made himself invisible, desperately trying to shrink into the ground. I am so surprised. What is going on with Lang Ying? Why was he saying so much unprompted today, and in such a shockingly unfriendly tone? But he didn't dwell on it. Well, you should dwell on this. This is so weird, HuaLian. What is going on with this kid? Failing all else, HuaLian figured he could give the box to Ling Wen and have her shove it back on Xuan Yizhen, so he straightened his expression. Your Highness, you've come just in time. You didn't attend the meeting at the Palace of Divine Might today, but the Heavenly Emperor has given us a mission. Have you seen the scroll? Never mind, it's all right. I know you haven't looked through it. I've reviewed it anyhow. We'll be working as a team, and the creature we're responsible for is called the Brocade Immortal. Okay, yeah, that's HuaLian and Xuan Yizhen's mission, the Brocade Immortal. The Venerable of Empty Words was called Venerable because people didn't dare to call it a rogue, a hellion, or an annoying devil so directly. It was forced praise. So then, why was the Brocade Immortal called an Immortal? That was because, according to tales, the creature once had the potential to become a god. This is interesting. I think I like this. As the story goes, there was once a young man in some ancient kingdom many centuries ago. Although he was born half-witted, his intelligence no better than that of a 6-year-old child, his performance on the battlefield was a different story. His martial skills were extraordinary, and he was also brave and kind. His homeland was hanging on by a thread, surviving solely because he slaved away on the front lines to charge and shatter the enemy formation whenever they collided with another kingdom in battle. Okay, so we have another character now who is obviously neurodivergent, and we do have quite a few in this book. I am wondering how intentional this is. But because he was mentally ill and had no family, the military achievements that he had put his life on the line for were claimed by others, and he was left penniless. Oh my god. No one was willing to marry their daughters to such a man, and very few girls were willing to come close. The young man was also stupid in this field, since he had never once interacted with girls. He didn't even have the guts to speak to them. However, this man possessed the potential to ascend. It should have only taken a few more years of battle for him to ascend to the heavens, so it didn't matter if no girls liked him. But the sad thing was he fell in love with the girl, and he fell deeply. On his birthday, the girl gifted him a brocade robe she had personally sewn. One could call it a brocade robe, but it was extremely bizarre and looked more like a horrific pocket of cloth. Oh, that's unfortunate. This was the first time in the young man's life that he had received a gift from a girl he loved, so he was filled with utter joy. Coupled with his natural stupidity, he didn't notice anything strange as he eagerly pulled the brocade robe over his body. There weren't any sleeves for his arms to go through, so he asked his beloved girl, "How come my arms can't stretch out?" The girl smiled cheerfully. This is my first time sewing, so I'm not very skilled. But it won't be a problem if you don't have arms. So the young man chopped off the arms he used to wield weapons. Now the robe fits. Why did this start out so cute, if a bit unfortunate, and then turn into something really morbid? What is going on? This is not a true story. Come on. This is going to be another one of those, of the Ghost Bride story, of the Ban Yue story. There's more to this. There's more to this. However, it wasn't enough. He asked the girl again, how come my legs can't stretch out? Oh my god. The girl replied, that won't be a problem if you don't have legs. So the young man asked someone to chop off his legs as well. Finally asked the girl, how come my head can't peek out? It was easy to imagine the conclusion. HuaLian had originally assumed the brocade immortal was a nefarious creature wearing a brocade robe. Who would have thought it was actually the robe itself? When Mount Tonglu reopened and agitated millions of ghosts, someone had stolen the robe. It had become an exceedingly vicious and formidable spiritual weapon after it was soaked in that young man's infatuated blood. It had changed hands among nefarious beings over the centuries, and all of them had used it to cause harm. Okay, so the brocade immortal is not a ghost or a creature, it is a piece of cloth. It is a spiritual device soaked in the blood of someone who actually had the potential to ascend. But fate didn't let them, so yeah, this whole fate thing again was very straightforward, I feel, when we were in the Blackwater arc, but again, in situations like these, it's a spiritual device, a robe. Thus, let this tale serve as a warning to never accept any old, used clothing from unknown origins. If a stranger wants to gift you a brocade robe, as you walk the streets at night, do not accept it, for if you wear that robe, your mind will be befuddled, trapped in a trance, you will become a pig for the slaughter, and your blood will be sucked dry. Of course, this was only a myth. And a rather outlandish one at that. The story could have easily been invented by someone who extrapolated from the brocade robe's unique nature. Nevertheless, the brocade immortal had to be stopped, and they could not allow it to reach Mount Tonglu. Your Highness Qing? Your Highness? Are you listening? HuaLian reached out and waved his hand in front of Xuanizhen. Xuanizhen seemed to have spaced out, and only then did his spirit return to his body. Oh, I quite like him. It would appear he wasn't listening, but it wasn't HuaLian's place to say much about that kind of behavior. Instead, he said, so our current main priority is to find the brocade robe, I suppose. Its original form is a sleeveless, headless, sack-like robe stained with blood, Xuanizhen finished the statement. HuaLian chuckled. So you do know. And I thought you didn't read the scroll, but this robe is an evil object. It's also an extremely magical one with thousands of forms. There are millions of articles of clothing in the world, and searching for this one item is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Oh, Xuanizhen said. Then what do we do? Nefarious creatures who get their hands on the robe will usually disguise themselves as merchants and beseech people on busy streets to buy or exchange old clothes for new. HuaLian explained. But that hasn't been a normal custom for centuries. It'd be strange if anyone tried it nowadays. The habits of nefarious creatures don't change easily or quickly, so let's go into town and see if we can catch wind of anything like that happening. Ghosts paid more attention to these sorts of things than mortals, and the ghost realm's grapevine would be better informed. In other words, asking Hua Cheng directly would surely save a lot of trouble. But of course he's not going to. But HuaLian had only just told him that they shouldn't meet for a while, and it wouldn't look good to go back on his word the moment he needed something. Besides, the brocade immortal had only just been stolen, so the thief wouldn't be so quick to bring it out and cause harm. Just imagining like Hua Cheng's side of this. He's the sudden change of behavior from HuaLian, he's got to be so suspicious. He knows something more happened. You thought? HuaLian, your behavior says otherwise. My goodness. Hua Cheng must be tearing himself up about this. Like, what if he hurt HuaLian again, like in the Paradise Manor escape? Remember? He is tearing himself up about this. I just know it. Xuan Yizhen nodded, rose to his feet, and followed him for a couple of steps. HuaLian noticed that Lang Ying followed suit. You stay here, he told him. Lang Ying shook his head. Before HuaLian could say any more, there was a sudden thud behind him. Xuan Yizhen had collapsed again. HuaLian whirled around. What happened? Shades of purple colored Xuan Yizhen's face. He tried holding it in, but in the end he couldn't. He flipped over, clambered to all fours, and puked all over the floor. Oh my god, poor boy. After vomiting, Xuan Yizhen rolled over to face the ceiling, his soul leaving his body through his mouth. Qiying, can you still come along? HuaLian asked carefully. Xuan Yizhen's limbs were stretched out like a starfish. Not anymore. Wait, so does this mean we're bringing Lang Ying for some reason? Lang Ying has been acting so strange, though. Has Lang Ying been possessed by this robe, this brocade immortal robe? Is that what's going on? We just don't know how or when that happened. This is so weird. HuaLian had to woefully drag Xuan Yizhen, who had lost all will to fight, over to a corner and cover him with a blanket to let him recover for a while. It took until the next day for Xuan Yizhen to look slightly better, but HuaLian didn't dare let him eat anything from the shrine. He asked for some congee from the village chief's home and brought it back to fill the others' stomachs. Xuan Yizhen sat in the spot Hua Cheng usually occupied, and for some reason Lang Ying kept staring at him in a very unfriendly manner. HuaLian placed the congee in front of both of them and unconsciously murmured, Sanlang. Unconsciously? Damn HuaLian. Before the words fully left his lips, the two turned to look at him. HuaLian froze and only then realized what he had blurted. He softly cleared his throat. Please continue. While the two were sitting at the altar table eating their congee, HuaLian took an axe and headed out the door. As he chopped wood, he thought back on the clues the scroll had provided. Yeah, I gotta get your mind off of Sanda. I can't with you, HuaLian, I can't. The brocade immortal was imprisoned behind an extremely powerful seal in the Temple of Divine Might. The temple always has maximum security and is guarded by innumerable martial experts. A simple agitation of ghosts shouldn't have allowed it to escape on its own. Someone must have spotted an opportunity and stole it amidst the chaos. In the past, Hua Cheng was the one who always chopped wood. Now that HuaLian was doing it himself, for some reason it didn't feel like his wood was chopped as nicely as Hua Cheng's. Oh my god. Yeah, I said he was gonna go out to get his mind off of Zanlang, and then his mind just immediately goes, Hua Cheng's wood used to look so much nicer than mine. Yeah, his word HuaLian. I can't with him. This is... Xuan Yizhen miserably drank a few mouthfuls of watery congee, then tumbled over to sleep once more inside Puchi Shrine. Lang Ying, on the other hand, came outside looking to help. There's no... Lang Ying looks very different from maybe actually it looks a bit more like that is not why I stopped. I was looking at HuaLian, why are you shirtless? Bath. There's no need. Lang Ying, why don't you heat up some water and take a bath? Now that he thought about it, he didn't think Lang Ying had bathed in a while. Ghosts certainly wouldn't have to worry about skin oils and sweat, but surely there would be dirt to wash away after hanging around outside all day. Still, he couldn't say it straightforwardly to save the boy's self-esteem. Lang Ying seemed startled into speechlessness. But HuaLian had already carried a bundle of logs inside to heat the water. I sold some scraps in town yesterday and brought you 2 sets of autumn clothes. Once you're done bathing, why don't you see if they fit you? Lang Ying was just putting on the new robes. But when he heard that suggestion, he turned to leave without a word. HuaLian grabbed him to stop his escape. Don't go, bathing is a must, he chided earnestly. Don't worry, I won't unwrap the bandages on your head. But Lang Ying still protested, and he plodded outside to chop wood, refusing to come back in. Exasperated, HuaLian could only grab some logs for himself. While the water heated, he peeled off his clothes. Roy unwrapped itself, loop by loop, from around HuaLian's chest. It was at that moment that Lang Ying came back inside, carrying a large bundle of logs. When he saw HuaLian with his upper body bare, his eyes went wide. What is going on? This is not. That does not look like Lang Ying. That looks like little Hong Honger. Shit, is that? No, come on. Let me hold my tongue until I've read this part, okay? HuaLian was testing the temperature of the water with his hand, determining that it was just right. He began to climb into the bath while still wearing his trousers. Oh, perfect timing, he called out as he saw Lang Ying come in. Can you please pass me that scroll hung under the bamboo hat on the wall? Not only did Lang Ying not come over, he backed away all the way outside and slammed the door shut. HuaLian was puzzled. Not a moment later, Lang Ying seemed to remember something and forcefully kicked the door open once more. Don't kick the door is... HuaLian hastily cried. Lang Ying kept his eyes off of him and walked straight in. Xuan lay sprawled on the floor like a corpse and gave no resistance when Lang Ying picked him up and dragged him outside. He appeared deeply asleep. Only an event on the level of quaking earth and shaking mountains could rouse him, so he felt nothing as he was dragged along. HuaLian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Another one? What are you doing? It's all right. It's not like I'm a girl. Come in. True, he hadn't bathed inside Puji's shrine when Hua Cheng was around. Puji's shrine was too small and the conditions were tough. Having a bathtub to himself was about all he could ask for. There wasn't a sprawling 30-meter-long bathing pool lined with privacy screens in which he could row a boat and bathe at his leisure after all. But whether intentional or not, HuaLian had never bathed in front of Hua Cheng. But the one before him now wasn't Hua Cheng, so he didn't see the problem. Yeah, oh my god. This is like, he's looking back at it like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't do that. I wouldn't be able to think straight right now. My god, your imagination is more impressive than I thought it would be, HuaLian. Lang Ying flipped Xuan over, then he piled a bunch of random clothes over his head. He took the scroll HuaLian had asked for and passed it over with his head down, and then sat motionless in a corner. HuaLian loosened his hair and rolled the scroll open. He read through it carefully, his brows furrowed in concentration. Steam warmed his face, giving it a rosy glow. His long hair and lashes were shimmering, black and dripping wet. He suddenly noticed a thin silver necklace draped against his bare chest, and the diamond ring twinkling at the end of the chain. HuaLian picked up the ring, curling his fingers around it to hold it securely. At the periphery of his vision, he noticed a tiny flower sitting on the corner of the altar. Without thinking, he picked up the flower and brought it before his eyes. He felt his mind cloud, like the hot air lingering around him, and he needed someone to spare a hand and help him wave away the haze. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The sound pulled him out of his reverie, and HuaLian set the flower back down. Before he could call out to ask who it was, he realized the knocking wasn't on Puji's shrine door, but rather on the village chief's house next door. A woman's delicate voice sounded between the knocks. Is anyone home? Exchange old for new, exchange old for new. I have a brand new robe that I have no use for, and I thought that I might exchange it for a set of old clothes that captures my fancy. Is the master of the house open to this trade? Is anyone home? He hadn't even needed to go searching. The creature actually came knocking all on its own. She knocked and called out at every house, yet not a single household opened their door to her. This was hardly unexpected. When HuaLian wasn't out collecting scraps, he hosted lectures at Puchi Shrine, educating the village aunties and grannies on hundreds of little tricks for how to identify evil. None of the villagers would fall for such an obvious, strange, uninvited guest who arrived in the middle of the night. The people of the modern age weren't as easy to deceive as in the olden days. The creature knocked and knocked, but still no one responded. Finally, it came to Puchi Shrine's door. HuaLian held his breath tensely, but it seemed that creature could feel that this wasn't the place she should call upon. With an exclamation of, "Hiya!" he could hear her footsteps as she turned to leave. "Wait, I want to trade," HuaLian quickly called out. Then he whispered to Long Ying, "Open the door, don't be scared, nothing will happen." Long Ying wasn't scared in the least, and he headed over to open the door. Outside, there stood a girl with a slender and sensual figure. Just by glimpsing the bottom half over her face, one could tell she was lovely. However, she was wearing a headscarf covering the top half of her face. It was as if she didn't have eyes, and the effect was rather unnerving. She glanced inside and covered her mouth as she giggled. "Tao Zhang, what kind of old clothes do you want to exchange for my new ones?" HuaLian stayed soaking in the water tub to make it lower its guard. He smiled. "That depends on what yours look like." The girl extended her arm and gave it a gentle shake. A shining brocade robe unfurled from her cloth bag. It was beautiful, glamorous even, but the style seemed a bit outdated, and it reeked with an evil air. "Beautiful, beautiful," HuaLian praised. "Long Ying, give this miss the set of clothes I brought back from town." Long Ying brusquely handed the robe over with just one hand, which has a footnote of offering someone an object with one hand is considered casual and familiar, and it's seen as disrespectful to a stranger or superior. Okay. Again, what is going on with Long Ying? The girl gave him the new robe in exchange and giggled as she received the old clothes. She was about to turn around when her face suddenly dropped. It seemed something had pinched her hand, and she screamed and threw the old robes to the ground. Roya had crept and coiled within the heap of hemp fabric, and it peeped out of the collar like a white viper flicking its tongue. And this girl wasn't an ordinary girl. After the scream and the jump, her headscarf was knocked off by Roya's ambush and fell to the ground. Although the bottom half of her face was bewitching, the top half was wrinkled and aged, forming a horrifying contrast. What girl? She was clearly an 80-year-old hag. And that was the end of that chapter, which is super confusing to me, but guys, we were all just pausing here looking at this, right? Oh my god. Look, this is supposed to be Long Ying. Don't tell me that doesn't, like, I know he has two eyes and they look to be the same color, but that looks like Hong Honger. That looks like Hong Honger to me, and he's even blushing. Like, what the fuck is going on here? He is acting so strangely, and I don't know what this means. I don't understand. I want to say that this is not Long Ying. I want to say that this is absolutely not him. And the art makes me think that for some reason it's not. For some reason it's Hua Cheng. But why? Why is he disguising himself like that in this case? Look, the art we've seen of Long Ying earlier in the book was not like this at all. That was not Long Ying, come on. But again, I could be mistaken. There's the text is a bit, it's being very confusing as well. I don't know what's going on here. I'm suspicious. I think the art might have tipped me off of what is actually going on here. We'll see if that is actually what is going on here. For some reason, this is Hua Cheng, in which case all of this is a lot funnier. Like in retrospect. And I kept thinking it as the whole bathing scene happened and everything, and oh my god. HuaLian, he has not caught on though. He doesn't know. That makes it even funnier actually. Oh no. I do love the Xuan in here. I quite enjoy his character. He's very he's like a fresh breath of air compared to a lot of the other heavenly officials, I suppose. The thing about him is that, yeah, he's pretty simple-minded, but he is also very capable. And I think it's important to mention that. And he also, he doesn't understand a lot of these social courtesies, but he's really funny, he's very humorous, and also he appreciates, he's trying to give his gratitude to Xuelian. Obviously, he quite likes Xuelian, and that is always a good sign if you ask me. So I'm excited to see them actually get up to something. He's kind of passed out now. We've just put him on ice for now because we needed this to happen. And I do like that Xuelian is taking care of the people in Puchi village like this, making sure that they're not getting caught up in messy things, I suppose. But no grand reveals as of yet. We have caught this ghostly person who was trying to sell the brocade robe around, I suppose. If it is, yeah. So I'm gonna keep reading for a little bit more, and then I'm gonna take a break before getting back to this. I'm kind of like storming through this book right now. I have this little plan in my head that I want to finish this book today. I'm gonna read another chapter, then I'm gonna take a break just to relax my voice for a little bit, and then hopefully get back to this, because this is exciting. There's a lot of things happening, and I am super excited about the Tonglu plot, actually. I am very excited to see where that is gonna go, and equally, well, I don't know if excited is the word I'd like to use, but I need HuaLian to clear this up. I need this to move on, because I am quite frustrated actually with the... it makes sense if it is Hua Cheng. If it is Hua Cheng and he's hidden, he's taken Long Ying's place and just like put Long Ying somewhere else, and he's like... Because Xuelian has said that we need to take a break because we're so busy or whatever, but he doesn't want to leave Xuelian's side. But still, why did his pot explode then? Maybe it isn't Hua Cheng. We'll see. But he did eat the food, and that is such a big... That's another hint, right? That is another hint. And he's also really like he's trying to avoid looking at Xuelian, like Xuelian has to say, it's not like I'm a girl. And I know he's like super beautiful, so anyone could have that reaction, but I'm just saying, this is a bit... It's very Hua Cheng coded. And the art that looked like, gosh darn it, Zelda. That was totally Hong-Honger. Okay, let's do the next chapter. It's another 20 pages, so I think that's gonna be enough before we take a break. Whew. Chapter 69. Separating colors, dye house wide open. No idea what this is supposed to mean, but we'll see. A dye house, somewhere to dye clothes. It was a half McQuillage woman. The half McQuillage woman was a low-level ghost formed by the jealousy of older women towards young girls. Okay, that explains the face though. Unable to accept the inevitability of aging, they were convinced that consuming the blood and flesh of young girls could restore their youth. They liked to squeak in high-pitched tones to fake maidenly voices, but as the saying goes, eyes are the windows to the soul. They couldn't hide their old age no matter how hard they tried. The bottom half of their face would appear younger the more blood and flesh they consumed, but the upper half that held the eyes would age faster. The stark contrast was far more horrifying than normal aging, but they would still stubbornly refuse to see the error of their ways. Xuelian emerged dripping from the bath and set a foot on the edge of the water tub, poised to take her down with a leaping attack. But at that very moment, Xuan Yizhen seemed to return from the brink of death. He shot to his feet and let loose a mighty slap. The half McQuillage woman was just too weak, and she was knocked to the ground with a wailing cry. "Have mercy!" Xuelian unhurriedly grabbed his cultivation robes and casually draped them over himself. "So you're the one who stole the brocade immortal?" It wasn't me! The half McQuillage woman quickly pleaded. I wouldn't dare break into the Temple of Divine Might! That was almost certainly true, if Xuelian thought about it. A low-level ghost like this really wouldn't have the guts to break into a Temple of Divine Might so rashly, lest she be blown to smithereens. Besides, this half McQuillage woman probably had no Is it Macquillage or Macquillage? Half Macquillage woman probably had no connection to the brocade immortal. By a rough estimate, her ghost age was 80-something, while the brocade immortal was centuries old. Then where did you get your hands on this brocade robe? HuaLian questioned. The half Macquillage woman picked up her headscarf and covered the top half of her face anew. To answer Dao Chang, her voice screeched high again. I found it while browsing the shops in Ghost City. Okay, I guess. You could do that? Find something like that while browsing the shops in Ghost City? HuaLian was speechless for a moment. Then he asked, Who sold it to you? Dao Chang, I beg you! Please, let me off the hook! The half Macquillage woman anxiously begged. I don't know. It's not like businesses in Ghost City needs to have 18 centuries of ancestry checked. That was true too. If starting a business there required such a thorough background check, Ghost City wouldn't be nearly as bustling. Commerce could only come alive if there was room for loopholes. HuaLian interrogated her for a while, but it was fruitless. After determining that this half Macquillage woman was no more than a clueless little minion, he called to Xuan Yizhen. Qi Ying, have one of your heavenly officials come to collect this female ghost. But Xuan Yizhen replied, No, I don't have any heavenly officials at my palace. Not a single one? HuaLian asked. You've never appointed any deputy generals? Nope, Xuan Yizhen answered unapologetically. Okay, even more interesting. No deputies. And I wonder if that has something to do with the man in the play that was about him during the banquet. As it turned out, the martial god of the West always operated alone. He never appointed anyone to any position, nor not even a helper to manage the day-to-day essentials. At least for HuaLian, it was because he couldn't afford it. Xuan Yizhen's situation could probably only be explained by his eccentric character. With no other choice, HuaLian fumbled for a clay jar and used it to seal the half Macquillage woman away. Then he took the brocade robe from Lang Ying's hands and shook it open to inspect it. His brows knitted slightly. It certainly was wicked, but what was the best way to describe it? In HuaLian's opinion, its evil chi was oddly superficial, like it was nothing more than a heavy layer of powder and rogue rather than emitted from deep within. HuaLian's gut told him that this thing wasn't as dangerous as the rumors said, but he was still on guard. Xuan Yizhen glanced at the robe. It's fake. HuaLian was taken aback. How do you know? It's fake, Xuan Yizhen repeated. I've seen the real brocade immortal before. It's way more powerful than that thing. When did you see it? HuaLian asked, curious. There are actually quite a few people who've seen the brocade immortal before, but they still couldn't identify it. So how are you certain? Xuan Yizhen fell silent. At that very moment, Ling Wen reached out to him via the spiritual communication array. Okay, well, apparently not getting answers about that just yet, but Xuan Yizhen apparently knows this brocade immortal. Your Highness, we've just received information that there is a little ghost with the brocade immortal in hand spotted about 10 kilometers from your Puchi shrine. Her voice rang in his ear. We'll need to trouble you to go take a look. Another one? All right, HuaLian replied. Then he glanced at Xuan Yizhen, and without making a sound, he asked within the array, Oh, by the way, one more thing. Ling Wen, has Qi Ying seen the brocade immortal before? Qi Ying? Ling Wen said. He didn't just see it, it was much more than that. What do you mean? HuaLian asked. It's complicated, Ling Wen replied. Is your Highness aware that His Highness Qi Ying wasn't always the martial god who ruled the West? Yes, I am aware. Oh my gosh. That role was once held by His Highness Yin Yu. Name! Yin Yu. His Highness West. Yin Yu. Is that you? Is that you? Yin Yu. Okay. role was once held by His Highness Yin Yu. Xuelian recalled the Windmaster telling him this while he stripped during their adventure at Paradise Manor, and he couldn't help but feel his heart squeeze. I've heard that before. Weren't the two Highnesses Shi Qingxuan and Shi a pair of martial brothers in arms? Okay, relations here. Relations. Martial brothers. Back before Yin Yu ascended, he was their sect's head disciple. One day, he saw a brash little street urchin, and in a moment of soft-heartedness, he asked his Shifu to take the boy in. That child was Xuan Yizhen. They were peers for many years, and Yin Yu always took very good care of Xuan Yizhen. He ascended first, and even appointed Xuan Yizhen as his deputy general. You've met Qi Ying a few times, so you should know, Ling Wen said. He's a bit socially unaware. That's a good thing, Xuelian said. Ling Wen chuckled. Good or not, depends on the person and the situation. Some people think he's a selfish loose cannon ignorant of manners, who doesn't give people the respect they deserve. If it wasn't for His Highness Yin Yu taking the heat on his behalf and smoothing things over when he first set foot in the Heavenly Court, who knows how many people would have tried to pulverize him. Those two Highnesses must share a very good relationship then, Xuelian mused. It was good at first, Ling Wen said, but unfortunately later on, Qi Ying also ascended. Oh! Okay, so Yin Yu, the god of the West, ascended. Qi Ying became his deputy, they had a good relationship, but then Qi Ying also ascended, so they are now equals, right? Okay, and how did it go sour? I'm thinking about a play now. I'm thinking about a play where, like, the villainous character was seen, like, making fun of him behind his back. Is that seriously what happened? It seems from this story that he saved him from a life on the streets, and that Xuan Yizhen, that they had a good relationship. So what happened? What happened? Both descended from Western lands, so how should it be handled? Thus the two agreed to rule the West together. Shi Qingxuan and Shi presiding over their domain together. It sounded like a beautiful tale, but at the end of the day, one mountain could not support two tigers. If Yin Yu's abilities could be called one in a million, worthy of a heavenly tribulation sent forth from the heavens, then Xuan Yizhen's abilities could carry him through 3 heavenly tribulations. Alright, so Yin Yu was like the older brother here, kind of, and Xuan Yizhen surpassed him. And, oops. Yeah, so he had better abilities. He was just fated for more. In fact, maybe not even 1 in a million possessed such potential. It was fine at the beginning, as the gap between them wasn't so obvious, but the more time passed, the larger the rift grew. Xuan Yizhen was clearly antisocial. Not only did he not attempt to build relationships with his fellow heavenly colleagues, he also never tried to ingratiate himself with his devotees. He actually did the opposite. He didn't bother to remember the names of any heavenly officials aside from Yin Yu, and was audacious enough to regularly tell off and even beat up his followers. He was as out of line as they came, but his domain grew bigger and bigger, and the number of his followers only increased. In comparison, the palace of Yin Yu began to lose its shine. Finally, the palace of Yin Yu grew restless. The Shi Qingxuan and the Shi always gave each other presents on their birthdays, and one year Yin Yu gifted Xuan Yizhen a mighty suit of armor. The brocade immortal? Xuelian asked. That's right, Ling Wen said. Oh my lord! This is, so Xuan Yizhen is connected to the Brocade Immortal as well, not to the original story, but somewhere down the line. Now the question is, did Yin Yu give Xuan Yizhen the Brocade Immortal on purpose? Did he? Not only could the Brocade Immortal drain blood from and kill its wearer, but it also had an even more unusual ability. If a person was given the robe as a gift, they would be forced to obey every command of the one who gave it to them. Oh, this is draconian, oh no. This is terrible! Since both Shi Xiong and Shi Du had always been friendly with each other, Xuan Yizhen put the armor on without a second thought. Soon after, Yin Yu played a seemingly unintentional joke while Xuan Yizhen was under the control of the brocade immortal. And Xuan Yizhen, with his mind possessed, did exactly as he was told. If not for Zhenwu, who noticed something was amiss and stopped him in time, Xuan Yizhen would have cut off his own head and dribbled it like a ball. Okay. Eyeing this guy back here with some trepidation. Like, is this the truth? Is this what happened? So he was saved by Zhenwu, and that by itself is a question mark. That incident was a huge deal at the time. It caused quite the uproar, Lingwen said. Naturally, Yin Yu was banished from his esteemed heavenly position. Then and there, after harming one of his heavenly colleagues. Logically, the two of them should have fallen out afterward, but Shilian recalled that silly play the worshippers of the Palace of Qi Ying put on during the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. The clown jumping up and down behind Xuan Yizhen's back was most likely Yin Yu, and yet Xuan Yizhen's reaction was outrage, followed by his leaping down to the mortal realm to knock some heads. I believe Qi Ying still thinks very highly of His Highness Yin Yu. Might there have been a misunderstanding? Who knows, Lingwen said. Whether or not there was a misunderstanding, the person in question has been banished for so many years now, so who cares? Lingwen! Don't say that! I care! I care very deeply! Xuelian nodded and was about to bid her farewell when Lingwen added, Wait, Your Highness, there's more. I wasn't done earlier. 30 kilometers out from your Puji shrine, there is another unknown creature with the brocade immortal in hand. Isn't that a little too far? And why are there two? Xuelian asked. I'm not done, Lingwen said. Listen well. 22 kilometers to the northwest, 7.5 kilometers southeast, 7 kilometers north. After reporting 27 or 28 locations in one breath, Lingwen finally finished. Yeah, that's about it for now. By the time she was done reporting, Xuelian had forgotten everything and felt rather woeful. Your palace is quite efficient this time, isn't it? But for now, are you saying there might be more? Could Ghost City be distributing brocade immortals? Pretty much, Lingwen replied. In Ghost City, there are many peddlers of unknown origin who sell counterfeits while wearing fake skins. They change skins once they're done, so those in the know usually don't randomly buy things off the street. Still, there are ghosts who think of it like hunting for antiques. And like the thrill of hoping they hit the jackpot, many small-time vendors in the ghost realm heard through the grapevine that the brocade immortal has been stolen and are using this chance to scam buyers, saying any random robe they dug up is the real deal. Unbelievably though, there are still quite a few ghosts who fall for it and try to rope out on people. It's really giving us intel gatherers a headache. This would thoroughly interfere with their search for the real brocade immortal. With so many brocade immortals popping up everywhere, it would be impossible to find the real one. However, since they were assigned the mission, they had to come up with a way to complete it. I guess we should start with the closest one and search from there, Xuelian said. Xuelian didn't have any spiritual powers, Xuan Yizhen didn't know how to draw the teleportation array, and neither of them had any deputy officials. But of the locations Lingwen had given, thankfully the closest to them was an abandoned dye house only 2.5 kilometers out, which is the first place we were headed. Without further ado, even though it was the middle of the night, they hastily departed. At first, Xuelian was going to make Long Ying stay behind at Puji Shrine, but he tagged along and refused to be ushered back again. It's freaking Hua Cheng, come on. Xuelian figured this trip shouldn't be too dangerous and could help give Long Ying some experience. He was planning to train the boy in cultivation anyway. Oh right, I forgot about that. So he was allowed to stick around. The three hurried on their way under the cover of night. As they ran along, they heard creepy voices chanting a work song on the road ahead. Hey, hey, ho, hey, hey, ho. Hearing that familiar work song, oh, it's the stepladder, it's the stepladder! Xuelian stopped in his steps. A giant shadow gradually emerged from the mist ahead, along with 4 ghost fires floating around it. Xuan Yizhen was poised to make a move, ready to beat it down without asking a single question, but Xuelian pulled him back. Don't worry, I know them. Sure enough, 4 golden skeletons carrying a stepladder appeared before them. Xuan Yizhen had never seen anything so magical before, and his eyes went wide and shimmering. Is this your highness, the Crown Prince of Chandler? The head skeleton sang. It is. May I help you? Xuelian answered. No troubles here, no troubles here, the golden skeleton sang. We brothers have time on our hands and wanted to inquire if His Highness the Crown Prince is in a hurry. Perhaps we can give you a ride. I love that. This was definitely Hua Cheng calling out to Uber again. The journey wasn't long, so Xuelian wanted to decline, but Xuan Yizhen cut in and exclaimed, Yes! He's so excited about this. I love this guy. I love this little guy. He was already eagerly climbing aboard and looked like he really wanted to give this strange but majestic stepladder a try. Xuelian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's a lot of these lately. We might actually even... we're almost at volume 1's 7. We're at 6 now for volume 4. This is impressive. He just climbed up to grab Xuan Yizhen when the stepladder tipped and chucked the intruder out. Xuelian swayed as well, but someone steadied him. He blurted, but when he looked back it was Lang Ying. Was it though? I love how his brain is so hardwired now into San Lang being with him every step of the way. Oh my god. He'd climbed on without anyone noticing and was holding tightly onto Xuelian's arm. A pair of inky black eyes watched him silently. The skeletons hastily picked up the stepladder and their 8 legs spun like 4 fiery wheels. They dashed steadily away while shouting into the night, Move, don't block the way, don't block the way! Xuan Yizhen was heartlessly thrown onto the ground. But he jumped to his feet, clearly not giving up. Come on, give him a ride! He was determined to leap on, but the skeletons were too fast and he was always a step behind. He remained in hot pursuit, looking like he really, really wanted to ride in the stepladder just to feel the thrill, just once. Xuelian watched Xuan Yizhen give chase so vigorously as he rode along, and he couldn't help but feel that this was a little mean. Agreed. Wasn't this like they were bullying a child? Oh my lord. I love this. Oh, he's so cute. I love this art. I love this. He's got like the stars in his eyes. He really just wants to climb onto the stepladder. The stepladder looks a lot bigger than I imagined actually. And yeah, there's Lang Ying in the back there, I suppose. Lang Ying. Even though he knew the stepladder belonged to Hua Cheng and he might not welcome other heavenly officials riding in it, he couldn't help but ask, can't this litter carry 3 people? It can't, it can only see 2, the skeleton sang. They ran at top speed the entire way and Xuan Yizhen chased them the whole time. Once they arrived at their destination, the golden skeletons allowed Xuelian and Lang Ying to disembark, then picked up the stepladder and ran off, speedily disappearing from sight. In the end, Xuan Yizhen never managed to board it, and he watched the stepladder disappear with extreme disappointment and visible longing. This poor child, I can't believe you did this to him. Xuelian stepped off the litter, holding Lang Ying's hand. Ahead of them, he could hear loud cries and wails coming from the abandoned dye house. Xuelian was puzzled. Didn't Ling Wen say this dye house was abandoned? As they walked closer, the wailing voices grew clearer. This lowly one won't ever dare to sell counterfeits in old Lord Hua Chengju's territory again. We'll really never do it again, but please tell the good old Chengju that I got those fake brocade immortals from other ghosts. I'm a victim too. The 3 arrived at the dye house and bumped into a black-clad ghost-masked man who had only just emerged from within. It seemed he'd been waiting for a long time, and he bent slightly to greet them. Your Highness. The voice belonged to the officer who had once helped Shi Wudu by catching Lang Ying on the streets of Ghost City. At the time, Shi Wudu had seen a cursed shackle on his wrist. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? They're both here. They're both in the proximity of Shi Wudu. Now what is going on? Oh my lord. The Windmaster had once told him that this person might be Yin Yu, as there were only so many heavenly officials who had been banished in recent years. Shi Wudu asked, "How do I address you, sir?" "Please, your highness, I am but a nobody," the masked man replied. As they entered the abandoned dye house, Shi Wudu was blown away. There were all kinds of clothes hung on countless wooden racks: wedding robes, government attires, ladies' satin, uniforms, children's clothes. There were also crude hemp shirts stained with copious amounts of blood. So much! It was like they were afraid people couldn't tell that there was something off about them. Piles upon piles, layers upon layers, and they were all sinister and heavy with evil chi, like each and every one was a living corpse standing before them. Even if they weren't the brocade immortal, they certainly couldn't be anything good. Long strips of fabric dyed in many colors were hung high from the wooden stacks, some ghastly white, some filthy. It had been a long time since anyone last touched them. Xuanyidan crouched next to a large black vat of dye and became singularly fixed on the contents. The fluid had a funny color and emitted a strange smell. Shi Wudu was afraid that he was going to dip his fingers in and lick it at any second, so he hastily dragged him away. Outside the yard, a band of ghosts were bound by a single iron chain, and they crouched low, hugging their heads. "This is," Shi Wudu wondered. "All the nefarious creatures guilty of selling the brocade immortal in Ghost City are here, as are those who attempted to use it anywhere nearby," the ghost masked man answered. "A total of 98 pieces of clothing have been collected." 98 pieces, and they must have all been caught extremely quickly. Shi Wudu was slightly touched. "If there is any new movement, we will proceed with the utmost haste on your highness's behalf," the ghost masked man continued. Hearing this, Shi Wudu couldn't help but say, "There's no need. Please tell Hua Cheng He that he really doesn't need to trouble himself like this. I can take care of it myself too." The results would have been the same, it just would have taken a little more time and energy. He was a titled heavenly official working for the heavens after all. Even if he didn't have many worshippers, this was still his job. "Naturally, Chengju understands that your highness is capable of doing this effortlessly," the masked man replied. "But this is also precisely why he hopes my lord won't waste energy on small errands that anyone could accomplish. Your highness's time and efforts should be spent on more important matters." That is a very Hua Cheng opinion to have. Shi Wudu deliberated for a moment, but in the end, he still asked, "May I ask how your Chengju is doing right now?" Lang Ying nonchalantly swayed back and forth next to Shi Wudu. It totally is. The art put me on it. The art put me on the trail, but it totally is. Chengju is very busy at the moment. Yeah, very busy indeed, the ghost masked man replied. "Oh, that's good," Shi Wudu said quickly. "Hopefully everything goes well for him. I wish him success." They questioned every single ghost that had been arrested, and each and every one was adamant that their product had been distributed to them by a mysterious masked individual. They didn't seem to be lying, but in a place like Ghost City, how many hundreds of masked individuals roamed the streets every day? The interrogation was fruitless, and so the ghost masked man yanked on the chain and bid them farewell as he led those yowling ghosts away. 98 pieces of ghost clothing were left behind. Shi Wudu felt that in all the years he had spent collecting old clothes, he had never seen so many in one place. As he rummaged through them, he suspected that not a single one was the real thing. "Qiying, why don't you come take a look?" he said to Xuanyidan. However, Xuanyidan only scratched beneath his loose, curly hair and shook his head. Too many ghost robes. Every single piece of cloth emitted evil chi, now all intermingled. It made it impossible to tell what each one was. If someone possessed a sharp sense of taste, they would be able to differentiate between the flavors of candied pear and apple stuffing. But they could hardly do the same if 98 different kinds of fruit stuffing were mixed together and presented to them to try. HuaLian tried to think of another method, but when he turned his head to look, he saw that Xuan had picked up a robe and was about to try it on, and then HuaLian hastily stopped him and hung the robe back onto the rack. Oh, stop, Jiying. Let's agree on 2 things. First, don't put random things in your mouth, and second, don't put on random clothes. Those are both very dangerous things to do. Xuan pointed behind HuaLian. Then what about him? HuaLian suddenly smelled something burning, and he followed the direction of Xuan pointing finger. Lang Ying had lit a match he had found in some corner and was calmly setting the bottom hem of a ghost robe ablaze with practiced ease. Don't play with fire either, HuaLian exclaimed. The ghost robe seemed to feel pain from being burned. Its hem rolled upward and it was twisting like mad, trying to get away. It looked more like a live eel than a piece of clothing. The image, surprisingly, looked rather cruel, and although HuaLian could smell burning, there was no evidence of it on the fabric. It appeared these ghost robes had soaked in enough yin energy that they resisted destruction by fire. Upon hearing HuaLian telling him not to play with fire, Lang Ying casually tossed the match and stepped on it to put out the flames, looking entirely obedient once more. HuaLian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he walked over. I can't believe that this chapter alone, like HuaLian walking around with these people, these kids, literally just put volume 4 at 7 laugh or cries, which is the same as volume 1, which is the most laugh or cry volume. We really are bringing these back into the story again. What's with you today? He trailed off, and his face stiffened. This was because he saw, not too far away, a long white piece of fabric hanging high up on a rack and gently fluttering in the night breeze. The silhouette of a human was slowly creeping across the cloth surface. The shadow had no head. HuaLian pulled Lang Ying behind him. With one swift movement, he drew his sword and slashed. Everyone watch out! His swing cut the fabric of the shadow in half. However, when the cloth landed on the ground, there was nothing behind it. The headless silhouette had disappeared. HuaLian had no chance to rush over to check before he felt a chill on his neck. He snapped his head back and his pupils shrank. A beautifully dressed woman had appeared silently behind him. No, it wasn't a woman, but a robe. What he had just slashed in half was also a robe, and once it fell to the ground, it was covered by other textiles. From all around, countless humanoid figures emerged, swaying and rocking slowly, gathering around the 3 of them. They had hung those 98 ghost robes in the yard, on the verandas, and inside the dye house, and somehow, without them realizing, all the robes had struggled free of the racks. HuaLian was dumbfounded. They were all fine before, what's going on? Beside him came a quiet voice. The agitation of ghosts. HuaLian turned his head to look, and the one who spoke was Lang Ying. Although his expression showed no unease, veins were bulging on the back of his pale hands. He was obviously being affected by something as well. Another wave of ghost agitation. As the day when Mount Tonglu would open its gates approached, tremors grew more and more deafening in the ears of ghosts to remind them. The first thing HuaLian thought was, how is Sandang doing? However, the current situation didn't give him much time to think. While his mind was rapidly spinning, over 20 ghost robes had already flung themselves over. Xuan swung his fists without a second thought. If that punch landed on the wall or the ground, it would surely rock the earth. But this 1,000-pound fist collided with nothing but clothes. Even children know that in rock scissor cloth traps rock, and that light, malleable cloth was perfect for subduing fists. No matter how hard he launched his punches, the fabric could simply wrap around them and incurred no damage. A little bit of a grammatical mistake there, I think. Only Xuelian's sword was effective, but those ghost robes were extremely light and agile as they evaded. A simple spring backward could put over 12 meters between them. Since they barely weighed anything, there was practically no sound or breath of air that gave away their movement. Avoiding their ambushes was much more difficult than avoiding a human opponent. Usually it was people who picked clothes, but now it was clothes picking people. The 98 ghost robes each eagerly searched for a body that fit them, a person they fancied. Among humans, it was women who loved picking out clothes. Among ghost robes, it was the female styles that loved picking out humans. Dozens of long lady skirts, all in different colors and styles, urgently pressed themselves against Xuelian. Even the ghost robes know that you've been cross-dressing Xuelian, that you're willing to do so. Even the threat of his sword couldn't force them away. It was a battle more heated than a group of women fighting over a pretty robe they fancied. Xuelian was surrounded by blooming flowers and silk, squeezed between those female robes and pulled from all directions. Xuanyizhen yanked off several pieces of children's clothing that were stubbornly trying to lower themselves over his head and tossed him aside. He was puzzled as he looked at Xuelian. "How come all the women's clothes like you so much?" he wondered. "Maybe because they think I look friendlier," Xuelian answered. However, not a single ghost robe went to harass Longying. Perhaps they knew he was also a ghost and that there would be no point in siphoning from him, so they didn't approach. Xuelian swung his sword and sliced a number of ladies' dresses, but the robes that were cut in half still moved as they wished, their dodges even more agile. From the corner of his eye, Xuelian saw several ghost robes sneaking toward the window. "Close the door, cast an array, don't let them out," he shouted. With 2 gods and 1 ghost on hand, they could deal with this situation, but it would be a bit more difficult if the ghost robes snuck outside to seek trouble. His shout came too late though. The dye house's yard was open air, and a long robe was already outside, fluttering its expansive sleeves. It soared into the air like a giant bat and shot away into the night sky. Xuelian groaned mentally, then shouted, "Qiying, I'll leave the dye house to you." Then he pushed off with the soles of his feet and flew outside the walls, catching the bottom hem of that long ghost robe. The long robe tried in vain to flutter its sleeves as hard as it could, but with the added weight of an entire person, it couldn't help but plummet to the ground. Xuelian still held its hem in a death grip. However, it was exceedingly cunning, and with a loud rip, it tore off its own corner like a warrior chopping off his own arm. It hastily slipped away from Xuelian's hands. A random passerby happened to be on his way home after a night of drinking, and he screamed in fright at the sight of a headless creature flying at him. "Ah! A headless ghost! It's headless!" Xuelian charged over and seized the rope again, then showed it to the passerby to comfort him. Don't be scared. See, it's not headless. There's no body in there at all." The passerby looked, and sure enough, it was completely empty inside the folds of that robe. This was definitely more horrifying than a headless ghost, and his eyes rolled back as he fainted on the spot. Xuelian quickly caught him and gently laid him on the ground. "So sorry, I'll take care of this right away." After that chaos was over, Xuelian could finally get to work. Seizing all the ghost robes that had flown out of the dye house, he counted them, making sure not a single piece was missing, before letting out a sigh of relief. With things settled, Xuelian said, "I suppose our only option is to use Qiying's simple, crude method. Let's try each of these robes on and see." He wouldn't have minded putting them on himself, but that could go badly for his 2 partners. If he did actually put on the brocade immortal, who knew if they would be able to deal with any accidents that might happen? In the end, they decided that they would both stand watch while the other 2 dressed. Both Longying and Xuanyizhen peeled off their outer robes and started trying on one robe after the other. With each new robe, Xuelian would give simple commands to see if they would obey, like jump or spin around. They tried on every single one of the 98 robes, both testing 40 to 50 apiece, but they didn't seem to have any strange reactions. Not a single piece in this pile of ghost robes was the brocade immortal, and they had worked all night for nothing. Both still dressed in only a single layer, Lang Ying and Xuan Yizhen squatted on the ground while Shi Lian sat atop the mountain of clothes of all sorts. Supporting his forehead with his hand, Shi Lian mumbled, "There really is no value in buying fakes." He sat there like that for a while before seeking out Lingwen in the communication array. "Lingwen, I've collected some ghost robes. Even though the real brocade immortal is probably not in the pile, they're still rather wicked and troublesome to deal with. Can you send someone down to take them away?" "Acknowledged. I'll coordinate it promptly. How many pieces have you gathered?" 98, Shi Lian replied. "Your Highness truly is a capable man, collecting more than what I reported to you," Lingwen remarked. Shi Lian softly cleared his throat. "It actually wasn't me." But before he finished the sentence, a familiar chill ran down his spine. Shi Lian paused, then looked up. Upon the rows of light, flowy white fabrics in front of him, there was a dark, shadowed silhouette of a human. This time, it wasn't headless, nor was it fluttering. The one standing behind those long curtained fabrics was very much a man, and the edges of his features could be easily distinguished, such as his remarkably tall height and the disheveled state of his hair. Wait, and that was the end of the chapter. That was unfair. I can't even glance on the other page to see what that was all about. But wow. So chapter 69, the one where Xuan Yizhen and Shi Lian go clothes shopping with their personal assistant, the Waning Moon officer, who picked out all the clothes. Well, that was exciting. We learned a lot of new information in this chapter, in these past few chapters. And there's still like a few to go. There are still a few chapters to go in this book. And I think I'm actually just going to take a break and then marathon my way through them. Time for a late lunch and just resting my voice, but I think I should be able to do the last 40 pages eventually, before the day is over. Yeah, I really just committed to marathoning my way through the rest of volume 4. After that happened, I was out of it. I'm not dealing with this cover anymore. I want it out of my hands. But yeah, super exciting news. Xuan Yizhen, the martial god of the West, really does have a connection to the former martial god of the West, who is indeed this guy, Yin Yu. Yin Yu is his name. Yin Yu and Xuan Yizhen came from the same sect, where I don't remember what exactly Yin Yu was. The head of the sect, was that it? I have to listen back for that, but he was the head, or maybe the son of the head, something like that. He was this big deal in the sect, and he ended up taking in Xuan Yizhen off of the street. Turns out Xuan Yizhen was actually far more talented than even his Shi Qingxuan. I am so bad with this term. I haven't had to use it since the Shanle arc. But his elder martial brother, I suppose. Like, he ended up being far more talented. We also have a cute art of Qing in the book now. I feel like we should get an actual picture printed of him eventually. And there's a story here. There's a story here now where they were ruling the West together after Qing ascended. But then his popularity started overtaking Yin Yu's popularity, after which Yin Yu apparently gifted him the Brocade Immortal, potentially causing very great harm. Zhen Wu stopped it, and Yin Yu was banished. That's the story, apparently, according to what Lingwen is saying. And I think that, yeah, this is not a full story. There has to be something to it. And the irony of this is that the Waning Moon officer showed up to gather all the cloths, all the pieces of clothing for Shi Lian, and, on Hua Cheng's yes, I'm sure. And Xuan Yizhen he doesn't know. Right? He doesn't know. He doesn't know that the ghost man you just met is Yin Yu. Oh my god. There was like no hints that he was ignoring him or anything either. So come on. He totally thinks. Okay, so yeah, he totally so do you think he knew? Like, I'll get him a note later, but he obviously recognized Xuan Yizhen, right? You would have reason to avoid him, no matter what part of the story is true. So I'm not surprised that there hasn't been like any notes of recognition here. But XuaLian has figured it out. This is exciting. We're getting all these characters kind of like, we're getting them connected. I like that. That's fun. And now there's a new person appearing. So we'll have to wait and see who that is, because I'm gonna have a lunch break before I get back to that. And then we have the fact that that's not Lang Ying. That's gotta be fucking Hua Cheng. It's Hua Cheng. It's Hua Cheng who is hiding as Lang Ying, and obviously his disguise must be impeccable. But the art I saw, that was not the Lang Ying we knew. That was very, very, very Hongkonger. Just have to say. So we're gonna have to see when this is gonna get revealed, because and how it's gonna get revealed, because it's kind of funny to me. I think Hua Cheng has been kind of panicked after this whole the ghost agitation thing happened. He thinks that he did something wrong, and that's why XuaLian's been acting so strange. And while XuaLian is like, yeah, we should focus on our things. We're busy, the both of us. Hua Cheng isn't that busy. He would rather be busy next to XuaLian. But I feel like he feels like he's not welcome right now. And I feel like he also has done that to himself, as in he thinks he's done something wrong and he doesn't know what it is quite yet. He just knows that, oh, it's probably bad. But he has to say, like, after all of this happened as well, like he just wants to be by XuaLian's side and make sure that he can help, that he's protected, that things are not gonna go to shit. And and I guess it's super fun to just watch XuaLian like realize that Sanlang is in all corners of his life. He's just subconsciously calling out to him all the time, because he's just so used to him being around. And yes, there are a lot of more things that have happened so far, but I'm hoping to come back and finish volume 4 after my little lunch break. So see you in a little bit. And here we are, one dinner break later and less than 50 pages to go, and I am super hyped for for getting to finish this volume so that I can like put it away. Been thinking a little bit about the previous chapters. There's been so much information actually, and I am still not over the whole Temple of a Thousand Lights thing. Well, again, we'll just have to wait and see how I feel about this later. I don't even remember what I left off on, and I don't really have any new thoughts, I guess. I'm just slowly digesting everything, and I am still as excited about the developments with all the other side characters and us going into this new arc. So yeah, I don't have anything extra to say. Let us just settle in, shall we? And let's see if we can't discover something more about this brocade immortal. And let's see if Hua Cheng is gonna reveal himself anytime soon. I feel like I was a little bit spoiled by the art. I don't know if I would have figured him out before this scene with Yin-Yu. I now know his name. Waning Moon Officer is a mouthful, so Yin-Yu. It's easier to say, I think. Yin-Yu. So yeah, the scene with Yin-Yu, it was pretty obvious, I think. But before that, I don't know if I would have noticed, really. I would have thought that Lang Ying was being very, very strange. Where did you put him, Hua Cheng? Where is Lang Ying? Because I thought that he would, you know, be a bigger part of the upcoming arc, considering how it is about the creation of a Ghost King, and how I think that he is very connected to one of said Ghost Kings. But anyway, Chapter 70, the 99th Ghost Robe. Hidden in danger. Because there were 98 and now we have a 99th. Oh, that's the one. XuaLian shot to his feet. The brocade immortal? Yeah, because we left the last chapter with him being like, oh, there's a person. And with a man with edges of features could be easily distinguished, such as his remarkably tall height and the disheveled state of his hair. Okay. Naturally, the silhouette didn't respond. It also did not move, standing there motionless. HuaLian set a hand on the other two's shoulders to pin them where they were. "Don't move," he whispered. A night breeze blew by moments later, and that man's silhouette seemed to sigh, then dispersed with the wind. HuaLian abruptly stood, then a knock sounded from the door of the dye house. All three of them looked toward it. "Who is it?" HuaLian raised his voice to ask. A man's voice answered from outside. "Your Highness, it's me." HuaLian walked over to open a door, and on the other side was a man with bright, proper features and an upstanding divine form. "Who's this?" He entered with his hands clasped behind him. HuaLian was a little stunned. "Ling Wen!" Ling Wen in her male form. "Ling Wen, why did you come in person?" Ling Wen fixed his sleeves. "Since I heard your Highness say things were difficult, I figured typical heavenly officials wouldn't be able to assist. So I've come to see what's going on for myself. Greetings, your Highness Qing. Why are you sitting on the ground? What's wrong? What's with that look?" It was Ling Wen in male form. HuaLian walked to the cloth curtain and flipped it open. Sure enough, there was nothing behind it. He turned to address Ling Wen once more. "The brocade immortal showed itself." "What?" Ling Wen replied in amazement. "It must have been it, I'm quite sure," HuaLian said. "It was a young man, very tall, maybe 7 centimeters taller than me. Judging by his physical structure, he must be skilled in martial arts, because, yeah, HuaLian would be able to tell that." Ling Wen was somewhat doubtful. "Your Highness, are you sure? We've never had word that the brocade immortal showed itself to anyone in the past few centuries. Besides, didn't you say that none of these 98 ghost robes were the real thing? Could someone be playing a trick?" "I'm afraid that's not possible," HuaLian replied. "After that wave of agitation was over, we shut the door and windows and set an array to prevent ghost robes from sneaking out and harassing mortals. Things inside couldn't get out, and things outside couldn't come in. There are only the 3 of us here. Who among us would play tricks?" After mulling it over for a moment, Ling Wen said, "Then perhaps the real thing encountered some special circumstance. Or perhaps what you saw was a vengeful spirit possessing one of the ghost robes." Lang Ying and Shuai Nizhen were both crouched on the ground, staring blankly and daydreaming, while HuaLian and Ling Wen stood with their arms crossed, assuming the stance of adults as they engaged in serious discussion. In the end, Ling Wen suggested, "Why don't I take these ghost robes to the palace of Ling Wen and have my people examine them? If they don't find anything, we can make inquiries at the next meeting. I'm sure someone in the upper court is an expert." Given the idea some thought, HuaLian nodded. "That's probably a good idea, but this mission was assigned to us, so I want to be a little more thorough. Since the real brocade immortal is mixed into the pile, let me think up some methods and give identifying it another shot. If I haven't managed any progress by tomorrow, I'll hand the 98 ghost robes over to you. After all, this case wasn't under the jurisdiction of the palace of Ling Wen." "There's no need for your Highness to be so polite," Ling Wen said. "Oh, and if you'll be sending them over tomorrow, it will be 101 pieces, correct?" HuaLian was puzzled. Why are there suddenly 3 more? Then it dawned on him. "You're suspicious of the robes we're wearing right now?" "It's not impossible," Ling Wen noted. Huh. So one of the, because they were switching clothes, right? HuaLian did not, but the other 2 did. So Ling Wen is saying that maybe it turned into their clothes, right? But also, this isn't under the jurisdiction of the palace of Ling Wen. And Ling Wen has been plenty busy as is. Why show up in person? She's never done that. She's only ever done that when she was with Shi Wudu. Why would she show up in person now? Is this even Ling Wen? Like, I hope, I think, I don't know. But this is interesting to me. Showing up in person and offering to help. Why? Ling Wen, you have other things to do. It seems a little bit out of character to me, is what I'm saying, but it could also mean that Ling Wen is involved in this somehow. Nah. Like, I have some ideas, but I'm hesitating voicing them right now because it's a bit, It's a bit vague. I want to see what Lingwen is going to do, aside from showing up when they have way too much work to do and then offering to help this easily without letting HuaLian, finish up his work. Because this is his mission. This is what he is supposed to do. And usually he has been the one to reach out to Lingwen, not the other way around, right? Not like this. HuaLian's cultivation ropes were so worn that they were fraying at the edges, and he lifted the corner of one sleeve to demonstrate. I've worn this robe for several years now. It definitely doesn't have any issues. I recently purchased the one Lang Ying is wearing right now, but he didn't obey my commands, so it also shouldn't be a problem. He had told Lang Ying not to do housework, but Lang Ying still chopped wood. He had told him to stay home like a good boy, but Lang Ying still came along. Because it's not fucking Lang Ying. However, Lingwen shook his head. That's not what I mean. Your Highness, you might not be aware of this, but the evil chi on the brocade immortal is strong. It will pass on to other normal articles of clothing nearby, so don't wear the clothes you have on anymore. Just to be safe, get rid of them. Okay, so it can affect other people's clothes as well. That is interesting, intriguing. Hearing this, HuaLian quickly went over and started to peel both Lang Ying and Xuan Yizhen out of their outer robes. Don't wear this anymore. Don't wear this. Take it off. Take it all off. I'll pack up the clothing and bring them to the palace of Lingwen tomorrow. I'll send people to come pick them up, Lingwen offered. No need, HuaLian said. It's already embarrassing enough to trouble you like this every time without you personally making a trip on top of that. Your palace is busy. I can handle this myself. Real. I've been saying. Your palace is busy, Lingwen. What are you doing here? This is very suspicious. I mean, I've been expecting Lingwen to show up at some point and to have her story become relevant. But now I really am wondering if she's not more involved in this than I previously thought. Because this is so out of character for her to show up like this. I said I wasn't going to voice it, but is she somehow involved in the story about the brocade immortal? Is that her backstory? I mean, the tale was pretty ominous. I don't know how accurate it was, but maybe I don't know. There's no hints really. All I'm going off of here is the fact that Lingwen showed up, when Lingwen never really shows up like this. And then being very insistent on wanting to help, The next day, HuaLian painstakingly packed the huge piles of clothes and carried the large bundles up to the heavenly capital by himself. When he arrived, it seemed that Lingwen had been waiting for him in her palace for a long time. Her palace wasn't as hustling and bustling as usual today, packed with gods flowing in and out. HuaLian untied the large bundles, and the brightly colored ghost robes burst out of their wrappings, spilling onto the floor and covering the ground. He casually wiped the sweat on his forehead as Lingwen strolled over. Was your investigation fruitful? Much ashamed it's been fruitless, HuaLian sighed, sounding resigned. I apologize in advance. I don't have any helping hands, so unfortunately things are a bit scattered. After all the chaos yesterday, I don't know if I brought all of the robes. I keep feeling like I'm missing one or two pieces, but I'm not sure. That's not an issue, Lingwen said. Then she looked down and made a rough count. There are indeed a few pieces missing, Your Highness. I don't think I see the robe that the little ghost next to you was wearing. HuaLian tapped his palm with his fist. Oh, you're right, I remember now. Lang Ying has already gotten used to wearing it, and I forgot to collect it. I'll go grab it right now. This is weird too. This whole interaction is very strange to me. HuaLian said he was going to show up with the clothes, which he did, but he's missing a few pieces. This is very un-HuaLian. This is not very much like him. I feel like we're plotting up something. This is so unlike him. Lingwen chuckled. No rush. Take care, Your Highness. However, HuaLian didn't move to leave. He instead remained planted in place, his expression growing solemn. Lingwen was about to summon her subordinate heavenly officials to collect the ghost robes, but she was puzzled when she turned and saw that he was still there. It was just the two of them in the hall. Right, this is... Your Highness, is there something else? Xuelian watched her with a complicated expression. No, nothing. It's just that I wonder, if I did bring you the real brocade immortal, would you hide it away if I took my eyes off you? Lingwen's smile receded, but she still was extremely polite as she asked, Your Highness. Xuelian watched her mildly. I've had an inkling from the very beginning. Lingwen remained at ease. What of? Most people, or ordinary nefarious creatures, wouldn't dare break into a temple of divine might. Not many individuals aside from John Wu himself are familiar enough with the layout of them to steal objects under such heavy lockdown, let alone escape capture. I'm afraid that Lingwen Zhongjun is the only one who would know her way around as well, so well. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Lingwen, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm getting like thing after thing after thing. There were only like 100 pages left of this book when I started. How are there so many things happening? Lingwen stole the fucking robe. Why? Why? I mean, if she is somehow connected to it, like, was she waiting for this opportunity? I don't understand. Why start this now? And this is in addition to the fact that I suspect that she might be the puppet master, so, I mean, the balls are rolling. They're rolling very fast. I'm afraid that Lingwen Zhongjun is the only other one who would know her way around so well. After all, the palace of Lingwen roamed every other god's palaces each and every day. It was more than familiar with everyone's domains. Lingwen grinned. Your Highness, your reasoning is a little too simplistic. The person with the easiest access is the most suspicious. Based on that line of thinking, isn't it more likely that the Heavenly Emperor robbed himself? Xuelian nodded. I must admit you're not wrong, but what made me start to suspect you was the half-Maquillage woman. I still don't know how to say that. What about a half-Maquillage woman? Lingwen asked. She had the fake brocade immortal in her possession and just happened to come to my door, Xuelian replied. How could such a huge coincidence happen? Besides, she had practically written suspicious on her face, like she was scared I wouldn't immediately find her dubious. Her intent was too obvious. Oh, what intent? Didn't she already say it herself? Xuelian said. Exchange old for new. What she wanted was the old clothes in my Puchi shrine. When the brocade immortal was stolen, the Palace of Divine Might found out extremely quickly and reacted equally fast. An investigation started the moment it was stolen, therefore the thief might not dare keep it in their own possession and would instead hide it away. But where would be the best hiding place? Hide a leaf in a forest. If Xuelian wanted to hide the brocade immortal, he would turn it into an extremely inconspicuous and normal-looking hemp robe and toss it into the markets of the mortal realm. Then keep an eye on it from afar. Normally, no one would want to buy such a coarsely made robe, but the life Xuelian led couldn't be called normal. He had been wearing the same frayed cultivation robe for the past several years. He could only afford such clothing with the money he had. As long as clothing was clean and kept him warm, that was all he asked for, and he wasn't picky. In addition, he was the kind of person who possessed the incredible ability to pick out the most dangerous article of clothing out of countless other pieces in the big discount bin. And it was in this fashion, in self-congratulatory cheer at finding such a major discount, that he bought and brought home the legendary brocade immortal. He bought those 2 robes for Lang Ying. Yeah. Oh shit. He really did. Your Highness, your accusation is quite undue, Lingwen said. You are from a martial god background after all. You would subdue a half-Maquillage woman in no time if she approached your door. She wouldn't be able to take any robes away, old or new. She certainly wouldn't, but who says she had to? How would she have been dealt with if this unsuspected turn of events hadn't happened? Xuelian said. If Xuelian had assumed the half-Maquillage woman had had the real brocade immortal, then he would have surely reported it to Ling Wen, and Ling Wen would have most likely descended personally. And, like she had the day before, she would have probably told HuaLian that all the clothes needed to be brought back to her palace to be assessed just to be safe. It was too bad that Xuan Yizhen was there at the time. Ling Wen couldn't have expected that he'd be so knowledgeable after having only worn the brocade immortal once, and that he could correctly identify the brocade immortal in the half-McQuillage woman's hands as a fake. This meant it was no longer easy nor logical for Ling Wen to whisk away all the clothes at Puji Shrine. All of HuaLian's information was provided by Ling Wen. She could also openly make inquiries and keep constant track of HuaLian's progress. When the half-McQuillage woman was exposed, Ling Wen immediately sent HuaLian new communication through the array that Ghost City was distributing counterfeits and had to be managed. She had wasted no time in throwing new missions at him, giving him little time to think too deeply about anything questionable with her requests. Holy fucking shit. Ling Wen has been trying to play us this whole time, but HuaLian's been on top of things, oh my lord. And also, I don't think she expected HuaLian to have such help with gathering everything so quickly. I don't know if you were the one who distributed the counterfeits, but it was indeed you who provided me with intel. You probably wanted to draw me away from Puji Shrine before coming for Lang Ying, HuaLian said. But Lang Ying had tagged along with him. I don't know if you anticipated that the brocade immortal would show himself so suddenly, but you have no trouble improvising. There were so many ghost robes with authenticity unknown. A chance would surely arise to slip the real brocade immortal away amidst the chaos. And when the brocade immortal showed himself, Ling Wen could also use that as an excuse to personally and openly confiscate all clothing on site. As for how things would be assessed, how the real thing would be identified, and the explanation for that silhouette, that would all be on Ling Wen's word. Having listened to that point, Ling Wen gestured for him to pause. Your Highness, please stop right there. So you believe that Lang Ying, that's his name, right? You think that the robe he was wearing is the brocade immortal? Don't forget, he didn't obey your orders when he put it on, am I wrong? You said so yourself. You have to know that the brocade immortal is extremely powerful. Even a ghost king would not be able to resist a direct order if he wore it. You also said that it must have encountered some special circumstance, HuaLian replied. As for what that could be, I'm sure you know better than I do. I hope you can answer the question. Ling Wen frowned slightly and folded her hands behind her. Your Highness, does this mean you have deemed me the thief? She asked softly. Pardon my bluntness, but this makes me somewhat displeased. HuaLian inclined his head. I apologize. Apology accepted, Ling Wen said. However, Your Highness, as long as you have the evidence, you may make your adamant accusations, but this is nothing but speculation. I didn't have any evidence before today, HuaLian replied slowly. In fact, I didn't have anything to go on at all before I stepped into the palace of Ling Wen, but I've gotten it during this conversation. Oh my god. HuaLian, what did you catch onto that I did not catch onto yet? I really feel like Ling Wen in this case, except I don't actually know the answers. She probably does. Ling Wen gestured an invitation for him to proceed. Please. The evidence is this. You never bothered to count the exact number of ghost robes, HuaLian stated. She didn't, meaning that she already saw the brocade immortal. She already identified it, so she wouldn't need to count them, because she just wanted to get that, right? But why? What is going on with all this? Ling Wen's expression barely changed, aside from the slight stiffening of her brows. The number of ghost robes I brought was indeed lacking, but there wasn't just a single robe missing, HuaLian continued. In fact, I only brought 88 pieces, a deficit of 10. I kept every piece of clothing I considered suspicious away from you. You never mentioned that the count was off, but with one look you noticed that the one Lang Ying was wearing wasn't there. So, pray tell, how did you know that particular one was missing? Ling Wen raised her hand. Please wait. Okay. Okay. So, it wasn't exactly what I said, but something along those lines, I suppose. She unhurriedly recounted the ghost ropes and discovered that there were indeed 88 pieces of clothing. Maintaining her impassive tone, she replied, I suppose you can say that no one is perfect and something will always be overlooked. Very well, HuaLian said. Since you've counted seriously this time and have looked over every single piece, then let me ask whether you noticed this. The robe Lang Ying wore yesterday is among these 88 ghost robes. Your Highness, what are you implying? Lingwen asked. HuaLian crouched and pulled a robe from the pile of random clothing, shaking it open. It was a plain white hemp robe. The one Lang Ying wore yesterday is obviously here. Why didn't you notice it when you were counting? Your Highness should also know that there is nothing special about that hemp robe. You can't blame me for not recognizing it at a glance, Lingwen replied. It really is nothing to write home about, HuaLian agreed. So then, as Lingwen Zhenjun is so competent and reliable, so hardworking and cautious, why would you so rashly declare that such an inconspicuous robe was missing when you hadn't fully counted? Lingwen's smile did not falter. There are too many robes. My eyes glazed over. The scrolls on my desk are piled high as mountains, and my mind blanks at the sight of them. Your eyes didn't glaze over. It's the opposite, HuaLian said. Your eyes are too sharp. Let me tell you something else. I didn't actually bring the robe Lang Ying wore yesterday. The one in my hands right now is a replica of the original. I was careful with the details. How were you able to tell with just one look that the real one Lang Ying wore isn't here? Oh my fucking god, you double faked her? It's because she recognizes the brocade immortal, right? That's what she was looking for. And she didn't see it, which is why she thought that robe wasn't there. Oh my god, we're totally 5D chessing here. And Lingwen, I'm afraid you're losing. Don't worry though. I was losing too. Lingwen was baffled. Fake or not, either way, I didn't see it. Your Highness, have you worked on so many cases that you're constantly overthinking things? Why would you spend so much effort creating a replica? HuaLian could tell that she was dodging the question. I'm not done yet. I'll tell you one last thing. He lifted the white hemp robe and said softly. This hemp robe was just a random one I pulled from the pile. That replica, based on the original, careful with the details, was just nonsense I made up. As you said, why would I waste my time making a replica? You've been tricked. This one isn't even the same color as the robe Lang Ying wore yesterday. Did you not think anything was off when I questioned you with it as evidence? Absolutely bamboozled her. What is she gonna say? I mean, I know what HuaLian might be thinking, and I think I'm thinking along the same lines here. HuaLian stared at Lingwen with intent. Lingwen, right now, I only need you to answer a very simple question. What color was the robe Lang Ying wore yesterday? Lingwen didn't answer immediately. She slowly raised her eyelashes. The twist is that she's colorblind. In her male form, she's colorblind. The white hemp robe fell to the ground. You are the esteemed top civil guard, and countless scrolls detailing the matter of the upper court passed through your hands, HuaLian said. Your memory shouldn't be this bad. Why can't you even recall the color of the robe Lang Ying wore yesterday? You can't answer because you're guarding against my potential trickery. You daren't answer because you never knew what color it was in the first place, because yesterday what you saw him wearing was simply a headless, sleeveless, ragged cloth sack. He made sure she could hear every word in his accusation clearly. The brocade immortal takes on thousands of forms, but that's nothing more than an illusion. But no matter how powerful the illusion is, it will always be effective on one individual, the one who created it. Oh my gosh, She is the woman in the story. She's the woman in the story. No matter what shape it takes, it will always show its true form to its creator. You glanced through these 88 ghost robes and didn't see a strange headless sleeveless cloth sack. Of course you knew at once that the brocade immortal wasn't in the pile. Oh my god, we catapulted into the Lingwen plot? This is actually insane to me. What do you mean? What do you mean? The Brocade Immortal plot is the Lingwen plot? I thought it was gonna be the Xuan plot, but you know, that's just the aftermath. That came way later. This is the Lingwen plot, guys. We're going into the Lingwen plot. Holy shit. I mean, yeah, I was suspicious that she showed up at all, and that's what kind of put me on the scent, on the trail here. But Xualian really has all the details figured out. It is a spiritual device created by someone. Was it created by Lingwen when she was ascended, though? Or did it gain, because it gained the powers from that person, from that guy that wore it, the young man who wore it, and he had the ability to ascend, you know? Oh my god, does this have to do with the switching of fates thing again? Oh, I am so confused. I don't. There's a lot of stuff going on here, but this is exciting. The Lingwen plot. I've been hearing about Lingwen's backstory, as in I've heard that she has one, and I've been super intrigued to figure out what that is. And this is what's happening now. There are only like 30-something pages left in this book, but this is super exciting. So we have started the Tonglu plot, but it feels like that's kind of like waiting for us up ahead now while we do all these other things, because a lot of ghosts have escaped, you know, and the Brocade Immortal is not a ghost, it's a spiritual device, but it seems like that's almost as dangerous. Like we need to get, it didn't escape, it was stolen and then thrown into the mortal world to hide it away, right? So that Lingwen could keep track of it and then eventually go get it when she needed it. Why does she need it? It's her. She made it. It's connected to her. Why would she want it though? Why did she have it stolen and then retrieved? Why now? Why at this time? Has she been wanting to do this for a while and then the opportunity finally presented itself? And again, the fact that she was feeding Xualian information to try and get him to do all the things that she wanted him to do, it's very... it's so Puppet Master-like. I feel like she might indeed be the Puppet Master. That is kind of the idea I have now. I don't think the story is as straightforward as the one we heard, like the myth we heard. I think it's got to be a bit different than what we've been hearing. And I wonder what actually happened, what actually went down. Because the woman in the story, it seems so malicious, this whole thing. Like, why do something like that unless there's a very, very good reason? I am looking forward to trying to piece this together, and I hope that with Xualian by my side, we'll be able to do it. And as for Lang Ying, who is, it's Hua Cheng, right? It's gotta be, come on. We haven't really brought that up again after Yin Yu left, but he's not acting like Lang Ying. This is Hua Cheng, and we had the hints and like even a Ghost King. Like I think that's while Lingwen doesn't know that's Hua Cheng, I think that that was for us readers to be like, oh yeah, okay. So even if that was Hua Cheng, like for the ones of us who've kind of caught on, again, I think Zelda kind of told me through the art, but it's Gosh, we have one chapter left, guys. I think this is the last one. I really think it is. The last chapter of the book. We should just buckle in, really, and go for a ride. I'm so excited to learn more about Lingwen. I'm so hyped up for that. So let's roll into chapter 71. Seeing through the Ghost King. Delights in teasing the Ghost King. Why is this the name of the chapter? I did not expect this. I was like expecting something like Brocade Immortal, top civil official, like backstory information. Seeing through the Ghost King, we've seen you through already, Hua Cheng. Delights in teasing the Ghost King. Are we teasing Hua Cheng? Honestly, whatever, I'm on board. I'm on board with this as well. Let's absolutely go. Xualian had initially only planned on keeping the suspicious ghost robes to thoroughly re-examine them himself, but he hadn't realized that he would catch this huge hole in Lingwen's lies with her one offhand comment. The moment Xualian wrapped his head around what it implied, he went with the flow and managed to blow apart Lingwen's armor with his crafty words. Lingwen stood there, frozen. Of course you can deny all this, Xualian grunted. But it would be easy to prove the robe's authenticity. All I would need to do is bring the robe to the Palace of Divine Might. Then I can have it change its form before the Heavenly Emperor and ask you to describe what it looks like. And the truth would come to light. The brocade immortal sucked the blood of over 500 people when it roamed freely in the mortal realm. It was a sinister object of great evil. Okay, so it actually did attack mortals. Even if Ling Wen had simply broken into the Temple of Divine Might to steal the robe and hadn't yet had the chance to use it to cause harm, it wouldn't have been such an unforgivable crime. But Ling Wen was an appointed deputy general before she ascended, and the earliest stories of the brocade immortal surfaced long after Ling Wen's tenure in that position. In which position? As an ascended civil official, or are we trying to say that these stories happened after she ascended, or at least after she was appointed deputy? That's interesting. So maybe she wasn't the woman in the story, but she dropped the spiritual device or gave it to someone? Which meant that Ling Wen created the brocade immortal after she had taken up her duties in the heavenly realm and become a heavenly official, which is what I just said, yes. A heavenly official who was duty-bound to protect humanity had seduced and murdered a human. That alone called for a severe criminal sentence. Yeah, what were you up to? This is, that's what I'm thinking, though. Like, the story makes it seem like this was really bad. This woman was... But what actually happened? This is all these stories. We have to dig deeper, and we're going to have to dig deeper to really understand this as well. Furthermore, the human who had been lured to his demise was a future heavenly official. Alas, the court would not handle this case with a light hand. Your Highness, you're honestly... Ling Wen sighed. After a pause, she continued. Maybe it's just my bad luck that this mission was given to you. There are only the two of us here at the Palace of Ling Wen today, and we've got centuries of friendship between us. But I doubt you'd agree to it if I pleaded for you to turn a blind eye because of that. So now you're going to encourage me to turn myself in to the Palace of Divine Might, am I right? HuaLian sighed, too. Although he and Ling Wen had known each other for centuries, it had always been pure business. They had never developed a close bond. Nonetheless, their relationship was fairly good. When he ascended for the third time, Ling Wen never looked down on him, even when all the others taunted him as the scrappy mortal. On the contrary, she had assisted him and taken care of him. But this brocade immortal mission just had to land on his head. Now that the truth was revealed, it was hard to report it and harder to stay silent. My luck is bad too, HuaLian replied earnestly. Ling Wen crossed her arms and shook her head. Your Highness, sometimes you're smart, but sometimes you aren't smart at all. Sometimes you're soft-hearted, but sometimes your heart is hard as iron. You're rigid, as always. After a pause, she asked. So where's the robe now? It's in my custody, HuaLian replied. After we're done here, I will personally deliver it to the Palace of Divine Might. Ling Wen nodded, seemingly having nothing more to say. Can you tell me something? HuaLian asked. Why didn't the brocade immortal work when Long Ying wore it? I can probably guess, Ling Wen said. But if your Highness wants the answer, will you first agree to a request? What is it? HuaLian asked. Will you let me see it? The brocade immortal? HuaLian was taken aback. I only need 1 day, Ling Wen said. If I am to turn myself into the Palace of Divine Might, there may not be any opportunities to see it after. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not going to tamper with it. I was just shocked when you said he'd shown himself. She shook her head, then her eyes stared off in reverie. It's been so many years, and I've never seen Bai Jing appear once. That young warrior's name was Bai Jing? HuaLian asked. Ling Wen seemed to snap out of it. Oh, yes, but people usually called him Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai? Oh, Bai. Bai Jing can be translated as white brocade. Oh my god. White? Bai? Wuxiang? Just saying. Just saying. But this story was from after Ling Wen's ascension though, so the timeline is wrong. I'm overthinking things. Maybe I am overthinking things. Baijing can be translated as white brocade, thus making the term brocade immortal a play on his name. Bai means white as well as blank and is not a polite word when used to describe someone's mental faculties. Xiao Bai, little white, is a common name for pets, but it can also be read as little blank. Okay, so he's little blank. I see. Xiao Bai, Xuelian wondered. That sounds like they were calling him a dog or an idiot. Lingwen chuckled. It means what you're thinking of. I'm the one who gave him the name Baijing. No one ever called him that, so not many knew the name, but he'll be very happy if you do. In the legend of the brocade immortal, the way the young man's beloved treated him made her seem cruel and terrifying. If she didn't have a bone-deep hatred for him, then she was born cold-blooded. Yet Ling Wen's tone was amiable when she spoke of that young man. There was neither affection nor hatred. Yeah, this is very different from the story, right? It's interesting. It's also interesting how quickly this is all being revealed to us. I wonder if this is just a prelude to what is actually going on here. But another thing. She's asking to see the robe. Why? I mean, aside from sentimentality, Don't trust her, Xuelian. Don't trust Dad. So will you? If your highness is worried I'll run away, you can have Roya bind me. I won't be able to escape. I'm not a martial god. For some reason, Xuelian felt that he should trust Ling Wen. After considering it for a moment, he nodded cautiously. Very well. They left the palace of Ling Wen like nothing was wrong. They greeted other passing heavenly officials as usual while they strolled down the Avenue of Divine Might. Ling Wen looked the same as always, and nothing gave away the fact that her hands were firmly bound by Roya under her sleeves. They didn't get very far before they ran into Pei Ming, who had just returned from his street patrol. The two greeted each other, then stood on the side of the road for a bit to chat and make perfunctory pleasantries. Pei Ming stared at Xuelian the entire time, and Xuelian grew slightly apprehensive. Why is General Pei looking at me like that? Pei Ming stroked his chin. Not gonna lie, Your Highness, I get the jitters whenever I see you now. It feels like anyone standing next to you is going to have something go wrong, he replied earnestly. His instincts are on point because Xuelian's literally keeping Ling Wen a prisoner right now. So my poor heart started pounding when I saw you walking with Ling Wen. Ling Wen, you'd best watch your step for the next little while, Ling Wen laughed. How could that be? General Pei, please stop joking. Xuelian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, which officially makes this volume the most laugh or cried volume in the entire series. We are at 8 laugh or cries in volume 4. That's insane. On some level, Pei Ming's instincts were right on target. Like I said, he's spot on. Once back in the mortal realm, they could see Lang Ying leaning against the old tree out front as they drew close to Puchi Shrine. He was spinning the broom in his hand without a care, and next to his feet was a tidy pile of fallen golden leaves. Xuelian watched him for a while before he purposely put more weight into his steps to make his approach heard. Lang Ying didn't look back, but he must have noticed their presence and quite naturally changed his posture. He returned to sweeping, then turned around and acted like he'd only just noticed Xuelian and Ling Wen. So suspicious. Xuelian lightly cleared his throat. Sweeping again. Lang Ying nodded. Seeing him like this, Xuelian couldn't resist patting his head like an elder would. What a good child, he praised. Lang Ying accepted the gesture without reservation. Ling Wen watched them without comment. Xuelian led her to the shrine's entrance and opened the door. It's in here. The moment he opened the door, he saw a figure crouched in front of the donation box, sneakily stuffing in gold bars. Oh my god, he's cheating again. Xuelian hurried over to drag him away. Qing, stop stuffing it full. That's really enough. I haven't even taken out the ones you put in there last time. You've jammed up the opening with them now. Ling Wen nodded. Greetings, Your Highness Qi Ying. Qi Ying acknowledged her too. Hi. This kid, oh my god. There was a wooden rack set up in the center of Puchi's shrine and a plain hemp rope hung there. Of course, that was only what HuaLian saw. Ling Wen approached and gazed at it solemnly, but the rope did not react, even as the minutes stretched on. She cocked her head. My lords, I want to look at it alone. Is that all right? That's fine, HuaLian said. HuaLian wasn't that worried. Roya had her hands bound and she wasn't a martial god, so there wasn't much she could try. He laid a hand on Xuan Yizhen's shoulders. Let's go outside. This case was more or less closed. No, it's not. This is gotta be just a prelude. Oh my lord. And HuaLian could feel himself relax. This is a foreshadowing. The anti-foreshadowing. The nothing is wrong now. Everything is wrong. It's wrong. It's all wrong. The neighbors had recently given him a bunch of fruits and vegetables, so HuaLian took them to the kitchen ready to cook. His undefeated spirit should be admired as an example to all. Now that he'd stayed there for a few days, Xuan Yizhen seemed to have taken Puchi's shrine as some sort of happy farm. He kept leaping around, climbing trees, stealing squash, snagging fish, and catching frogs. In a moment of HuaLian's carelessness, Xuan Yizhen snuck into the kitchen and swiped a yam. Feeling the empty spot on the counter, HuaLian turned to see Xuan Yizhen slipping out of the kitchen with the yam dangling from his mouth, hurrying away like a fish who had escaped the net. It's not cooked yet, don't eat it, HuaLian cried. It was precisely because it hadn't been cooked yet that it had to be eaten quickly. Xuan Yizhen has learned very quickly how to survive at Puchi's shrine. Once HuaLian cooked it, it wouldn't be edible anymore. HuaLian shook his head when he saw Long Ying walking over, and his eyes turned crescent as he smiled. Long Ying, are you free? Come help me chop some vegetables. Long Ying seemed to have been planning to snatch the yam back from Xuan Yizhen, but when he heard HuaLian's request, he came over to help without a second thought. Taking his task very seriously, he picked up the knife from the cutting board and sliced into the cabbage, cutting with the utmost concentration. HuaLian watched him for a moment, then turned to rinse their eyes as he chatted. Long Ying, you've seen quite a number of gods and ghosts coming and going from our little Puchi shrine by now, right? Each of them more bizarre than the next. From behind him, Long Ying answered. Then let me ask you something, HuaLian continued. If you had to pick, who among them do you think is the handsomest? Oh my fucking god. HuaLian knows. HuaLian knows. HuaLian knows by now, and he says, oh my god, that is so funny. Oh my god, let's have a look at what he's gonna say. Long Ying was engrossed in chopping the vegetables and seemed to be thinking hard. HuaLian lightly arched his brows. Go on, tell me. Just say whatever you think is the truth. Long Ying answered. You. HuaLian laughed. Besides me. The one in red, Long Ying said. Oh my fucking god. HuaLian was going to bust a gut trying to contain his laughter. At least I don't have to. This is so dumb, I love it. I think so too, he responded seriously. After a pause, he asked again. Then who do you think is the coolest? Long Ying still answered. The one in red. HuaLian swiftly continued his questions without skipping a beat. Who's the richest? The one in red. Who do you admire the most? The one in red. Who's the silliest? The one in green. The questions came one after the other without pause, but he was surprisingly able to change his answer in time. It spoke for his quick wit and reactions. Oh my god. He wanted to try and fool him. It seems you quite like the Gaga dressed in red, HuaLian commented. His name is Hua Cheng, remember it well. So does this mean you think he's nice? The chopping of the knife in Long Ying's hand had gotten many times faster, seemingly without the wielder noticing. Very nice. You say this, but you know, the actual Long Ying was kind of interrogated by Hua Cheng. I feel like that's not very easily forgiven. So then, once we're free, do you think we should invite him over here again? Julian asked. Of course, it's a must, Lang Ying replied. I think so too, Julian said. But his subordinates said he's been very busy lately, so he must be occupied by very serious business. I think it's best if we don't disturb him. After that comment, the crunching sound of vegetables being chopped grew more heavy-handed. Julian gripped the edge of the stove to support himself, his stomach straining from trying to hold back his laughter. Xuan Yi then poked his head in the window, sweeping a look over the kitchen as he took a bite of the yam. You chopped it to shreds, it won't taste good anymore, he said to Lang Ying. What did you say? Lang Ying threatened. Julian turned to look. The cabbage wasn't just shredded, it was pulverized into tiny scraps. He cleared his throat softly. My gosh, your knife work is really bad. The teasing. After throwing all sorts of seasoning into the pot, Julian dusted off his hands and decided to let it simmer for 2 hours, then left the kitchen. He glanced at Ling Wen. She was still behaving herself in the shrine, so he continued to do his chores. He picked out a large plank from the pile of firewood and borrowed a brush and ink from the village chief's house, then sat in front of the door, lost in thought. One hand held a plank and the other held a brush. Lang Ying walked over, and Julian looked up. Lang Ying, can you read? Do you know how to write? He asked, warmly. Yes, Lang Ying replied. How's your writing? Mediocre. That's all right, as long as it's legible. Come, give me a hand again. Julian passed the plank and brush over to Lang Ying and smiled. Our shrine doesn't have an establishment plaque. Why don't you draft one for me? Oh, Julian totally knows. 100%. This is so silly. Why are we doing this, Julian? You're getting back at him. You're getting back at him for disguising himself. When did he know? When did you learn, Julian? Lang Ying picked up the brush at Julian's insistence. The little brush in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds and wouldn't be moved no matter what. A moment later, he seemed to concede defeat and put down both the brush and plank. A helpless voice came underneath the bandages. Gaga, I was wrong. Well, it's good to admit to our mistakes, Hua Cheng. The voice didn't belong to Lang Ying at all. Though it was crisper and more boyish than it normally was, it was clearly the voice of Hua Cheng. Julian had been leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, and after watching him struggle for so long and finally surrender, he could no longer hold back and sank to the ground in a fit of laughter. Oh my god! San Lang really is extremely busy. Since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Julian had missed him dearly. Even though that long time was no more than a few days. Yet who would have thought Hua Cheng had been hiding right by his side all this time? Julian's mood brightened immediately, and all his previous concerns were completely forgotten. He was laughing so hard, he was having trouble getting up. Gaga, you played me, Hua Cheng accused. Julian picked up the brush and plank. Don't turn this on me. San Lang played me first. Let me guess, you've been around ever since I broke the stove, right? That's true. Gaga, how did you know? You're amazing. Hua Cheng complimented him. Gosh, I really want to know too. Julian waved dismissively. Amazing. San Lang, if you want to wear a disguise, don't be so lazy about it. It would be more amazing if I hadn't seen through it. And here I thought there really was a second person who would eat. Honestly, who's the handsomest? Who's the coolest? Who's the richest? Who do you admire the most? Gaga, please forget that ever happened, Hua Cheng pleaded softly. This is so silly. I love this. Yeah, I deserved some of this after, Really? Julian was resolute in his refusal. No, I will remember this forever. Gaga, although I'm happy you're so happy, is it really that funny? Hua Cheng asked in a woeful tone. Julian hugged his belly as he laughed. He's still laughing. I can't take this. I love this. Of course, only since meeting you have I rediscovered how simple it is to be happy. Ouch. 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 Oh no. Oh god. Yeah, that hit me like a jackhammer. Only since meeting you. Oh my god. Only since meeting you have I rediscovered how simple it is to be happy. Look, I'm looking at that fucking standee again. The one from the last video and now I'm... Oh my god. Why is it the most random things? It's not very random. That's so beautiful. And that's why. That's it. That's the thesis of HuaLian. That's why I like this ship so much. The fact that the reason why HuaLian is so like so easily got along with Sun Lang, so easily just smiles around him, laughs around him, spends his time around him. Only since meeting you have I rediscovered how simple it is to be happy. I'm gonna make myself cry. Every time I read this, I'm like, no. My eyes are betraying me. My eyes are being dysfunctional. Stop. We have to read on. We have to see the reaction to this because it's a happy moment. It's a happy moment. Stop crying. It's a happy moment. Hearing this, Hua Cheng blinked. HuaLian's laughter quieted as he realized that his words were a little too frank. Even he thought they were a little corny now that he'd calmed down. Clearing his throat quietly, HuaLian rubbed at the corners of his eyes and forced himself to school his expression. All right, enough playing around. Where's the real Han Ying? Why are you disguised as him? Bring that child back now. I sent him to Ghost City as a guest, Hua Cheng replied languidly. Since Hua Cheng was the one who took him away, HuaLian wasn't worried. He nodded and was about to continue their conversation when the wooden door creaked open. Ling Wen walked outside Puchi Shrine, with her hands clasped behind her back. Your Highness! Hua Cheng had no intention of revealing his identity, so HuaLian didn't mention it and pretended he was still Lang Ying in front of the others. Seeing Ling Wen's solemn expression, HuaLian's smile faded unconsciously. What is it? The brocade... Is something wrong with Bai Jing? No, there's nothing wrong with him, Ling Wen said. There's a weird smell coming from the kitchen. Is your Highness cooking something? Oh, I am. It's simmering on the stove, HuaLian replied quickly. After some thought, Ling Wen used a courteous tone to say very discourteously, Please clear it away, Your Highness. Whatever you're cooking, it's probably ruined by now. Way to be honest about it, Ling Wen. 2 hours later, evening had come. Inside Puchi Shrine, Hua Cheng, Ling Wen, and Xuan Yizhen sat around the little wooden altar table. HuaLian brought a pot from the kitchen and set it on the table. He opened the cover to reveal dozens of cute, round, smooth, snow-white little meatballs sagely curled inside. Weren't you stewing something? How did it turn into meatballs? Xuan Yizhen demanded. HuaLian introduced his creation. This dish is called Incorruptible Chastity Meatballs. What the fuck? Okay. Footnote, clean as jade, clear like ice is an idiom that means pure, noble, and uncorrupted, and is usually used to describe girls. HuaLian is using the idiom's imagery to describe the cute little meatballs. What? Why? I mean, I love him naming his dishes. It's adorable, but what is going on here? Kneading meatballs requires delicate strength, not too hard, not too light, GASLIGHT continued his presentation. That's why so much time went into these. And we have... I know this is probably not going to go well. You have Xuan on the floor here in the art. This is so cute. This is adorable. Weren't you stewing something? How did it turn into meatballs? Xuan demanded. Didn't he just ask that? I mean, there's ellipsis reply. I mean, maybe he did ask twice. I don't know. Maybe there might be a mistake in the text, or he did ask twice. It just seems a little bit weird to me, but okay. Ellipsis reply. Since Xuan was so relentless, GASLIGHT explained warmly. It was originally more of a stew, you're right, but because there was a small mishap with time and controlling the fire, all the water boiled off, so I mixed in new ingredients and made meatballs instead. Oh no. Hearing this, Ling Wen praised him wholeheartedly. Your Highness truly thinks outside the box. There is no one like you in all of history. I am steeped in deep respect. Please, that's too much praise, GASLIGHT said. It's not, Ling Wen said. At least I certainly do believe there will never be another person in history able to create a dish called incorruptible chastity meatballs. GASLIGHT passed chopsticks around. Thank you, everyone, please. Ling Wen and Xuan took chopsticks with one hand and at the same time reached for the cold buns sitting at the edge of the table with the other. Only Hua Cheng reached for an incorruptible chastity meatball and popped it into his mouth. After a moment, he remarked, Pretty good. Xuan eyes widened at the sight. A bit bland, Hua Cheng added. Okay, duly noted, GASLIGHT said. Xuan watched with wide eyes as the bandaged boy next to him ate several of the abnormally glistening meatballs and gave such sincere feedback. After some thought, he seemed to be persuaded and reached for his own meatball. GASLIGHT maintained his smile. He smiled and watched Xuan swallow. He smiled as Xuan face turned pale. He smiled as Xuan crumpled to the floor. GASLIGHT continued smiling as he asked, Is something the matter? Probably ate too fast and choked, Hua Cheng advised. Ling Wen grins. All of a sudden, GASLIGHT heard a familiar voice in his ear. Gaga. Oh, it's probably the communication array, right? It wasn't Lang Ying's mumbling voice, nor was it the crisp and languid voice of Hua Cheng in his boyish form. It was the voice of the usual Hua Cheng, and he was speaking to GASLIGHT through their private communication array. GASLIGHT raised his lashes slightly. What is it? Ling Wen is cruel and cunning, heartless and merciless. Oh my god. When Hua Cheng speaks, GASLIGHT! Things might not end so easily now that you brought her here. This was the first time GASLIGHT had ever heard anyone make such comments about Ling Wen. He thought for a moment and then replied, It seems to me she harbors some goodwill towards the brocade immortal. That much at least I believe is true. Harboring goodwill and being merciless don't conflict. She's the #1 civil god in the heavens. Her eyes and ears are everywhere, and her arms are far-reaching. Gaga needs to guard against her seeking out helping hands. General Pei? GASLIGHT asked. Unlikely, Hua Cheng replied. She certainly would have asked the water tyrant for his assistance in suppressing the matter if he were still around, as Shi Wudu always acted on acquaintance and not reason. But Pei Ming might not be willing to aid corruption as long as you inform him of the truth. Gaga, be careful. Okay. So Hua Cheng is saying Shi Wudu might have helped her out because he is way more of an acquaintance. Like, if you're his person, he will help you out. But Pei Ming is less easily corruptible here. Okay. And again, the fact that Hua Cheng has said this makes me more suspicious that, yeah, this is... I've already been suspicious that this is not a matter solved that easily, but now I'm even more convinced. All right, I will be careful, GASLIGHT said. Good thing a day goes by fast. However, Hua Cheng's voice was dark in his ear. No, Gaga, you've misunderstood. I'm telling you to be careful of something else. We have visitors. Okay. The clinking, crisp sound of bells reached GASLIGHT's ears. Hua Cheng frowned slightly. Xuelian looked through the window and saw a middle-aged cultivator approaching the entrance to Puchi village and ringing a bell as he strutted forth. The cultivator wore a rather magnificent cultivation robe and carried a treasure chest on his back that was covered in yellow talismans. As he walked along, his bell rang with each step. Xuelian recognized it as a good tool. He had an eye for these things. The sound of that bell would give a piercing headache to any low-level evil beings that were near enough to hear it, and they would steer clear. Before the cultivator got any closer to the shrine, he was joined by a few other large, white-browed, yellow-robed monks, carrying staves in their hands, their gaze steady as they approached. Soon a crowd of 50 or 60 had gathered, and Puchi's shrine was heavily surrounded. Oh, shit. Qirong, before he left, Qirong before he ran away, was like, he was talking about all these cultivators or whatever who had something in for, who had, who Hua Cheng has beef with, and well, maybe that's what's going on here. Qirong has sent this bunch of cultivators to Puchi Shrine. He's tipped them off, and now they're here. It was as if they had planned this meeting and were unsurprised to see one another present. These people weren't just putting on a show. Their bodies were hung with spiritual weapons, and their forms were composed and obviously very skilled. Heavenly officials took spiritual power from their worshippers' offerings, and likewise, certain Taoists and Buddhist cultivators could request spiritual power from the heavenly officials they worshipped. And so, the monks and cultivators gathered at the shrine might possess greater spiritual power than Xuelian, a heavenly official. So many of them swarming outside all at once couldn't herald anything good. Xuelian sensed that the newcomers didn't come in peace and knitted his brows in concern. Hua Cheng put down his bowl and chopsticks and rose to his feet. Xuelian heard his humph in the private communication array. Yeah, this is not good. Oh my lord. Those foul old monks and cultivators dared chase me all the way here. I'm sorry that I brought trouble to your door, Gaga. I'll leave and lead him away. Xuelian grabbed him. Don't move. Lingwen was bewildered. What's going on? Xuelian spoke to Hua Cheng through their private communication array. Don't go. Tell me honestly. Is the reopening of Mount Tonglu affecting you greatly? No, Hua Cheng replied. Xuelian stared intently at the eyes behind the bandages. Stop lying. You're a supreme ghost king. You don't need to be afraid of mortals like them. Why would you lead them away and not beat them away? You weren't just playing a prank when you changed into this form, were you? Oh my god. Ahem. So what we're saying is, Hua Cheng is affected. As in, like, he's powered down? Is that what we're saying? That Mount Tonglu has him powered down? Somehow? And that's kind of also why he's here like this? Because he's... I mean, they were... Because if he couldn't defend against them in Ghost City, did he run away? Seriously? And hide away here? Is that what he's actually doing? The stronger the nefarious creature, the more they felt Mount Tonglu's effect. Xuelian had witnessed with his own eyes just how much misery Hua Cheng had suffered the first time the ghosts were agitated, and the tremors would only intensify as the gate's opening approached. If Xuelian had been the one suffering such a thing, he would have chosen to temporarily seal his true form. Oh, okay, so this is Hua Cheng's doing himself. To avoid going berserk and conserve his spiritual powers, he would transform into a small creature and wait it out until after the mountain had finally formally opened. That would be a way to avoid the torment of Mount Tonglu's aggravation, but because his powers were sealed, it gave others the opportunity to ambush him. Xuelian cursed. Qirong, you... That night, Qirong had threatened to bring forth all the Taoist and Buddhist monks who had grievances with Hua Cheng, but Xuelian was shocked to see that he hadn't been bluffing. Hua Cheng shook his head. Gaga, they were only targeting me. It'll be fine once I'm gone. Although I can't kill them with a single move in my current form, I can at least make them get lost. But Xuelian threatened. If you leave now, don't ever come back to see me again. What a threat! Oh my god! And Hua Cheng is immediately like, Your Highness! Which is how he knows. This is how we know that, yeah, he's in big trouble. Oh my lord. went from Gaga to Your Highness real quick. Your Highness! So Hua Cheng cried, shocked. Hua Cheng was usually so flawlessly composed. He had helped Shi Wudu so many times in the past, so now that Shi Wudu finally had the chance to help him, how could he possibly allow Hua Cheng to leave all alone? This is kind of cute. It's very much like, let me protect you now that you actually need me to. I dig this. Sit down, I'll go meet with them, Shi Wudu said darkly. Xuan Yizhen opened his eyes with great difficulty. Is someone here? He asked in a daze. His voice was hoarse. Do you need me to beat them up? Ellipsis reply. Shi Wudu helped him close his eyes. Qing, just keep lying there. Also, you can't beat up mortals. It'll cost you merits. Shi Wudu pressed himself against the wooden door to listen for any movement outside. Some villagers who had just finished their work for the day were still out and about and hadn't yet gone home for dinner, and they were amazed to see so many Taoists and monks. What's the masters doing here? They asked. Are you here for Shi Daozhang? That's cute. A murderous-looking monk put his hands together in prayer. Amitabha Buddha, benevolent donor, are you aware that this place has been invaded by wicked creatures? What? The villagers were shocked. Wicked creatures? What kind of wicked creatures? A hell-raising ghost king, single in his evil throughout the ages, another monk replied enigmatically. What should we do? The villagers exclaimed. The splendidly dressed cultivator had been the first to arrive, so he took it upon himself to announce their intent. Leave it to us! Today, we who walk the same path are gathered here for one reason. We have been blessed with the chance of a lifetime to capture that vile ghost. However, before he could rush the shrine, the village chief pulled him back. The cultivator glared at him. Who are you? What are you doing? Masters, the village chief laughed nervously. I'm the leader of this village. We're very thankful you're here, but to tell the truth, y'all look very expensive. Oh my god, yeah. Can't afford this shit. We've come to defeat evil. Do you think we're here for a reward? The splendidly dressed cultivator said, offended. They tried to charge again, but the villagers stopped them once more. Although the monks and cultivators were growing agitated, they couldn't just shove themselves through. What now? They demanded with forced patience. The village head wrung his hands nervously. If it's free, then that's great. Our thanks be to the masters who for coming here to defeat evil with benevolent hearts. But it's just that all such work here in this village is taken care of by Shi Daozhang. It's hard on me as the village chief if the masters have come to steal Shi Daozhang's work. The band of monks and cultivators looked at each other in dismay. Shi Daozhang? They huddled around. Is there a well-known mighty Taoist school in the trade with the name of Shi? Don't think so. Either way, I've never heard of him. Probably some nobody. If we haven't heard of him, then he's not well known, so who cares? These Taoists are just like heavenly officials, actually. After that discussion, the splendidly dressed cultivator turned back around. The Shi Daozhang you speak of, is he the one living in this place? Yeah, the villagers then shouted in the direction of Puji Shrine. Shi Daozhang! Shi Daozhang! Your peers are here! There's so many of them! Are you home? A yellow-robed old monk pressed his hands together in prayer. Amitabha Buddha, it doesn't matter if Shi Daozhang is here. That wicked creature is hiding in his house right now. The villagers were stunned. Huh? At this point, Shi Wudu pushed the door open and leisurely strolled out. I'm here. What's going on, everyone? Daozhang, these eminent monks and cultivators are saying that in your house there is a ghost. The villagers stamped. Shi Wudu smiled. You can tell? The crowd outside the shrine was shocked. Is it true? What a quick confession of guilt. Shi Wudu tossed a jar to them. That's right, it really is a ghost. The splendidly dressed cultivator caught the jar and was delighted at first, but his smile collapsed when he opened it. Yes, it's a half-Maquillage woman. He tossed the jar back, looking very obviously displeased. Don't pretend, my friend. A vulgar ghost like this isn't even at the level of a fierce. You know exactly what we're referring to. HuaLian caught the jar and could tell that the man's throw wasn't weak. It was obvious that he had cultivated for many arduous years and had considerable strength. Dao Chong, I can sense that this cultivator's body is full to bursting with evil qi, a number of monks said to the splendidly dressed cultivator. Could he be filled with evil qi? Oh no, wait. Oops, HuaLian, you're compromised. You're full of oh no. They can sense this because they are trained cultivators, okay. Heaven's eye can determine such things with just one glance, the splendidly dressed cultivator stated. With a loud shout, he bit his finger and drew a line of blood down his forehead. And a moment later, a third eye looked like it sprouted on his face. HuaLian silently praised this demonstration of skill, and he leaned against the door to enjoy the show. The splendidly dressed cultivator glared at him for a moment with great concentration. I knew it! There it is, ghost chi! Such sinister ghost chi! You did change your face after all, Ghost King! HuaLian was struck dumb. How could he, an esteemed and titled heavenly official, have ghost chi on him? He was just starting to think that this man might have some skills, so why was he spewing nonsense not a moment after? HuaLian. At this accusation, the 50 or 60 masters in the gathering looked like they were steeling themselves to face a great enemy. Each of them went into a fighting stance. These people are so annoying, Hua Cheng said to HuaLian in their private communication array. It's fine, it's not that bad. Just sit tight, HuaLian replied. The splendidly dressed cultivator spoke up again a moment later, but he sounded doubtful. That's not right? What's not right? The monks next to him asked. The splendidly dressed cultivator rubbed the blood mark on his forehead. This is weird. When I look at this man, he is sometimes covered in ghost chi, sometimes glowing with spiritual light, and sometimes dull and colorless. This is really strange. Huh? How can that be? Dao Chong, can you handle this? If you can't, let us take over. Yeah, how could it be so bizarre? The splendidly dressed cultivator was miffed. What? Do you think I can't do this? If I can't, do you think you can? Heaven's eye, have been in the trade for years and years, and have rarely gotten anything wrong. HuaLian rubbed his forehead and shook his head. Then why don't you take another look and tell me what part of me has the strongest ghost chi? He asked temperately. Heaven's eye rubbed his forehead hard and studied him again for a moment. Your lips! He finally declared. And that was the end of the chapter. There's still another chapter. Oh my god, that was... No way! You're getting busted by the... by the ghost chi detection police? Like this is better than the fucking virginity detecting sword. This is so accurate. It's like a heat camera for for ghost chi. Why is the ghost chi still lingering on his lips? It's still there. Seriously? Still? That's amazing. Hua Cheng doesn't know. Hua Cheng doesn't know about this. He doesn't know that this happened. Is he about to learn? Is he about to learn? Please be about to learn what is going on. Alright. So we have a lot of things happening all of a sudden, and we have a lot of players coming in here. So it turns out that Ling Wen is indeed connected to the Brocade Immortal and is the creator of the robe to begin with. And apparently she created it after becoming a heavenly official, which makes me question what exactly was her relationship with Bai Jing. Bai Jing, or Xiao Bai, which is his nickname, which is also a bit rude actually. And what of this story is like, the story as we know it, what of it is true? because Ling Wen seems to be kind of like amicable with this person, really. But then we have Hua Cheng's words, where we learn that she is indeed ruthless and cold-hearted. Or at least, you know, the ruthless part. I need to know, why does Hua Cheng know so? Does he know about this story? Does he know that this is Ling Wen? Does he know what she has actually done? I would really like to know. But the fact that Hua Cheng is warning against Ling Wen and actually, again, very amiable with Pei Ming, doesn't really think that he is gonna do these things. Oh my lord. This is this is so interesting to me. This is super interesting. And I would like to see where this is going. But also, this is like such a foreshadowing regarding this whole thing with Ling Wen visiting to see the robe or whatever. Like, who's to say that it doesn't just... Like, it might have a bit of a mind of its own, you know? It could have changed into her clothes and put itself on her or something, like those other ghost clothes. And in which case, how would they know? How would Shi Lian know? He can't immediately see it. Wen Yizhen would be able to detect it eventually, but she's the only one who can see that, right? Like, if she wore it and walked out of there, it would be with her. I am super suspicious of all of this. Like, yes, I know Roya is on her hands, but you know, it's a fucking sack. It's a fucking sack. How is it gonna get on her anyway? It doesn't even have holes in it. It just... Magical girl style, I don't know. The point being, I don't trust Ling Wen in this situation. I think she has ulterior motives for being here, and I wonder where this is gonna end up, and take us. As for Hua Cheng is in a smaller form. He has transformed into a child. Doesn't even really look like Lang Ying, as Shi Lian said. I mean, looks like Lang Ying-ish, but you know, he's with the bandages. That explains the art. He is not Lang Ying. That's why he doesn't look like Lang Ying, and nobody else notices because he's just a bandaged kid, you know? But the reason why he's done that is to not be as affected by the current tremors from Mount Tonglu and its opening. So he's given himself a big handicap, basically, in order to handle the situation. But that has also made him vulnerable, as in he can't fight the way he used to, but he can successfully run away, which makes me question, okay, are you stuck in this form? Can't you just like undo it for a bit while fighting these people and then just go back to the form? Or is it like, what are the restrictions of this thing? But at the same time, this is giving Shi Lian a reason to protect Hua Cheng, to be the person protecting him, and I think that is pretty sweet, because Shi Lian has wanted to do that for like the longest time, and every time he's done it before, it's been like, oh well, Hua Cheng could have actually handled this himself, but now he can actually help out. However, what neither of them expected is that there's literally a ghost chi-seeking camera in the room with us. It's this person, Heaven's Eye or whatever. This monk can see ghost chi, and he can see that Shi Lian has been sucking up some ghost chi. I can't believe this is happening. This is so weird. This is so funny. And then, of course, I mean, I can't leave this chapter without my absolute favorite part of it, which is Shi Lian teasing Hua Cheng to death. It's so cute. It's so funny. And then, while Shi Lian is laughing himself hoarse, he confesses that just ever since meeting Sandang, he's just been happy. It's been easy for him to remember to be happy and how simple it is to be happy, and it's just... It's one of the most beautiful quotes in this fucking book. I love this. I love this so much. Why? Why do we have this weird forced proximity situation again where Hua Cheng doesn't remember? We don't deserve this. We deserve for them to be together already. Okay, yeah, I might need another couple of days to digest all that, because I am still mad about it. Because this is HuaLian. This is what HuaLian is. And it's... They're so dumb, so silly, and this is so beautiful. And they're so comfortable with each other, and I love them to bits. I'm gonna cry again if I don't keep reading, that is. I'm gonna keep reading so that I won't cry again, because I feel the tears trickling in my eyes. They are so cute. And that's so beautiful. Deep breaths, Puffin, deep breaths. We have one more chapter to go, and if I counted right, only 10 pages before we're done with volume 4. So this is literally the last sprint of my reading marathon of the day. I have read almost 100 pages today, and I'm gonna keep going. We are reading the last chapter of volume 4. 72. My Poochie Shrine Will Collapse Supremely, part 1. Wait! No! I don't want to read this anymore. First of all, part 1, they did this with volume 3 as well. Part 1, and then the next volume starts with part 2. What do you mean Poochie Shrine will collapse supremely? I do not condone this. I do not like this. I don't want it. If I stop now, the Poochie Shrine does not collapse. But HuaLian also never gets to confess, so I guess I have to keep going. I guess. Can you tell that this is making me a little insane? It's making me a little crazy. Let's go. That's right! It's your lips! Heaven's Eye proclaimed with complete certainty, but the monks and cultivators were perplexed. Why his lips? How can Ghost Shi be only on the lips? Is it a lip balm spirit? Hua Cheng wishes he was. HuaLian's hands unconsciously flew to cover his mouth. Hua Cheng had stained him with his scent when they embraced and kissed tonight at the Thousand Lights Temple. HuaLian never could have imagined that it hadn't yet faded. I mean, same. Heaven's Eye pointed at him. Well, do you all see? He knows his guilt. HuaLian hastily dropped his hands. He forced down the urge to turn and see what expression Hua Cheng wore after hearing that accusation, even though his face was currently covered in bandages and HuaLian wouldn't have been able to tell. My fellow Dao friend, you're mistaken, he explained amiably. I live a humble life, so each household item is used for many purposes. Take this jar, for example. He raised the clay jar in his hand and continued with earnest conviction. Although I sometimes use this to catch ghosts, I normally use it to pickle vegetables. HuaLian, you're so funny, but I love you thinking on your feet. The pickles from this jar have a unique flavor, and once you eat one, you'll naturally... If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Technically, this explanation could make some sense. The monks and cultivators were still dubious, but all the villagers covered their mouths as well. Huh? Sure, Daozhang. Have all those pickles you've given us been pickled like that? Won't our mouths be full of ghost chi too? When the villagers offered him fresh fruits and vegetables, HuaLian would usually return the favor by giving them some of his pickled vegetables. He quickly waved his hand. Oh, don't worry, I use different jars to make the pickles for everyone else. Are you mental? Heaven's Eye said angrily. Aren't you afraid eating stuff like that will take years of your life? Enough talk. There's still someone hidden in your shrine, and not just one. Move aside. Afraid that the village chief would stop him again, he charged forward before he even finished speaking. Seeing the situation change so quickly, HuaLian hurriedly retreated into the house. He pulled the unconscious Xuan upright, madly shook his collar, and shouted into his ear. Qiying, listen, I'm going to feed you some more incorruptible chastity meatballs. Oh no. Oh no. Why are we doing this? Is he gonna puke all over them? Is that your plan, HuaLian? Xuan eyes shot open the moment he heard this. Heaven's Eye had only just barged into the shrine when he immediately leapt back outside, shrieking and covering his forehead. Don't anyone go in! There's an ambush! The crowd of monks and cultivators didn't dare to move rashly, and they gathered around to shield him. Heaven's Eye, Shung! What did you see? I didn't see anything! There was an immense, blinding white light! Heaven's Eye said. Oh my gosh, Dao Shung, this is bad! Your Heaven's Eye is smoking! Heaven's Eye felt his forehead, and sure enough, the red mark on his forehead had turned black. It was emitting a soft line of white smoke like a blown-out candle. What? What? He exclaimed as the color drained from his face. Lingwen lazily put down her half-eaten steam bun. It's so noisy outside. What's going on? Heaven's Eye, Chong, look! A monk said. There are 2 children and a woman inside the shrine, as well as that cultivator. Of those 4, which one is him? Heaven's Eye vigorously rubbed his forehead, but he couldn't reopen his eye no matter how hard he tried. The ball of white light had been Xuan Yizhen's spiritual aura. When heavenly officials sensed they were about to face grave danger or that their life would be threatened, the spiritual aura that shielded their body would expand explosively. It was that flash of protective light that HuaLian had used to blind the cultivator Heaven's Eye. It wasn't like HuaLian had ruined 10 years of his cultivation though, he just wouldn't be able to use his third eye for a few days. HuaLian picked up the pot holding the meatballs. Xuan Yizhen was fully conscious now, and he gripped HuaLian's hand. I won't eat it, he croaked. HuaLian reversed his hold and held his hand reassuringly. Don't worry, these aren't for you. The band of masters surrounding Puchi Shrine shared looks with each other, then shouted and rushed forward in near unison. However, they were bounced away by an invisible barrier before HuaLian could meet them. A deep voice sounded from the skies above. You foul old monks and cultivators are pesky as flies, and now you've become addicted to harassment. You dare pursue me all the way here. You're asking for death. Hua, hua, hua. Heaven's Eye stuttered. Hua several times, but in the end, he still succumbed to Hua Cheng's might and didn't dare call him by his full name. Instead, he stammered. Hua Chengtu, stop bluffing! We know you've sealed away your powers to avoid the effects of Mount Tonglu's imminent opening. There's no way you're your usual insolent self. Surrender yourself! The more he spoke, the less strength there was in his words. HuaLian could tell that Hua Cheng was really angry now, and he rushed back inside to gather him into his arms. Don't say any more, he whispered. Stop wasting your powers, conserve your strength, leave everything to me. Hua Cheng's body was tense at first, but he seemed to slowly calm down after being picked up. All right, he replied in a low voice. As he held him, HuaLian could sense that Hua Cheng's age had regressed again. He was now probably no more than 12 or 13. HuaLian couldn't help but be worried. With one arm holding Hua Cheng and the other hand clutching Feng Xin, he walked out. Did none of you consider that you were deceived by the green ghost Qi Rong? Unexpectedly, the monks and cultivators looked confused at this. Green ghost Qi Rong? What did he lie about? Why would he deceive us? Heaven's Eye asked. HuaLian frowned slightly. Wasn't he the one who told you to come here? Heaven's Eye clicked his tongue. Who do you think we are? You think we need a Ra to tip us off? Why would we float on the same boat as him? It wasn't Qi Rong? Then how did the information leak? Before HuaLian could consider it further, the monks and cultivators launched their attacks. Yeah, how did the information leak? HuaLian blocked strikes from multiple swords and several staves with a single swing of Feng Xin. Amitabha Buddha, why must our Dao friends protect this creature of evil? A monk questioned. HuaLian wouldn't back down an inch. Master, it's not nice to ambush people when they're down, no matter who they are. He's a ghost, not a person. Don't cling to outdated morals, you immature young'un. Young'un? Heaven's Eye shouted. Countless spiritual staves and treasured swords came attacking at once. If HuaLian unsheathed Feng Xin, he might hurt one of the humans present. Morally speaking, mortals could hit heavenly officials, but heavenly officials could not hit mortals. Heavenly officials must be tolerant, generous, compassionate, and caring toward mortals, and never squabble with them. Merits would be deducted if one dared to hit them. HuaLian wasn't as unrestrained as Xuan Yizhen, nor was he as wealthy. My goodness. He didn't have many merits in the first place, so he'd end up in the negative if he incurred a fine. Thus, he put away his sword and shouted, Roya, come! Qiying, watch Lingwan! Okay, yeah, no, Roya's out of, oops, this is the chance. Lingwan's gonna take the chance. Roya was always aggrieved when it had to bind men, but it'd change face when asked to bind a woman. HuaLian had to call for it a couple of times before it reluctantly peeled itself from Ling Wen's wrists. Really? Really, Roya? You have a preference? In the blink of an eye, a white flash whipped the hands of every monk and cultivator in the mob, loosening their grips on their spiritual weapons. Bewildered, they all wondered, what kind of spiritual weapon is this? Was it a spiritual weapon? It looked like A white silk band that someone would use to hang themselves. It reeks of evil. That someone would use to hang themselves. Oh. Oh no. In the Donghua, we get a frame of HuaLian's parents seemingly hanging from somewhere. Is Roya somehow connected to his parents and their deaths? I'm not going to think too hard about that right now. That was a bit of a whiplash. But that's a comment I haven't heard about Roya before. And okay, I've never considered that. Oh, could it be connected to HuaLian's mom? Okay, we'll get back to that eventually. I'm gonna keep going for now. What do you know? This brat actually has a couple of moves. Taking advantage of HuaLian fending off the mob of masters, Ling Wen shook her head, dusted off her sleeves, and rose to her feet. Thank you for your warm hospitality, Your Highness. I will take my leave now. HuaLian was slightly taken aback. I knew it. Ling Wen, the day's not over yet. Where are you going? Are you going to break your vow? That's correct. I am indeed going to break my vow, Ling Wen said. Her voice was unapologetic, like she was stating that she was about to slay evil by heaven's will. HuaLian was struck speechless by it. Moments later, he said, It wasn't Qirong who leaked the information. It was you. Oh my fucking god, she smiled. Ling Wen smiled. I may not be a martial god, and I was bound by Roya, but one can accomplish much with just a communication array. He knew it, but how did Ling Wen know that the bandaged boy was Hua Cheng? She barely spoke to him and barely even saw him. HuaLian hadn't figured it out as fast as she did. HuaLian still couldn't get away from the fight, and he saw that she was about to take her stately leave. Qiying, don't let her escape, he shouted. Although he had eaten an incorruptible chastity meatball not long ago, Xuan Yizhen's strength was returning, and he could now pull himself upright. And Ling Wen was a weak, powerless civil god. Xuan Yizhen could stop her without even lifting a finger. Hearing Xuan Yizhen acknowledge "okay" from afar, HuaLian relaxed and went back to fighting the crowd. A moment later, there was a sudden rumble, and a figure was blown high into the air, straight through the roof of Puchi Shrine, which is probably going to be Xuan Yizhen because Brocade Immortal, oh my god! Aghast, HuaLian shouted toward the shrine. Qiying, don't fight like that! It was nothing for martial gods to get tossed around. All martial gods grew up getting beaten, but Ling Wen was a female heavenly official and a civil god at that. She'd be pulverized if Xuan Yizhen fought so ruthlessly. A person strolled out of the shrine's front door. Baijing, don't fight like that, she chided leisurely. Yes, exactly. Oh my lord. The cool voice obviously belonged to Ling Wen, but the moment she walked out, HuaLian thought he saw a fleeting illusion. Like the one who came out wasn't Ling Wen, but an extremely tall young man with an aura of vengeance that roared to the heavens. When HuaLian squinted, it was still the lone figure of Ling Wen. Ling Wen was a civil god, that was certain. Even if she had tried to hide her strength in the past, she wouldn't have been able to deceive HuaLian. How did she manage to blow Xuan Yizhen into the sky? Gaga, be careful, she put on the robe, Hua Cheng darkly warned. Exactly. So that was it. To the untrained eye, it looked like Ling Wen was still clad in black, but in reality, a shimmering dark aura covered her. It was this aura that made it seem like she had changed into a completely different person. Killing intent ran wild in the air, forming a peculiar contrast with the calm expression on her fair face. HuaLian tried testing the waters by lunging at her with his sword, but Ling Wen deflected the blow with a wave of her sleeve. Xuan Yizhen came plunging down just in time to witness the scene. As it clashed hard into the ground, his eyes lit up in an instant. Beautiful! HuaLian's eyes lit up too, and he also exclaimed, beautiful! Because apparently this Brocade Immortal knows how to fight, and he fights really beautifully. Ling Wen's move just now was truly a beautiful one, or rather, it should be said that the Brocade Immortal's move was beautiful. It had used its power to help Ling Wen block the attack. When others wore the brocade immortal, they either lost their minds or were sucked dry of blood. But when Lingwen wore it, there was no weapon that could pierce its defense, and she could attack with such strength that even the martial god of the West was blown away. Who would have thought that it would still allow her to use its power after she had chopped off its head and limbs? Now, not only were the villagers of Pucci shocked, even the band of monks and cultivators were stupefied. "What do you mean beautiful?" Heaven's Eye exclaimed. "Is it so good to be hit? Is there anyone normal inside that shrine? I think not a single soul in there is human." Well, he's right. Xuan Yizhen was itching to spar, and he leapt to his feet to attack once more. "I said don't linger here," Lingwen hissed. Those words were directed at the brocade immortal, but her body wouldn't listen to her. Her elbow blocked Xuan Yizhen's punch, which led into an all-out brawl. Fighting and parrying and fighting. The blows of fists and palms rattled the old walls of Pucci Shrine, and it looked like it was ready to collapse. Oh my god, it's gonna collapse. As expected of the brocade immortal, one with the potential to ascend, even Xuan Yizhen was falling behind. HuaLian couldn't help but cry out to them. Excuse me, can you both fight further away? Further away, please!" Oh no. He knows too. But just as he spoke, the monks and cultivators surrounded him again. 40 or 50 blades, swords, hammers, and staves came crashing forward. And HuaLian's face dropped as he raised his hands. "Wait, don't! No!" Pucci Shrine had remained standing, even as it suffered ceaseless abuse over the past few months. But now, punctuated by that tragic wail, it finally completely collapsed. No, not Pucci! Not the shrine! Oh, that's terrible. This was home. Well, it did last a lot longer than HuaLian thought it would, huh? HuaLian was dumbfounded, and bleak desolation filled his heart. I just knew none of my houses would ever last 6 months. Now I really need to beg for donations for repairs. Gaga, don't be sad. It's just a house. There are plenty of others around. Hua Cheng consoled him. Oh, that was your home, Hua Cheng. Farmer era over. Are we gonna rebuild? Please let us rebuild. HuaLian tried to stay strong, but when Heaven's Eye came stumbling over, one hand covering his forehead and the other pointing at him. "You, young you've got nothing but petty tricks. You dare ruin my cultivation? Who's your Shifu? What generation do you belong to? Which temple are you registered under? What god do you worship?" HuaLian whirled around, and the biting chill flashed over his face. He straightened and replied with intense and furious dignity. Oh my god, he's mad. Oh my gosh. HuaLian is mad? I mean, he deserves to be a little bit mad. This was Pucci Shrine. Sandang built that door. Sandang mended that roof. There's a lot of memories in this. Oh my god. You ask who I am? Listen well. Oh my god, he's really going for it. I can't believe I'm watching this. Listen well. I am His Eminent Highness the Crown Prince. Bow down before me, you righteous, unruly horde. His voice boomed like a bolt from the blue. There were actually a few who dropped to their knees and didn't snap out of it until their companions pulled them up. What are you doing? Are you actually kneeling? That's weird. I did it before I realized. HuaLian continued in a sharp tone. I am over 800 years old, older than all of you combined. I have crossed more bridges than all the roads you have walked. I possess the shrines and temples across this land. My worship is spread to the 4 seas. If you do not know my name, it is because you are uneducated and ignorant of the world. I do not worship gods. I am God. The speech was incredibly shameless, yet it was spoken with an incomparably impressive presence. The mob was astonished and stood there silent and slack-jawed. Huh? HuaLian had made up all that nonsense because he was waiting for this very opportunity. He flung forth the pot in his hand, and the little white meatballs shot out through the air and scattered in all directions like iron pellets. Without a single miss, each and every one landed in the open mouth of one of the shocked monks and cultivators. This is biochemical warfare, Shellian. This is a biohazard. Shellian wiped away his sweat. Will everyone please forget everything I just said? I'm actually only a scrap collector. Oh my god. That's a great speech though, Shellian. You should have stuck to it. The face of everyone who ate the meatball drained of all colour. Huh? We've been had! A few who were quicker on the feet had stopped the incoming meatballs with their swords, but when they peeked around to inspect, those meatballs were still spinning rapidly on their blades and creating sparks from friction. The mob was terrified, as would I have been, holy shit. What is this hidden weapon? Incomparably solid with a peculiar shine. Could this be the legendary? That's right, Shellian declared. They're the legendary incorruptible chastity pellets. They're extremely poisonous and they will explode in your stomach if you don't drink 81 cups of plain water within a day to flush away the toxin. I love Shellian just pulling this out of his ass, and it's so funny. It's so chaotic, but also like he's just lost Pooch's shrine, so honestly, he can do whatever he wants now. Oh my god. Although none of them had ever heard of such a thing before, the mob grew even more panicked. Hey, is it really that poisonous? Either way, we've got to drink water. The antidote is just water. Let's get out of here. Go find water. In an instant, a large portion of the crowd had fallen for the trick and fled. On the other side of the temple grounds, Ling Wen was fighting with increasing aggression. She picked up Xuan Yizhen in the stranglehold, but despite having the obvious upper hand, Ling Wen didn't look pleased at all. Baiting, are you trying to kill him? She barked with a low voice. There's no need to fight anymore, let's just go. Fortunately, Shellian had one meatball remaining. Just as Ling Wen said the word go, he lobbed the meatball into her mouth with his swift hands. The light in Ling Wen's eyes was extinguished in an instant, like it had been snuffed out by the thing she had swallowed. The black aura surrounding her body also lightened the shade. With an expression like she was forcing back the urge to vomit, she glared at Shellian, her lips quivering soundlessly. After enduring for as long as she could, she threw Xuan Yizhen to the ground and left the scene with her hand supporting her temple. Xuan Yizhen leapt to his feet and to chase after her. Shellian wanted to follow, but the mob of monks and cultivators blocked his way. Everyone hang on! More reinforcements are on the way! They shouted. More? He couldn't stay in Buchi village any longer. It would be best if he left first and thought later. Xuan Yizhen was nowhere to be found. His pursuit of Ling Wen had already carried him far away. Shellian cradled Hua Cheng in his arms. Hold on tight to me. He bounced off from his toes into a sprint, easily outpacing the mob in an instant. Hua Cheng followed his instructions and embraced him tightly. For some reason, this felt familiar to Shellian. Oh my god, it's the Hong Konger callback. I fucking love it. But he had no time to reminisce about the past. This affair needed to be reported to the Heavenly Court as soon as possible. Without thinking, he sent a message to the private communication array, as he always did. Like when something happened. Shellian, that's the dumbest thing. That's the dumbest thing you've done in this story so far, Shellian. Ling Wen, something's happened. I know, Ling Wen said. So sorry to bother you, Shellian replied. An instant later, Ling Wen cut their communication first. Shellian was also speechless. He had always communicated directly with Ling Wen in the past, but now Ling Wen herself was the problem. His brain hadn't caught up, and he'd actually reported the incident to her. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I love that we're getting a final one for the last one before the end of this, before the end of the volume. As he dashed away with Hua Cheng in his arms, Xuelian entered the public communication array to frantically inform the others of the situation at hand. Everyone, please alert the whole court. Ling Wen ran off wearing the brocade immortal. And that is the end of Heaven Official's Blessing, Volume 4. Thank God. Thank Xuelian, because I was not having any more of that. What a chaotic ending, and it's just part 1 of a 2-part chapter, which is even more infuriating to me. Can't believe they've done this to me. Short break to rehydrate, get something to drink before I'm back with you. Give me a second. I feel a little sorry for Hua Cheng as of late. We've been making so much fun of him this session, and it's been great. I've had a lot of fun. But also just the fact that he is not in the know of something we are in the know of right now. I'm so sorry, Hua Cheng. But you would probably faint and cry if I told you what had actually happened. I don't know, maybe he'd actually be semi-pleased with the outcome, but also mortified, right? Until he realized that, Xuelian actually kind of liked it. That's the only redeeming thing here, is Xuelian realizing that he doesn't mind getting down and dirty with Hua Cheng actually, and perhaps, in fact, he would like to do more of that. Don't worry, you'll get your turn. I don't know when. But I'm sure you'll get there, okay? Be good. But yeah, oof. What a read. This is so chaotic. There's so much happening at the end of this book. I didn't think that we were gonna go smack with just so many things. Like, we have the overarching Tonglu arc that is slowly happening, and the influences of it are already spreading to, everything else, because Hua Cheng is affected, and these monks are here because they know about Hua Cheng's being weakened, and it turns out, that Qirong didn't tell them it was fucking Ling Wen. Cold-hearted bitch indeed. You go, girl. You go, girl. And then we got thrown into the brocade immortal thing with Qi Ying, and we met Yin Yu, and we got a lot of information regarding all that, and I thought that was what we were gonna be exploring, but then Yin Yu dipped, and turns out this is actually the Ling Wen arc, so now she is here. And she is... yeah, everything is just falling to pieces on our part, but things are going as well as it can for her right now. Both her and Xuelian have been bamboozling each other, it seems. And Hua Cheng has opinions about Ling Wen, which are important, I suppose. And also tried to hide next to Xuelian after Xuelian told him we shouldn't be seeing each other for a while. I mean, those are not the exact words he used, but literally he went sad puppy and then disguised himself as an even smaller puppy. Yeah, this is where we're at now. This is what we're doing. In fact, this whole session can be summarized as Gaslight, Gatekeep, GIRLBOSS, with Xuelian doing, most of the gaslighting by telling Hua Cheng they had a fight, and then gatekeeping his true feelings about Hua Cheng from Hua Cheng. And I guess Hua Cheng is doing the same. HuaLian is doing the gatekeeping. And then you have Ling Wen, who came in and did the whole GIRLBOSS thing. I can't even be mad. She is actually... She was being really smart about all this, and she's I love her demeanor. It's very I've always kind of liked her, but this is next level. I think I really like this. I wonder if it's gonna turn out that she really has done some murky shit, or if this is another story of, a woman whose story is getting very twisted until she becomes the bad guy in it. I really wonder. I really can't tell, and I want to understand. What we do know about Ling Wen's story is that she ascended before gifting Baijing with the brocade immortal, which she created, and furthermore, she was the one who named Baijing, and it seems that he, the brocade immortal, isn't really obeying or listening to her, but is, protecting her, I suppose. It's really hard to tell what exactly is going on here. And I think we're going to need to hear something of this from Ling Wen's own mouth. But as for right now, we are running away with Hua Cheng. We're separating from Ling Wen and Xuan Yizhen for now. And I don't know if we're gonna immediately meet up with them again, or if we're gonna take a little bit of a HuaLian break again, because HuaLian has a lot to talk about. We have a lot that needs figuring out, and also Hua Cheng is now baby. Well, he's like a 12-year-old bandaged kid, and you know what? He's been a 12-year-old bandaged kid before. And HuaLian even has a moment of, oh, this seems familiar, because it is, HuaLian, because it is. And I wonder if Hua Cheng is going to keep regressing in age, and if this is going to be the time where HuaLian starts recognizing him as that child, right? I wonder if that is what we're going to end up going into, because Hua Cheng is in this form now. He's using this form now in order not to be affected by the Mount Honglu thing. And I think this is the prime time for these sort of revelations to come to light. So I won't be surprised if that is actually where we're going. But we suddenly have our hands full of plot. There is so much plot happening. And we have so many new details to most of the characters who are relevant on this board now. So I am super interested in seeing where we're headed next. I'm carefully optimistic. HuaLian has confounded me a little bit in this reading session, I must admit. I'm not really on board with all the choices that has been made by the author, though I might be convinced otherwise once it all sinks in, I guess. But my first impression is a bit lukewarm in some aspects, and you know what I'm on about. I don't really have to specify anything else for you. But then they turn around and they are so wonderful. They turn around and have this wonderful moment that is just like, it's so silly. It's only them joking around, really. HuaLian teasing the heck out of the Ghost King, and it's adorable and it's sweet. And then he has that moment of confession, and it's... And if I think about it, I will cry again. I don't know why that hit me so hard. I don't know why that affected me so much, but I think it's because that is the thesis of HuaLian. That is what makes them so... What makes the relationship that they have created after meeting again in this current timeline so absolutely wonderful. The fact that being with Sanlang makes HuaLian just happy. Happy, implying that this easy happiness just has not come easy to him for a very, very long time. And that is making me so emotional. Stop crying about this. Oh no! This is embarrassing. This is kind of embarrassing how hard that got to me. I did not expect anything to get to me like this, but that got to me. That got to me so hard. Yeah, that was we're getting over it. We're getting over it. We need to wrap up this video so that I can tell you guys that I finished volume 4, because this has been a marathon. I have read 30% of the book in today. Yeah, I started this morning by filming the introduction, took some breaks along the way, and I've done everything else. Oh my lord. So cut me some slack if my head is a little bit overfilled right now. I should probably not do this again. But it was fun. It was fun spending a whole day just on and off reading and thinking about HuaLian and TGCF. And it's been super rewarding, I think. A lot of new things, but a lot of exciting things are also happening, and it's got my heart beating quite a few times throughout this read. So thank you guys so much for following along. This has been Amelia, aka Spaced Out Puffin, and I will see you in the next one.